termurah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja wisrik di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because our party.
Ikse.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Geisa.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
jika seringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Hari yang dirindukan untuk berkumpul bersama. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Setelah kita mengalami libur yang cukup panjang, 2 minggu kita tak bertemu, kali ini Bude Clara Monster ingin mengucapkan pertama-tama tentu saja minal aizin wal faizin, mohon maaf lahir dan batin. Bersama kerabat kru MPL tentunya kita bergembira bersama kali ini dengan semangat Idul Fitri. Dan semoga kita menjadi pribadi yang lebih baik. Dan tentu saja yang dinantikan adalah bagaimana tim-tim akan kembali hadir dengan semangat baru dan juga tentu saja performa yang lebih baik dan lebih menantang untuk 9 tim yang akan berjuang untuk 6 slot babak playoff. Kita melihat banyak sekali perubahan yang terjadi sebelum adanya break. Bagaimana veteran-veteran yang berhasil untuk menarik perhatian semua khalayak dan performa yang tentu saja membawa warna baru. Apalagi kita melihat banyak nama seperti Lemon, Finn, dan Baloiski pun yang akan bermain hari ini. Ada pula Rek juga, banyak sekali tentu saja perubahan yang sudah mereka bawa. Namun ini adalah minggu baru, minggu yang kelima, hari yang pertama. Performa apa yang akan mereka sajikan? Sebelum kita melihat pertarungan epik dari kedua tim yang akan membuka minggu ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua yang udah berkumpul. Dari tadi udah di MPL Arena, udah pada ngantri, nggak sabar untuk bersama-sama. Dan juga kepada para sponsor, terima kasih karena MPL Indonesia.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Two weeks have elapsed, and the clock is ticking for the teams who find themselves at the bottom. That anything can change. So are we at the precipice of change? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the 2-week break here. You're watching the English broadcast at MPL ID Season 13. to be accompanied by me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And of course, we do have 2 stellar matches ahead of us today on the first day of this particular week. But before we do begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We'd also like to thank our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, NeoQLED, Supersmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, we do want to thank our official government partner, PBESI, for without all of these people, this tournament would not be the tournament that you guys are watching right now. Now, today is quite interesting. After 2 weeks break, we are going to see 2 teams who are struggling in the red zone, and whether or not they have what it takes, and whether or not they have used the 2 weeks to amount change, whether or not they can crawl their way back up to make sure that they can make it to the playoffs.
That's the big thing here. We've been talking about how competitive MPL Indonesia Season 13 has been, and we can see it here reflected in the standings for the regular season. We have gone through 4 weeks of intense gameplay, and I think for a lot of people, nobody really predicted RRQ to be there in the red zone, together with Rebellion and Evos Glory.
I mean, they gotta go down and keep their great rivals company all the way down there. So we'll see if any one of those teams on the bottom side of the standings right here can change things up and use these 2 weeks to recover and start their journey back on top, man. Because right now, the competition from the 1st to 6th place, not a single team looks that weak, that easy to really beat out.
It's very close. And when we're talking about these 2 blue teams, people are calling it the blue curse. Because ever since Rebellion has stepped into MPL, it's always been either one of them who make it to the playoffs, never both.
I don't know why it's like that, right? I mean, these blue teams should be working together, maybe perhaps because of the same color, but another fun fact here that we can bring up is the fact that Rebellion, despite getting wins over against Onic and RRQ, find themselves in the same position as Evos Glory. They're currently tied with Evos in the match win-lose rate. It's 2-5. And up against GeekFam, especially since Beloyski joined, it hasn't really looked that good for their win record.
And that's the thing, right? People are saying that Rebellion are very strong against these top-tier teams, but when it comes down to the mid to low, that's when they kind of falter, which is quite interesting. That's not something that we see very common. And also something that we don't see very common is a new hero. Welcome, Chip, to the Land of Dawn. We've seen it played out already here at a few MPLs, but in Indo, not so much.
And we're seeing here, especially with Roger, that seems to be the go-to combo. A lot of skirmishes, a lot of those early game fights that, Indonesia really kind of likes. So there's a lot of potential right here. And you can see the tagline just there. Will it be cheap or will it be a skip, right? Is it going to be something that teams are going to try and secure? Or are teams going to try and, just ignore it? Because according to Ray's boy here, Mirko.
Mr. Rays, that's what I call him. He's no longer a boy now. He was a boy before, but in my opinion, this hero is extremely broken. This hero is complete with fast rotation, quick coverage, and could be a candidate for a jungle pick as long as they receive early babysit, because the early farming is kind of slow, kind of like Fredrin, but that's why the Fredrin goes for concussive. This is already a very interesting idea, right? We've seen in different regions Chip being played, being utilized, not an MPLP just yet, but we've seen a plethora of different ways to actually execute the Chip. Sometimes it's comboed with the Lo Yi. Shout out to CFU Gaming from Cambodia for that one, because I was really intrigued to see that combo. You already have 1 TP, what's better than 1? That's 2 TPs. They kept on stacking and fighting with the Masha, and I believe it was with the Roger. So it was a full brawl kind of comp.
And you know what? If we're talking about these new picks that we haven't really seen so much, the Luo Yi. I mean, Luo Yi was brought into MPL by Rebellion, and now we're going to see a Rebellion game. Will we see Chip being played out by this team?
I mean, on top of just the diversion, this macro play-heavy ultimate, there's also a lot of damage, and a lot of shielding and survivability built into that Lo Yi's kit. But again, as Mirko was mentioning earlier, when a veteran makes the difference, you can see the change. Before Beloyski is in the picture, it's quite even between Rebellion and GeekFam. But after Beloyski just exploded into the scene, GeekFam has always had a dominant performance So we have to see right here, can Rebellion find something? Especially as you mentioned, Eterna, with all these new crazy picks available, just ready for Rebellion to try and take advantage of with their unique drafts, with their unique strategies even. We'll have to see, can Beloyski find a strategy that can counter all that?
That's the big question, and that's the biggest highlight we've seen here at MPL ID Season 13. The veterans coming out to play. And of course, Beloyski is a veteran himself. He's been playing since M1, since MPL PH Season 4, and now he's here. So will we see that effect coming through from Beloyski? Because earlier we talked about Rebellion and their unique picks, but we also can't forget Beloyski and the fact that even last week he pulled up a Selena. So could he possibly bring out the chip too? That is also a huge question for this team. As we take a look at their team lineup, we have Luke, Hazel, Aboy, Beloyski, as well as Chadera.
They're going to be the same 5, and up against them today, Cars, Vincent, Swaylo, Audit, TZ, and D.
All right, no Moai this time around. Very interesting the way that they swap their gold lanes. I'm wondering why they have actually opted to go for D this time in the gold lane, but we are going to be welcoming them very soon. And boy oh boy, Rebellion at number 8. They surely need this win.
Looking to change their win-lose record here to get above the competition in the red zone. The Blue Bulls charge through into the stage with D in the lineup. More macro-centric. It's Rebellion Esports.
Rebellion Esports walking through. Here at the front, Swaylo looking to make a difference, but what are they wearing on their heads?
What is that?
What is that? I have no idea what it is, but it...
Oh, all right.
They're going for that cute, that kawaii appeal to the audience.
They should have briefed me, man. I was giving them an epic, you know, the Bulls charge through aggressive. That's not aggressive, that's just cute, man.
They're really cute.
They're going for a different kind of appeal right here. We'll see if that's enough for them to try and get a decisive performance, because up against them today,
they want to be decisive, especially against GeekFam. The Geeks who've been able to dissect the code of 2 O's, reverse sweeping every single team that they have won against. It's time for the Geeks to walk up on stage. It's GeekFam!
Our first runner-ups from MPL ID Season 12. Can they remake their former glory here? As we all know, 2 weeks is a long time. A lot can happen. And hopefully they find their groove this time around.
Especially with the Geeks, they are known to plot and find something crazy, something unpredictable. But today they might really have met their match with Rebellion. So we'll have to see. I think it comes down to, again, how effectively have the two teams been able to use the past 2 weeks? And that question is answered by the man walking up on the stage.
We have both of the team's coaches right here. We have Coach Chiku as well as his analyst Vivi from the side of Rebellion. And on the flip side, we have from GeekFam Coach Bluffsy and Wura as his assistant coach. And of course, in the middle, we have our Mr. Boy, man, Danang.
Danang.
It's always a really cool when we get to see or hear Eterna pronounce his name, Danang.
Danang.
We usually call him Danang, but Eterna calls him Danang. So we'll go with it in the English desk. Danang it is. Or Marshall for the matchup. But man, we have a lot to talk about here for this matchup particularly. Both coaches have actually, well, for Bluffsy, he's rather new, but they kind of have the same pattern, just trying to still experiment with their compositions, experiment with what draft works for the team. And that's concerning for Rebellion because this team has stuck together for such a long time. They've only changed their gold lane.
They have, and it brings us to this topic as well. One meta wonder. We were talking about the composition, the unique drafts as well coming out from GeekFam, and it's a big question. Is it possible that Beloyski, that GeekFam were able to find success last season because of the meta, but now that he's shifted, now that the meta has shifted, they're not finding the exact same success that they did last time around?
That's why the rumor is that he's a one meta wonder. He can't really do anything else when the meta isn't really revolving around him. But on this Minotaur for now, 6 times picked in the half season, 100% win rate still. And with the return of a lot of these supportive, healing heavy heroes in the Land of Dawn, he might just find, once again, another momentum, another window to really showcase his expertise in this department.
Some people say that he's a photo roamer specialist.
Yep. He likes
you
taking
agree?
pictures. I agree, man.
He likes taking
Oh, you mean the Flask of the Oasis?
I don't think that's what I meant.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. Flask of the Oasis, I agree. I think most of his heroes have really been able to capitalize on the photo, Flask of the Oasis, not a picture. And I don't know, I can't help but think, is the way to beat the blue bull by picking up a red bull?
Ooh, that's interesting. It might just be it. If you look at the most pick and ban heroes, Minotaur definitely shows up. But for the side of GeekFam, again, there's a lot more signature heroes, and it's just the exact opposite for Rebellion. You're seeing a bunch of heroes that you don't exactly think might just show up. I'm quite curious also about the mid lane matchup, man. Swalo has been performing really, really well. He has been that crazy, flexible linchpin that can secure the whole team's game plan. Up against a boy today, will that be enough to shut him down? Because a boy has been performing even when his team seems to be struggling in that early to mid game phase.
KB from the Indo desk says that he's the most underrated mid laner, a boy. And I think we've talked about it as well.
Yeah.
He has been so consistent. When his team is faltering, it seems like he's the one that performs most. But some also argue that that's because of Beloyski's setup. I'm curious what you think about that statement.
Well, I think we have to take a look at what we saw on the camera just earlier on screen. Because we're looking at a boy now, and sure, he is very underrated. I agree, he was the most underrated, but now that he's getting a lot of the spotlight, a lot of people are already finally respecting him as the top mid laner. I also listed him as top 3 based on, the first 4 weeks. But just earlier, we saw maybe the guy who will take that mantle away from him. The most underrated mid laner, Swalo, has been under the radar for such a long time, and he's been able to perform really well for his team when he gets his picks, when the team is able to enable him. And even when they don't, without resources, the man still performs. The man can hit those Novaria shots. He can play random picks that are very, very cheesy and make it work, like the Terizla mid and the Loyi first in Indo.
That's a confusing part. When he gets his picks, you say, well, which pick is it? Because he has so many picks available right here. He's so unexpected, man.
He also brought the gourd, right? The first time last season?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think so.
So again and again, we keep seeing him come up with something different. It's almost like Mirko coming back in to the MPL with a different hairstyle.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that. What would you call this hairstyle, Mirko?
I would call it the no chip, no Loyi combo.
Okay.
It means no aggression.
And the Kaja has actually also been respected away from Rebellion. And this is something that people like to talk about, right? Rebellion and the fact that their identity revolves around a pickoff. And without this hero, I'm wondering how much success they will be able to find. But from the other side, we do see an equal amount of respect being given. The Matilda, the Minotaur, gets taken away, the hero that we were talking about before the drafting phase begun, as well as Nolan. And now Geek with the first pick. They pick up the Boxia.
Going for the Boxia, probably assuming that a lot of shielding will be present in the hands of Rebellion. That's gonna be an Angela along with a Fredrin. So good fighter, good damage output, and it's gonna be Angeloy. We haven't seen in quite a while. I believe the rumor was that it's 100% when Beloyski can get it, but against that infamous Roger. Let's see how this performs.
Unfortunately, it's not Angeloy, it's Audiloy, right?
Wait.
Audijala. Audijala?
Audula?
Yeah, Angela Audites. This is what we meant, all right? What we mean.
Yes.
Yo, Eterna,
Yo,
look at what Beloyski said.
what? You will see Hazel's performance get even better once he feels comfortable playing in MPL. So far, he's not 100%. So he's saying that he hasn't seen the full potential of Hazel being played out, and maybe that's the reason why he's playing here today, to prove something.
He's not 100%, but so what percentage is his performance? Is it 99?
I have no idea. We'd have
He's
to
been
ask
playing really
Beloy.
good, right? So that's crazy. The fact that he's not 100% here just yet. Maybe he's still feeling the jitters as a newcomer. But man, that's a CC pick as well. That combo, CC Angela.
A lot of fighters, a lot of people can dive in the backline, but against GeekFam so far, what is the backline? It's going to be a Roger along with a Faramis that wants to be in there in the thick of battle. So if there's any kind of advantage Rebellion has right now, it's when they can try and go for those weird 1v1s, 2v1s, and take advantage of the hard guard. But if GeekFam can exert their dominance and force Rebellion instead with their superior team fighting. That could be a game plan that can get shut down so early on.
I agree. Especially now, the mid lane is already the Faramis. It should go to a boy, not Beloyski. So we're still waiting on what pick exactly are they planning out for. What do you call Beloyski? The triple B?
Triple B.
Triple B.
What does it stand for?
Big Brain Beloy.
Or Big Boy Beloy.
Okay.
Yeah. Which one do you prefer, Eterna?
A Big Brain.
Big brain.
Big brain, big brain, okay. Valentina gets taken off the board, and so does the X-Borg. Rebellion still waiting on the next ban. It looks like they're trying to slim out the possibilities for Luke. Because we've seen what Luke can do when he gets his comfort picks. The Yuzong is still open, but obviously there's not particularly a target for the Yuzong this time around. But it does get banned out. It gets respected. What do you think he's going to pick up?
Oof. In a weird way right here, I kind of get a feeling that a glue might show up. It's been a while since we've seen the signature Gluke. But of course, that depends on how they want to play this out. I think a glue can bring a lot of good things to this composition, good catch potential, spammable abilities. They can try and confuse Rebellion with how they want to really move around. But after banning away the Claude though, you have to wonder if they have something cooked up for that gold lane.
I like the glue pick here, I agree. I mean, with the Claude ban and the Faramis pickup as well, it kind of already steers the XP towards a pick like that. But maybe another choice, a safer choice would just be that Arlet. It's also going to be taken away by Rebellion. They heard us first. And man, I'm just going to say, this is... Oh. What do GeekFam pick here? Obviously, they can still go for that glue. The Arlet should be roam, and this does mean that the Angela will be going into the mid lane.
If Gani was here, he'd be like, yuck.
Yuck? For what?
He doesn't like Angela mid.
Well, we'll see what Geek can respond with here. Novaria is a quote-unquote signature pick. The Vexana we haven't seen as well.
Oh! We're talking about this backstage. We didn't expect it to be used here in their first game back, but the Florid Faramis combo.
It was insider info we received earlier. Beloy seems to be very enthusiastic and very knowledgeable about the flooring usage. I believe Professor KB gave us a bit of insight into that. But now we're seeing it immediately brought out. So double healing, quote unquote, coming out from Geek as well. What is the response here, man?
Sustainability, definitely the choice here for GeekFam, and they're trying to make it up for utilizing the Florin in the roam position with the lack of CC on the EXP with the Ruby being picked up. Rebellion now with the last pick, they go for Moskov. Have we seen the Moskov?
Not yet, not this season.
That's the first time, right?
First time, a debut pick in MPL ID for Rebellion. But fun facts, D, signature pick when he was in MDL, Onic Prodigy was the Moskov. This is one of his comfort picks, and to be fair, I mean, I've been seeing a whole lot of Moskovs in my ranked games. I don't know if it's just because I'm a low-ranked player or if it's an actual strategy. I don't know.
We'll have to see, man. The Moskov in this situation, against all these fighters, close range, I guess the passive, the how your damage can go through to multiple people will be very beneficial. Bit of built-in crowd control, some global presence. If Rebellion wants to play this like their Loi strat, right? Being everywhere at the same time, they can do a Moskov ulti into hard guard combo and get some disgusting pickoffs here.
You always get this excited for a Rebellion match. You never know what to expect. A debut Moskov on the first day of week number 5. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the land of dawn for game number 1 between GeekFam and Rebellion Esports. Let's get it.
When you expect nothing, they bring out the Hanzo. When you expect the Hanzo, they bring up the Loi. Now you ban out the Loi and Chip, they bring out the Moskov. You're right, it's almost like they always have something to pull out in these matches.
It's almost like your default state needs to be to expect the unexpected. Now in the mid lane, we'll see how this plays out here. An Angela against a Florian, both equally obnoxious in the laning phase. But look at that, D has the Inspire, by the way. So if he's left alone in the late game, that's a lot of damage output that he has over Chadera, who's on a fighter-type marksman. But look at Beloyski.
So just a little bit of poke here in the mid lane. But yeah, the Inspired, normal choice for the Moskov in the lane. I've never seen this matchup, right? The Moskov versus the Roger, so I'm very interested to see how it actually plays out here.
the sustain will come in handy. And speaking of sustain, Emblem by GamesMax here shows us that Swalo has the Brave Smite on the Angela. It's not a focusing mark, so they are the ones going with the more sustainable approach. GeekFam going with the focusing mark on the Florin. So they're the ones that are going to be a bit more urgently seeking for these aggressive plays. You can see 2 ruptures picked up by Aboy and Chidera. And Chidera's going for the 1v1 lane domination right here, but D matches him with that Master Assassin. So we'll see what kind of influence the team will bring to the gold lane.
That's a pretty good observation there. Swalo with the choice that he went for, but Beloyski already in the bottom top side.
The Abyss Walker not going to help him out. Hazel picks up first blood with the shield unity. A good gank over, and now Chidera's ahead.
Another question is, I think you guys mentioned it behind the scenes earlier on, if Beloyski picks up a Florin, he would rather opt to leave out the neutral objectives, the first turtle and the second turtle, and maybe look for a team fight in the third turtle. But with Swalo on something like the Angela, do you think they're still not going to contest these objectives, or do you think they want to go for it?
I think even maybe the first turtle they will be very content leaving out, especially with usually when you see a Paramis, usually you also lack some damage output. So with a double healing situation, double sustain, double utility strategy, I think they will wait until at least the second or third turtle before they try and make anything decisive happen.
Oh, interesting. You guys all went for Rebellion?
Yeah. I mean, for sure, it's Mirko. With Mirko, you never know, first
Okay,
of all.
not with you then. Arashi, you also think that Rebellion will win this one.
I mean, GeekFam, they already had their victory, right? I just want to see them fall. It's definitely nothing personal.
Nothing personal, man. Okay, Arashi.
Is it because, you know what, let's not talk
Rebellion
about it?
beat them too, right?
Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation. Look at Hazel, though.
No, diving deep into enemy territory, into tier 2, actually. Pops into Poissons, does enough damage to Cars. He actually also has that healing reduction. So Rebellion needs to be careful. Cars is still walking up over to Luke. He does get a good angle to go and proxy the wave here as GeekFam go for another possible engage up top. D just pops in the Abyss Walker, it gets out, and Vincent takes the gold buff away.
Okay, looking for the mirror play here, not finding the success just yet on both of the accounts, but Beloyski
The charge is
in.
the Lycan pounce. D finds the Spear of Misery, stuns him up. Vincent's here, and the Spear of Destruction connects as well. A boy rotating a bit late. Beloyski has fallen.
A big observation for Vincent is that people think that he's one of the top junglers when it comes down to following up on pickoffs, and you saw that exactly happen. It's either it's comms that are really, really good between this team, but Vincent was able to follow up, get that kill over Beloyski. Not the best case scenario. I mean, they would have wanted to get Chidera instead, but a kill's a kill, and that's an advantage that is given for Rebellion.
It really feels like he's not the first to the punch. He doesn't always make the first move, but he's always in the right place at the right time. So maybe it's almost calculated, planned by the team in the rotations. Now we're seeing, though, I think Geek might be a bit more aggressive here, trying to contest in second turtle.
That's what I'm offended. Now with the hard guard, Car is able to pay it out a lot of resources, even in Nether Realm here. Looking for re-engages. Vincent dashes down to safety once again. GeekFam have more HP in this team fight. Vincent gonna be ran down right now as Hazel pops into Poissons. Luke also dashing forward, but Onic in the back finds an isolated Florin. Picks Beloyski up as Cars pokes them down, and now it's traded back. Rebellion have out-sustained GeekFam.
The bop and weave has been impeccable by Rebellion. They couldn't go for a full, so they go for a pick-off instead, and now Auditizi's looking for another kill. Is it too hasty?
Might be. He missed out on that reset of the Vengeance, but it is a sacrifice that Rebellion will take. A turtle for the life of the Roamer, and even a turret down below for Cars. Vincent wants to go for more. Dashes in, looks for the taunt, just the retreat, and he'll be able to bait out Abyss Walker from D. Lycan pounce, though, into the turret. D pops in that Inspire, and now he has to recall. Hazel wants to stop him, though. D cancels the recall, now jumps in with the Abyss Walker again. Beloyski gets a stun down, but doesn't juggle the turret aggro properly, and Rebellion will be able to defend from this dive.
Wow, usually you see GeekFam are the team that is so good at moving back and forth in a team fight and baiting out all these spells, but Rebellion are the ones who are able to do that against GeekFam instead right there. Baiting out the Netherrealm first, and then afterwards coming back in and splitting apart the whole team so that the Florian also loses value, unable to really heal everyone left behind there. This is what we expect from Rebellion right now. So Geek, they gotta try and find a more decisive kind of formula right now. But if they do that, like we mentioned, there's still that hard guard combo that they can do with this Moskov.
Yeah, what do you think about this Moskov being picked up? Do you think it's a good pick against the Roger? We haven't seen it too often. I don't know if we have any benchmark of it, but just from your head, Arashi, how it works, is it a good pick?
Logically speaking, the Moskov kind of works because Roger wants to try and get at you, right, with the Lycan Pounce as their additional source of damage. But now that you can actually push him back and you can have your own dash to help out with that, we'll have to see. Chidera though. Whew.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Arashi said. I think because Chidera wants to get close, and technically he has an ability. Oh, Spear Destruction over to Beloyski to get that global presence down. Actually teleports towards Beloy, but Beloy pops in the ult, gets the HP, and now we are back to just playing around the neutral objectives. Turtle number 3 spawning in the bottom lane. Audi just trying to help D clear out the wave.
Okay, this time around it looks like Geek want to contest this neutral objective. You're going to try and zone out those two members here, Cars as well as Swalo. Vincent already in the vicinity. We'll see what goes down here.
Cars trying to zone him away. Hazel's looking for an opening, but Vincent is holding it down real well. I'm offended over to Cars. Pops into Vengeance with the help of the hard guard. Is basically invulnerable. You can't take him down. Now cutting away once again. Vincent looking for the angle right now. It's going to be Luke who steals it away. Arlet, the final slash, 3-man earlier, was canceled away. Only gets 1 now. Vincent in the midst of it all. Into the nether realm he goes. And he is able to dash out a solo kill up top. And it's a dive from Chidera. It's an all-out win for the Geeks in the 7th minute of the game.
Finally, a 1K gold lead here being brought in by GeekFam as they were able to get the benefit of all the doubt in these particular team fights.
Whoa.
What? Howdy? He went in, he gets taken off the board, and that's another advantage for Geek. A 2K gold lead, and they go for more.
Swalo down as well under the turret. Now it's just Cars. Spear of Destruction, now D joining the fight, going for some damage, but it's not enough to tear anyone down. Chidera, Lycan Pound still going for it. The Spear of Misery sends him away from the turret, and Rebellion are on the back foot.
That's the value of the Moskov, but he is behind. He has a lot of damage with the Inspire, and Vincent will be able to secure his orange still. But Geek, with that one play, they just equalize all across the board. We talked about how the mid-game power spike is so important for this composition, and they made full use of it. Now Rebellions are the one kind of confused on how they want to approach this. If they go for a fight the way they did earlier, and just commit 5v5, going for like a steal, like a 50-50, I don't think it's going to play out well for them.
We have a little bit of a fun fact here by GoPay. Faramis has become the most picked hero for a boy throughout his career in MPL ID with 30 picks and has a win rate of 53%. That's a big pick, but here we go.
Hazel trying to isolate Vincent, but Vincent will just use the retreat to get out to safety. Let's talk about the Moskov though. Oh, hold up. Okay. Looked a bit scary there for D.
Yes, what about the Moskov, Mirko?
What is he waiting for right now? Is he waiting for the power spike, the item power spike, 3 items? What do Rebellion have to do in this spot?
He's going for a bit of an on-hit build actually with the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff. So he's not going for a crit build that you would expect sometimes coming in from a marksman with an Inspire, right? For a bit more of a new kind of deal. But, you know, he can shred the tankier frontliners with that build. So I think that's what he's waiting on, and having a bit more utility with the slow that he can apply on multiple people. I think that's how he wants to play this out.
All right, and here we see both of these teams are circling once again on this neutral objective. Vincent is trying to give some vision for his team. It looks like Hazel is a level above. Vincent just caught up, so they are equal. But Geek, it looks like they want to punch the gas here.
Very risky play here. Oh, it's a 3-man into the final slash, but another realm is right there. D picks up a turret now, so throws in the Spear of Destruction. I don't know if he wants to take this one as Vincent goes in for the taunt, but he's going to be shredded down by Chidera, who now targets down Cars. Oh, it's a big bong from Vincent! But the retreat still goes over to Hazel. They bought enough time though in the bottom lane. The base turret has been taken so low. Luke able to recall in time to prevent the base turret from getting taken down, and Hazel looks for the engage once again on this way low, but Vincent now goes in for the 2-man taunt. D already rotated all the way. Now Beloyski gonna be Spear of Misery down to the turret, pinned, and now another bomb onto a boy who's still able to get the photo to survive, but D picks up a double. And even though the Lord goes to Geek, it's Rebellion who picks up the win.
Yeah, that's a 3-for-0 trade there. Really good decision making. Perhaps they noticed, they observed that they weren't able to go for it 5v5. It looks like D had a split-second moment of decision-making that he needed to do, and he opted to stay in the bottom side instead of teleporting with a Spear of Destruction. And with that, actually, the entire team fight went into scrambles. Geek had to rotate back towards their own base to figure and cover that out, and eventually Rebellion were able to win it out with more people on the board.
Rebellion losing in the 5v5 team fights, they just went for the macro play. It wasn't the Angela sent for a split push, it was D. And even though initially it didn't really work out in their favor, the fact that they can understand that, okay, we have D in position to threaten a base turret, so we can use that to really confuse GeekFam, make him choose between staying for a fight and wanting to go back and defend that base turret. So off that, they were able to get a good team fight, but we have to see if they can replicate the same kind of success.
The Spear of Destruction with a hard guard. Now he just goes in, spears them to death, and even Genero with the Flicker will still be coming. The final slash now over to the team. Hazel tries to help him, but it's a double kill for the Moskov. D going wild, the boy's gonna fall, and it's a triple for D.
This is huge, again and again, and this is it. This is Rebellion at their comfort. A lot of people have wanted to see Rebellion go back to their roots, go back to their identity, and pick off as their identity, and they're looking for more.
Yeah, Hazel gets melted down. No Netherrealm to save them. Luke is trying to run away. Now gets caught again and speared to death. It's another double. Technically, an unofficial savage for D on the Moskov as he picks up the turret in the mid lane, rotates over to the bottom lane, gets another base turret. The attack speed build, crazy damage. Gets another Spear of Destruction towards the back and teleport to Boy. It's a good stampede, but no, has to flicker back out, has the photo again with a healing. D goes straight for the base, and they don't care! They ended in 13 minutes with the Moskov!
The debut of a Moskov, and this is the results that they get. The risks that they take have come to fruition for the first game. What a performance, what a draft by Rebellion, taking us all by surprise. And Geek had to lose that one, had to be the brunt of all that uncertainty coming at them.
It was looking so good for them for just a while. But out of nowhere, Rebellion once again shows that when the things get confusing, when the situations are just on a split-second decision, this is just where they shine. And what a performance by D, man. We were surprised seeing him show up today, but he just showed us, you know, he just told us, like, guys, just wait. Wait till I show you what I got.
I mean, you mentioned earlier on, right? Like, D, Moskov.
It's week one, I've been saying D better.
Wow, I mean, we could tell by the way that he utilized the hero. He understands it. And I'm still shocked at Moskov being able to work here at MPL ID.
I mean, we've seen it before. It's not like it's the first time ever, but yeah, first time ever in Season 13, and man, what a time to pull it off, right? Against a composition that kind of wants to group up, you want to have that split push presence, and if you let him split push, say goodbye to your turrets, I think he might be the fastest when it comes to taking turrets down, right? I mean, maybe Natan, but with the help of the global presence too, it just adds onto the value that Moskov has in split push.
He does have a built-in attack speed buff with the Abyss Walker, so that is something that can really allow him to be that much more of a threat when you're doing a split push maneuver.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's so Rebellion. Yeah. It's so Rebellion, right? Pick off and teleportation.
Cheese as well.
Those are the two things.
Boy and chip ban. Hey,
Right?
there's another global ult. Technically, they have two.
Exactly.
They have the Moskov and the Angela. So both of them were actually bottom lane during the Lord fight, right?
Well done.
I think the Angela wasn't with the whole team, but he wasn't exactly side by side as well.
It was with the Moskov bottom during the Lord.
Well, you know, double the value. And even if they want to switch it up, the Angela can also hard guard towards the Moskov.
Exactly. So there's so many options that they could have utilized, and I find that brilliant. So the player of the game here has to go to D on the Moskov, the debut of Moskov at MPL ID Season 13, 7-1 KDA. There was a moment where he got killed in a 1v1 against Chidera, but in the grand scheme of things, when he was able to play the map, when he was able to utilize the macro, that's when Geek were really confused.
Yeah. And we have to remember that for the most part in the early game, Geek were sending a lot of attention towards his way, and the fact that he got out of that laning phase with a relatively low amount of deaths, I feel like that's some credit to how he was able to play out that lane, use the spells to really get out of danger. Here's the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner UBS Gold though, all the way in the early game, man. Even this play right here, the fact that he was able to just buy so much time allows his team to just come in and go for the close. And as a team, man, they were just so good at just maneuvering around. When they put their foot down and just try and go fist for fist with GeekFam, I don't think that it works out. But aside from that, I think they really have that maneuver advantage.
You kind of heard this from KB, right? A lot of teams have been sacrificing the Lord for more value across the map, and we saw that again here in this game. Rebellion chose to go for the bottom lane turret, and then they continued to the fight. They were able to utilize the sustain, build the Angela and the Fredrin, and technically also the CC.
They can just keep chasing, and technically they're a lot more independent, right? They have a team that doesn't really have to go for a huge 5-man combo right there. And even then, on the TZ, on the Arlet, you can't really understate his impact right here. Getting the pick up on Beloyski in that earlier fight, and landing these big final slashes here on the right member. And their coordination and the way they were able to follow up on any play being made, I think is highlighted as well in this game.
Unofficial Savage. You got a triple bottom, and then went to mid, got a double, and then went straight for the base. This is the power of the Siege Moskov late game. 10-7. Just 13-minute game.
That was a lot faster. I think it felt a lot faster for us. I thought it was a bit earlier than 13 minutes. With all the action coming in, not only from Rebellion, but also from GeekFam. It really feels that way. If you look at the item builds right here, I mean, Luke was going for something a bit more aggressive there. Instead of going for, a bit more of a semi-tank kind of look, he went for the Sea Halberd, trying to curb some of that regeneration, the healing that Moskov has from the Inspire, that Arlet has from the Vengeance, and of course from the Angela. A lot of the heroes on the side of Rebellion have that healing, so you can get the idea. But because of him going for that aggressive build, there's very little frontline presence from GeekFam there. Aside from Hazel, everyone else will be forced to back away, especially when D is in the picture, free hitting when he has 4 items, including the Malefic War.
It was really difficult because GeekFam went in knowing that they had a better team fight advantage, and Rebellion Esports understood their assignment. They understood the power of GeekFam, and they were able to negate it. I think the first few times they lost in the team fight, and then that's when the adaptations came in, and Rebellion equals to pick off. It's something that is within their blood, and it worked so well for them. The rich guy, gold per minute here, 800, has to go to D. And with his performance being that good on a Moskov, what do you think about Moai? Do you think that they should just stick with D until the end? Or is there still value that Moai can bring to the team?
Well, based on what we are seeing, based on the matches that we've seen, and based on his performance in MDL, me personally, from week 1, I've always really liked D more. He's more of a thinker in the gold lane, right? I mean, his mechanics are okay. I've heard from the coaches as well that Moai has been better, like in terms of mechanics, pure mechanics. But I think here in MPL, the 3 times he's played, he won twice and lost once, so maybe give him a bit more time. Because they have given Moai time, it's time to give D time. I think D has been doing pretty well. My choice is D.
And to be fair, we've only seen him on the Moskov right now, and it is a signature pick for now, after the return of MPL.
Yeah.
So if he can keep showing this kind of performance again and again, I feel like, it's almost a no-brainer, right?
Okay, so my decision is... I'll tell you after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You're watching MPL ID Season 13.
You can't do that, man. Like, they're waiting for
That's
your
a
answer.
point. It's like,
Oh, it's like a...
what is it called?
Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger.
That's pretty smart.
Santai bro, santai. Ada Vesely di sini.
Santai bro, bentar. Ada apa nih? Kok halo-halonya begini?
Jadi aku mau ngasih tau nih Bude, sekarang Battle Emote Geek itu udah comeback di shop. Jadi kalian bisa langsung beli secara permanen di shop.
Yang santai bro, santai bro.
Iya, yang santai bro, santai itu loh Bude.
Kasih tahu Vasily harganya berapa?
Murah banget Bude, cuma dengan 100-an diamond kalian bisa langsung dapetin Battle Emote Geek permanen. Jadi bukan trial lagi nih.
Permanen. Tapi kalau cara ngedapetinnya mungkin harus dikasih tahu lagi nih.
Gampang banget. Jadi pertama kalian login Mobile Legends dulu. Terus langsung aja ke shop, ke bagian emote, langsung beli Battle Emote Geek. Ingat ya yang Battle Emote Geek ya, jangan yang lain.
Ya santai bro, santai. Ini dibanding dengan yang lainnya ini lagi best seller loh. Bener gak sih Mas?
Bener banget Bude, karena itu stikernya cocok banget buat taunting orang gitu.
Santai bro, santai. Udah lagi gelut-gelut gitu kan, lagi war, santai bro, santai. Itu ngomong-ngomong kamu tau gak siapa pengisi suaranya?
Kayaknya sih dari suaranya Baloy deh Bude.
Wede, santai bro, santai. Apakah Baloy? Menurut kalian siapa sih pengisi suara santai bro, santai? Dan Vasily sendiri, kita udah ngeliat banyak banget yang pakai Battle Emote juga. Jadi ingetin sekali lagi suruh pada beli nih.
Buat kalian jangan lupa buat beli Battle Emote GeekFam supaya kalian pas lagi ngerank bisa taunting musuh. Santai bro, santai.
Santai bro, santai. Dan Vasily kasih semangat dong untuk tim GeekFam nih game kedua dan mungkin game ketiga.
Buat GeekFam semangat, kalian pasti bisa menangin game kedua dan reverse sweep lagi.
Yang penting santai bro, santai. Caster kalian gak boleh santai, let's go. Kita ke game kedua.
Surprise! We're back!
So who?
Oh.
The cliffhanger. You forgot the cliffhanger.
I wanted to jump scare them first.
When your favorite show says like, oh, we'll be back with the next season, and that gets cancelled.
Yeah,
That's
what happened.
So Dior Moi, man.
Dior
Come on.
Moi?
Dior Moi.
I won't choose.
Oh.
I'm a pacifist.
Unacceptable.
For everybody who waited for the answer during the break.
See, don't wait.
Sometimes it happens, man.
Sometimes
wait.
patience is great, right? You get rewarded. Sometimes you just, a turn happens.
No, this is a lesson that I wanted to teach them.
Oh, okay.
Expectation leads to disappointment. So don't expect. It's like
Wow.
when Arashi
That's pretty
expected
sad.
RQ to win and then they lost.
It's like when Gani expected Arsenal. Anyways, what we can expect to be good and not be disappointed is obviously the phones that we have right here. We got the Samsung Galaxy. What is it? A35 and A55. Did I get that right? What is this?
I'm showing the phones.
What
I thought I was about to do this, you know? Because
No,
you can
no.
get very good content stability with the A series.
You can. You can. And actually, Gani knows that better than everyone because he's actually using this phone.
Which one? The A55, A35?
I think so. I think it's the
A55?
A55. The A55. Why? Why? Because it has 20 gigabytes of RAM
20, okay.
with up to 256 gigabytes of memory. So
man.
that's like triple my memory. In gaming is also very lag-free thanks to its Super AMOLED 120Hz display, aka you will see everything frame by frame without losing anything. Why would you not use it?
Why? I mean, like, at this
Why?
point, okay, you want more? Fine. You can get a 1.8 million rupiah deal until April 17, 2024. You can also get 400,000 rupiah installments starting from now, okay? So, you still want more? Man, there are more deals. Okay, just go and visit the website, samsung.com/ID. Some people are greedy nowadays, but I guess you have to be greedy, like Chadera.
Yep.
Because
He's a gold digger,
yes,
right?
that's his
He's
title.
greedy.
And he digs Most Improved Player Awards 2 times in a row. Season 11. And then season 12, he's like, you know what? I'm going to improve even more.
And he's ready to serve. I mean, he's rocking the outfit, man. Cha is something we call, like, you know, the guy who usually sells food, right? That's why he's
Really?
rocking that whole,
Cha.
like, yeah, that's the image you're going with.
Mr. Dara. Technically. Cha is like Mr., right?
Yeah.
So
So it's not particularly for someone who sells food, right?
I think
that's the vision we were given by the producers.
It doesn't translate as
Oh.
well, but he's got the most improved player twice now, and it says he was ready to serve for season 13.
Oh, 'cause
that's
like
exactly.
serving food.
No, serving awards.
I'm so.
Imagine the food is an award. That's what he serves.
Imagine the food is an award.
Yeah.
Yes.
Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the previous game recap real quick here.
A boy put up against Cars right here. As we have mentioned earlier, a boy has been well known for the Faramis. He's always so good on it, even back when the Faramis was pick or ban along with the Valentina. Now bringing it back, showing again that in a proper 5v5, he has the Faramis presence that can really edge out a winning team fight against Rebellion. But it just wasn't allowed, especially with everyone being so good 1v1. Cars on the CC was just going in again and again, and they have to try and shut down at least one of these heroes that can be as independent.
I mean, it's just unfair, right? The matchup. It's a boy versus cars. What is a boy gonna do against a car?
Against a machine.
I'm sorry. Eterna has the most
done.
disappointed look in her face. But let's talk about D. He's got a girlfriend buff going on right now. The GF is in the building, and it seems like D is enjoying this moment, right? It's popping off on stage.
That's all. That's why he's getting all these like good decisions.
Okay. Let's
DD
get to the
destroyed
de-rafting
GeekFam.
phase. No?
Sure.
De-rafting phase?
Sure.
I try.
Do rafting phase.
De-rafting phase
Game
presented to you
2.
by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And okay, no Moskov band, still the Louis, Kaja, and the Chip respect coming through from Geek. Both teams have opted to stay on the same sides, and it looks like the bans are exactly the same too. Will Rebellion leave out the Minotaur, or will they ban it here and now like they did in game number 1?
I feel like there's no real reason to not ban it, right? Their strategy, their draft did work. They're still on the same side, so they can replicate the same thing. And I feel like they have the confidence to really execute, because we already highlighted it earlier in game 1. But they have, even though they went with one of the options to really get that victory, they have other possibilities available. But Geek seems to be sure that they can try and do something in the execution maybe. They're still mirroring the same drafting phase from game number 1.
Do they feel they just kind of failed the execution in game number 1? That's why they want to go for the same thing? Because I think Rebellion are very comfortable going with the Fredrin Angela again.
Exactly.
I think that's a Geek thing to do. Because Florin is literally still sitting at a 0% win rate for Beloyski.
True.
And yet they still pick it up.
But they picked it up in game 1. We have to remember, GeekFam, in all their wins so far this season, it's been reverse sweeps.
You're right.
It's weird, but you know.
Well, that makes this game scary for Rebellion, though.
It does.
Right? Now they're working against the pattern, against the curve. But they're still going with the same picks here. It's going to be Fredrin and Angela. Now I wonder if Geek has that Moskov pick just, you know, in the back of their minds, right? It was so beneficial in game 1.
To live.
Are they just going to go for the same exact?
They're banking on utilizing the gold lane later on.
Yeah.
Maybe perhaps looking for a better matchup this time around, right? Because earlier it was Roger and Faramis in game number 1, but now they went for Faramis and Florin. And now Rebellion. Last time they went for CC. Do they want to go for CC again?
I think so. Why not? They already have the Angela and the Fredrin combo. They were able to sustain so much. It's still the same comp for GeekFam, so yeah, why not? I mean, they could also pick up the Arlet first here up against a clumped up comp. You want to try to get that value. Maybe Geek can ban it out.
I see lots of
I think
prey.
the Arlet is a good pick, but no, they just snipe away the Roger. So now they've shown their hand in the gold lane, and you can argue that part of why it was so difficult for Geek to really get a snowball going on is that flexibility, that outplay potential in the gold lane. Now with the Roger, that's a lot more straightforward here. I do believe that Rebellion might make changes to the last 2 picks in their composition.
Hang on, do you think this was like a mental outplay between the coaches?
Maybe they wanted Roger, right?
Yeah, exactly why they picked up the Moskov. Do you think the Moskov can work in the composition of Geek right now? Because if it doesn't work, then that's a mental outplay by Chico.
Yeah, is Chidera comfortable on that pick is a bigger question, right? Because maybe it can work with this comp. But how will Chidera play it?
I mean, he is always known to be very flexible. You keep remembering that he did bring out a Valentina gold lane way back. So I don't think we'll be seeing that. But this is the thing, man. I feel like with Geek, it's almost a bit too straightforward for them to just go and trade the Roger for the Moskov, right? I feel like they have a different vision in play now. Banning away the Arlet. Now with the Nathan out as well, already a whole different pattern right here. It might not be as... I think both teams are going to try and secure a tool to allow them to be able to dictate where the fight happens. A disengage or an engage tool.
And that problem lies with Audi now, right? Because with the Arlet taken off the board, Kaja as well, what can Audi TZ utilize in the roaming position that can facilitate their pick-off-centric identity?
right now, technically, they don't need to go for pickoffs, right? I mean, they can with but the Arlet's been banned out. The Kaj has been banned out.
They banned away the Masha as well. I was about to say, with how Rebellion's playing, right? With the global presence, a Masha can be so annoying, but GeekFam banned that away as well. They really are trying to corral the Bulls to try and face them in a proper 5v5.
Do Rebellion just want to go for Grok here for Audi TZ?
They can go for CC first, right? The combo still there, possible for Rebellion to utilize with the Angela. But then maybe there might be a bit too many targets for the Angela to go in hard guard, and he doesn't know whether to go for Roger, whether to go for the CC. Another option would also be the Yutong that was left open. Yeah, take it away from GeekFam as well.
Was banned the Rebellion themselves earlier. They were worried that Luke will pick it up. So now for the side of Geek, I mean, now you're wondering about that EXP matchup. What will they put against the Yutong here? The CC, I guess, in a way, can work, but it can also be the Lapu Lapu, right? The Lapu is a signature pick for Luke, and in the situation, maybe it's enough to deter Rebellion from just moving in aggressively.
What does the lane look like with Lapu Lapu Nizong? Is it a good lane for him?
It's a skill matchup in the end with so much sustain built in, with so many skills reliant on hitting in the right moment, like with Yutong's first kill, right? It's gonna be a bit of an even situation until level 4, right? Once the ultimates are in play, I feel like Yutong has a bit of an edge.
And here we do see the, what is it, Claudera?
Claudera.
Claudera.
No longer 100% win rate though.
True.
Unfortunate for Claudera. I think, did he take a loss against Skylar, against RRQ with the Claude? I believe it was. That was the game that they lost with the Claude. But yeah, this is GeekFam with their signature picks. It's Claudera, it's Luke with the Lapu Lapu. Now Rebellion. Is the Angela gonna go roam or is it gonna go mid?
I feel like putting, again, with their style, with how they've been playing, putting it in the roam position puts them in such a disadvantageous position without an engaged pick-off tool. I think it's got to be a mid-lane Angela, and they might go for something with a bit more catch here. It's got to be an Edith that we haven't seen in a long, long time. But in this kind of composition, a full-out brawl composition, that Primal Wrath can swing tides in favor of Rebellion.
He hasn't necessarily picked up the Edith this season, but it is his style with the pickoffs, so it might just work. So comfort for Geek here, and we are talking about comfort for Rebellion. Which composition do you think wins out better?
Ooh, man. I feel like as of right now, it's gonna be Rebellion once again that can dictate how the fight happens, right? They can push GeekFam away with the Black Dragon form. They can go for the global play with the Angela. They have the Edith for counter-engage even, and the Fredrin can just follow up and play passively, which allows Vincent all the room available to go for these retributions. I feel like they have a bit of an edge here. The Geeks are the ones that have to try and force them into an uncomfortable position.
Rebellion Esports are on their way to the green zone. If they can make it 2-0, they crawl closer to gaining safety in week number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 between GeekFam and Rebellion Esports.
Looking at battle of comfort with the Edith. This is like, if you remember, in MDL, Audi TZ, when he was still part of Bigatron Beta, Edith was actually his signature.
It was a lot more meta back then as well, though, to be fair. But I think for GeekFam, they're really respecting that aggression coming in from Rebellion. 2 Purifies in the hands of a boy and Chidera here. I think Rebellion are the ones going in all in. Now Audi comes in. There might be a play here.
Shatter? Oh, this is the new collector skin, by the way. You see those blocks? Very nice skin.
Very fancy.
Super cool.
And looking at the emblems, right? Swalo and Auditizi with the Brace Might still. So they want to be able to just stand in there and brawl. And the Brace Might will allow them to do so. And looking at the rest of the emblems, Swalo and Auditizi going with the Wilderness Blessing. So they're trying to move around. They want to be mobile, but so is Beloyski and a boy. So it's almost like a mirror situation right here. I think the big difference is Vincent and Hazel. Hazel going for a bit more damage here with the Thrill to try and get for more clear. Vincent, knowing that he's going to be a bit more follow-up heavy, he's going for the Inspire for more spells available in a fight.
Good ambush. Auditizi flickers to the side. And now Cars jumps in with a Furious Dive just to gain a little bit more space for Audi to escape. 3 people down below for GeekFam to shove in this wave, and Cars will still be able to take that wave. And Vincent here just to provide a bit more defense. Ooh, take a look at this new asset that we have. Ooh, look at the wins. Wow, a boy, 0 wins, 4 losses on the Fairness this season.
I mean, but in the general scheme of things, he has a 50% win rate. So
I think it's just been so good that teams just know to respect it now. On the other hand, though, Dio on the Roger is a debut pick, and so is Cars on the Yu Zhong. So we have to see. That's the hard guard Black Dragon form combo. And you can see, early on, if GeekFam were respecting Rebellion in Game 1, Game 2, even more, man. That is a dangerous composition.
that's going to be a pretty neutral objective given towards Rebellion in the early stage of the game. And this is exactly according to plan to Geek, right? When they utilize the Florin, they don't want to go in for the early neutral objectives. They wait till the 3rd turtle. And I got to mention Suelo with the Brave Smite really assists him when he's clearing. Because earlier on in the first few seconds of the game when he was clearing, he was in a 2v1 situation, didn't get caught low. Every time he went in for skill number 1, he was able to heal back up, but
yeah, sway low.
Not like that.
The caster curse.
Not like that.
It happens, you know, you say it and then it happens. It happens a bit too often sometimes. But yes, it was a flicker burnt too by Sway Low. GeekFam really didn't need to use any more resources. 3-man Earth Shatter because of the Stampede. But it will not be utilized by Rebellion. They just want to give Vincent some space to farm.
That was kind of fancy. the unintentional combo there by Audi TZ. That could be very beneficial in a big fight. But in the Golden matchup that I think is a lot more important right here, it's almost the same situation here. D is aggressive. He's on the more dominant hero, but he's really unable to really find anything too crazy. And he's always stuck wondering if Hazel is just rolling around the corner. Literally.
Looks like he could be. What do they want to do now? D's looking for a pick perhaps. Vincent's already on standby. Are they looking for a pick here? Audi TZ.
Yeah, Earth Shatter in. He's managing the waves. My lord, that damage. From D over to Beloy. There's clearing a wave now. Vincent is hovering over in case GeekFam want to look for a possible counter gank. But yeah, no, GeekFam Chidera gets out.
Wow, Vincent spent a lot of time there just waiting out.
It's a lot of time.
But I guess he does have a healthy clear. Cars though. Oh, he's going to turn it around.
Yeah, I think this might just be a flyby. I don't think he wants to go for a full initiation. He's just here to beat out. Hey, he's got to be careful here, man. That's even though he has the healing, he has sustain. Hazel does the opposite. The healing reduction, Vincent on top. That's why he wants to go for a bit longer of a distraction, but he loses so much HP. Still clears out the wave though, so a net positive for Rebellion in that trade. Luke, ooh. Oh, Spider and the stun, the flank from Luke and the capitalization. Picks up the kill, the Petrify into the Furious Dive, and now Rebellion trying to capitalize on this choke point. They will just back away, giving the Roger up top D some time, some space to clear it out, to go for the trade. Vincent again with the help of Audi TZ jumps forward. Audi will lose his life for the turret too. GeekFam turn it around a bit. Gold still. Not really favoring each side too much. It's basically even.
D was able to get a turret in the top side as well. So that could explain the ping pong matchup coming in terms of the gold difference. How was the items looking?
Oh, the wind talk completed. I think D is a lot more of a menace. And for Chidera, he's on the Claude. It's only 5 to almost 6 minutes in the game right here. So only the Demon Hunter Sword. He's going to wait for, I think, 2 more items before he can really be confident in moving up forward, right? It's not just the damage, it's also the sustain and a bit of the utility for the Corrosion side that allows him to be a bit braver in how he wants to approach these fights. Because otherwise, I think it's a bit too dangerous considering the utility that Rebellion have at their disposal.
Okay. Possible pick off. Luke has already used the Bravest Fighter. Doesn't time the anti-CC properly, but he does time the flicker very well. D just walks out. Suelo holds onto the hard guard very patiently. And both teams are setting up for the final turtle of game number 2.
Look at the items there. Suelo already has the Flask of the Oasis. A boy, though, going straight for the Necklace of Durance. So it doesn't exactly get countered out but you can see that both mid laners are just very flexible in their itemization, and they're respecting each other's impact here. I think it comes down to the roamers, the frontliners, on how they can really dictate when the fight happens right here, especially for Geek.
And onward, not hitting. Earth Shatter does though! And Hazel gets knocked up just in time for Vincent to pick that red tree. Now Cars with Black Dragon form into the midst of it all. Then the Realm already used up, and now it's Luke isolated in the front. Onic teasing with the Primal Rat to get some damage, but the Ravens Fighter will turn it around. Luke versus the world in the back. As Cars does the same, but with the help of the Hard Guard, Luke is an absolute beast, wins out the 3v1. And GeekFam turn it all around on the Blue Bulls.
That's what happens when you give Luke a comfort hero. Yu Zhong, Lapu, Xborg, all these heroes can be utilized by Luke, and we saw the impact that it was able to do. A 3-for-1 trade for Geek, and they're looking for more. Neutral objective going to be secured in the mid side, going to give them a lot more room when it comes down to rotations, and rotations is what they do.
Ooh. D almost gets caught right there, but seems like Geek will back away just for now. Showing again that in a pure on 5v5, they do have what it takes. And the fact that Cars has less damage and more sustain, and Luke has more burst damage, that is what changed. That's the factor that really changes and decides how that fight went. Because they, Rebellion, they went for Beloyski, but he was able to survive with a sliver of HP. And that just costed them, man. The fact that he didn't get taken out, he was able to output some more healing, some more crowd control. Look at the damage dealt, bro.
Yep, number one, Luke, 21,331 damage dealt.
Oh.
Okay, it got overtaken by a boy, but I mean, EXP versus a boy on a Faramis, which is very notorious for its damage as well. It's something to behold, and it did give Geek a 2.8 gold lead just behind that play coming in from Luke.
Yeah, they're not competing, right? I mean, they're on the same team, so it's okay. They're chilling.
It's a group effort. Now Geek very clearly has a bit more of a control over the area. They're actually going for the top side jungle, trying to find maybe some kind of information, some kind of pickoff before the fight begins. Rebellion do have the advantage of having a Black Dragon form, but considering that Geek can sustain it, and they've shown that they can do it, I do wonder what Rebellion's plan is going to be, because I don't think it's going to be just a team fight into a Lord Steel attempt.
Rebellion also has the Angela. So if we're talking about global presence, sure, they don't have the Moskov this time around, but they do have the Angela, who should be able to buy them a little bit more time when it comes down to the far lane. And we see Suelo do exactly that.
Yeah, Rebellion actually, they're able to get the one restarted, but ooh, AudiTZ.
An all-in onto AudiTZ, who has the Primal Rat. That's a Black Dragon form as well. AudiTZ pops in the Primal Rat, locks them down in the Petrify, connects from Cars, but it doesn't go for the Furious Dive just yet. Tries to bait out another Realm as the Blazing Duet actually takes a lot of HP away from Rebellion. The dive back to D with a flicker back. Hazel trying to look for a re-engage. Luke gonna be tied up by Suelo, the mobility right there, but Vincent has lost a lot of HP. Cars, Furious Dive defensively. Rebellion still trying to look for an opening in this skirmish, but it's GeekFam with a win, 1-for-0 trade. AudiTZ respawning in 5, and GeekFam will capitalize, take the Lord for free.
These team fights are just not working out for Rebellion. They did it once before, they did it again here, and again, they end up on the back foot. Why?
In a pure team fight, especially against a Faramis, when everyone's corralled together, you saw that even Beloyski throwing out the C, the AoE stun from the Florent, normally it's not really that big of a problem, but considering where and how these fights are taking place, it's been very, very impactful in these fights. Vincent was completely shut down from going deeper in the fight and giving any kind of follow-up. And the fact that GeekFam initiated that fight, they forced Suelo to come back, and now it's not Rebellion dictating when GeekFam will engage. Rebellions are the ones just concerned when.
Wow, Blazing Duet, Suelo gets melted, Vincent gets melted! Rebellion can't stand the damage of GeekFam. In the 11th minute, it's 8-0.
That's insane, he was eliminated.
A 4K gold lead right now, and a lot more damage. I mean, Shadera has reached a lot of its power spike items here, already on 3 items, as required for him to really start snowballing, and look at that. Not a single member in the front line for Rebellion can last longer than several seconds. With the Lord coming in, it seems like they're not going for a 3-wave push. I think they have enough power to just go straight for these turrets one by one.
glowing wand addition to a boy's kit is genius as well. It really is just deterring the frontline presence of Rebellion as Zion and the Rebellion esports right now. And these turtles are gonna fall. That's a shutdown on Luke. Luke's gone.
Yeah. The very Luke play there, very aggressive in the front. Now it's gonna Rebellion with the all-in re-engage. Beloyski still in another realm. Chidera with a blazing duet goes on a D, still able to stay for a bit, but now 3 members are on him. Rebellion need to back away. Hazel Aboy and Chidera chasing them down. Cars is getting chunked down by the minions. They have to be careful in this spot. They are able to get to, and they defend for now.
Wow, what a turn of events right there. Rebellion showing that even though they're behind, they do have that synergy. Just immediately go for a full team play there, going for a dive. Unfortunately, D got taken out. He was so far ahead from everybody else. But that's some value back in the hands of Rebellion with the middle base tower taken out. Obviously, it's not the best of circumstances, but that also means that none of the side waves are going to be defaultly pushing. And if we look at the items right here, Endless Battle in the inventory for D. He's going for a bit more burst heavy of an approach. I think they're still looking for that kind of pick-off mindset. They're not trying to match GeekFam in a full-on 5 DPS output battle.
I mean, they recognize that every time they do, they always fall behind in these team fights. It's the sustainability coming from Aboy, Beloyski, the team fight presence from Luke on the Lapu Lapu. They can't go for it, so they're looking for a different approach. The question is, what is that approach? How are they going to approach these pickoffs? Because if Geek keep clumping up like this, Rebellion won't find the opportunity. You can see that Swaylo is already looking to play that bottom map, but here we go. Cars.
They go in. Vincent walks up and wins the retreat battle. Now Rebellion needs to back away, but Luke is in the midst of it all. Onic gets a 3-man knockup, but it's going to be a stun from Luke, and Chidera just guns them down. Meanwhile, it's still Audi running away, chased down, and now brought back by the Stampede. Hazel picks up a mega kill. The Enhanced Lord up top now for Rebellion. 2 members for the Lord.
That should be cleared. That should be cleared here right now for Geek. They get the Lord, but they're unable to capitalize over it, and it looks like a siege coming through from Geek. They want to turn things around.
One wave in the mid lane is all they need. Now Brave Spider, as that's a furious dive into the back, but Cars cannot stand the damage. Now it's D with Lycan Pounce, clears the wave really well. Now with Vincent respawning back in, they're looking to go for one more shot. It's a retreat onto the cannon minion. They're all very low. That's a hard guard as well. Plays down, but Vincent gets melted down by Chidera with a blazing duet. Now a stun down with the shield unity and everything thrown at him to take him out. No D, only Swaylo, Audi, and Vincent left to defend with another round popped as well. 3-man Earth Shatter. Now with Vincent getting a 3-man taunt, but what is it gonna do? A big bonk over the middle wave, now crashing down. The cannon minion is there, and Rebellion will fall in game 2. We're getting a 3rd game in this series, folks.
GG, well played for GeekFam. The Famunity all around rejoice as they have been able to successfully force Rebellion into a 3rd game of the series.
Whew, back and forth every single time, man. When you see teams, they want to go so aggressive, clash with each other. It's always such an exciting spectacle. And Geek, they seem to have found the counter right here. Rebellion let Luke get a power pick, and the man absolutely delivered.
Claudera, Luke Lapu, they found their comfort.
A boy Faramis, technically?
Well, yeah, usually. 0-4 though. Now it's 1-4.
Yay!
Is this the first Florin victory?
Yes.
Yes.
In the hands of Beloy?
In season 13,
he made it happen.
I mean, we did say anything can happen, right? So, there you go.
And we did also say that GeekFam, all of their wins so far in season 13 have been reverse sweeps. They're on their way to do that again for their 4th, 5th win here in MPL Indonesia season 13. Perhaps another reverse sweep.
And I'm wondering, with that victory and that loss from Rebellion, are Rebellion reliant on their cheese strats? Does it not work anymore when they can't do it, when it's not available to them?
You know, in my opinion, the cheese strats have some value there. I feel like it's not just the fact that they need some cheese. I feel like it's the issue it's always an issue whenever the team kind of makes adjustments. It seems like Rebellion can't really counter-adjust, especially in the middle of a series immediately, right? So I think that's the issue right now. We've seen now the adjustments from GeekFam, right? They have equal amounts of dive in the backline, good crowd control, ways to really engage and force Rebellion into these fights, and they got a proper scaling goal lane as well to take it to that late game. So now this is Rebellion's time to really prove to everyone, like, okay, you know, usually we have an issue when this is where we are, but we can try and find solutions here that can work.
I think the Roger was a bit premature for Rebellion. I mean, it didn't work out in Game 1 for GeekFam, and in Game 2, again, that might have been the master plan. Like you said, Eterna, maybe they're trying to outthink GeekFam, but maybe they outthought themselves. Maybe they overthought on what they were going to do, right? Because the Roger into the Faramis Florin, you're good at executing people, but they're never low with this combo.
And there you go. And which is why a boy MVP player of the game on the Faramis, no deaths, no kills, just a 14 assist number.
Yeah, no kills, no death, no problem for a boy. Let's take a look at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner Ube as Gold. And early on, it seems like Geek already just finds a tempo. On paper, they are not the team that wants to go for pickoffs and wants to go for those executes, quote unquote, but they do have enough damage, especially if Rebellion kind of goes into the fights on the back foot, like right here with one member already down. This is the play where Cars with the hard guard was trying to just zone everyone, but look at Luke! Oh my god! The fact that it's, you know, burst damage against a more sustainable damage coming in from the Yutong, I think it's what makes the backline trade-off just so much more difficult for Rebellion to execute.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is always kind of a recurring problem for GeekFam. Not this moment right here, but Luke. He wins you games, but sometimes he goes in a bit too aggressively and might throw you the game. I think that's the only reason why I didn't vote for Luke as the MVP, because, man, he was definitely shining, even in the teamfight losses.
Right, and then out of nowhere, we saw the shutdown. We're like, hey, hang on a minute, what happened there? So we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, it's a group effort. We said that GeekFam's composition is very synergy heavy. One person not really performing in the middle of a team fight can really just lose them the whole fight. But that momentum play, knowing that they have the death timer cycled, right? They won't be fighting a full-on 5 squad again and again. Just keep going for it, sustain everyone back up with the Florin, and make sure that they save the Netherrealm for those decisive moments. And this is a strat we've seen way back, man, when Faramis was just the main meta.
Yeah, and it's coming back in the hands of a boy. What he was able to do was insane. In terms of game duration, it was a little bit longer than before. Last time it was 13 minutes. Game duration now 15 almost. But what do you think about the game in general, as a whole? Do you think Rebellion made mistakes? Was it a draft diff?
I think it's a bit of a draft diff. Compared to Game 1, they just don't have the same kind of aggression in the early game, right? They have the Yutong, it's matched by the Lapu Lapu. They have the box, you know, they have the Fredrin, it's matched with the Boxia. So in Game 1, for instance, if you look at the matchup with the Roamer, just from one single matchup, it's an Arlott up against a Florin, right, in Game 1. So in Game 2, the fact that it's an Edith, it's no longer the same kind of damage output, the same kind of playmaking potential. I think that's what really made them slow down, and when they can't dictate the pace, then GeekFam just takes over.
What do you think about the lack of magic damage? I mean, Edith does technically do magic damage, but the way that Audi TZ uses the Edith, it doesn't feel like it's offensive in a way, in that kind of sense, which is why we see in terms of like the itemization, there's absolutely like no magic defense items, right?
For the most part,
was that
yes.
a problem?
I think it becomes a problem especially because Rebellion were falling behind, right? So the Angela, even though technically the Angela can output some damage by being inside the Roger or the Yuzong, well, they don't live long enough to really allow the Angela to have that kind of impact, right? And with the itemization, it's always a first item class of the Oasis, so it's a very utility-based Angela. So I think they thought that the Edith, like you said, Eterna, can really supply that magical damage, but certainly not enough, especially when the Edith is the one face checking to try and get some space for Vincent who, to his credit, was able to go for some steals in that game, but he can't win just off the back of steals, especially against a comp like this.
I don't know what they're saying. They
I
called
think
me
they're talking
out.
about MVP.
Oh yes, I agree.
Is that what they're saying?
Yes. I think he's saying Chadera, right? And I'm like, yes, Chadera.
I think he voted Chadera.
I voted Chadera
Let me check.
after that. But yeah, it was OG and me who voted Chadera. Shout outs to OG. He calls me out from the... I was like,
yeah.
I heard Mirko. I don't know if I heard that right, but apparently I did. And I see him just waving his hand. Mirko, Chadera. I was like, oh yeah.
You know, it's funny when we do it because they can't really hear, the audience doesn't hear us, right?
So
but
we're
his
just-
voice is in the whole arena, so everyone's like, Mirko, who, where? Looking towards us.
And they're like, wow, Miracle is so stuck up.
Stuck up?
Yeah, like, why isn't he answering OG?
Are you ignoring
yeah.
And like-
Ranger Amas?
But
I'm
like, we
trying,
can't hear
man.
them.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to visualize it, you know?
Get that vision.
It's all about the vision before you execute it. And I think for Rebellion, they kind of lacked that vision in Game 2. They had the vision in Game 1.
But no vision game 2.
No vision.
I have a fun fact.
Okay, what is that?
He's gonna keep it till after the break.
Oh my.
Why did you spoil it like that? What?
Even when you stand, it seems like you're sitting, Eternal.
Whoa! That was a violation.
No, 'cause I was
Where did
looking-
that come from?
Did you hear something?
I heard an interview going on.
Did you hear something? I don't know. It's like a child talking to me, but whatever.
Excuse
We're
me.
gonna head over to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after. Stay tuned. You're watching MPL ID Season 13 English broadcast. It's like I hear something. Like it's a kebaloy.
Kalau buat aku sendiri sih, pemain veteran ini lumayan banyak impact ya. Dari segi pengalaman tuh bisa ngebagi-bagi ilmu juga buat yang muda-muda, yang baru-baru. Karena kan pasti di turnamen ini setiap season akan ada terus aja pemain baru ya. Mungkin kayak Onic aja kemarin kan sempat naikin pemain MDL-nya untuk ke MPL kan ya. Dan itu kan pasti pemain veteran bisa bagi-bagi ilmu juga gitu.
Jadi memang pengalaman itu mahal sekali ya.
Benar.
Yang dimiliki oleh para veteran ini nih. Dan veteran kita ada satu dia tuh main di M1 sampai sekarang bermain dan ada Baloiski. Gimana ngelihat Baloiski tadi dan membawa Florin di 2 game Coach Mozia?
Ngelihatnya sih seru ya, apalagi kalau Florin itu kan sebenarnya hero yang susah-susah gampang ya. Dimana susahnya dia harus jaga posisi juga. Tapi dia bisa sambil shot call dan lain sebagainya. Itu tuh benar-benar kelihatan lah. Kalau nggak punya pengalaman mungkin dia nggak bisa jaga diri dengan baik gitu. Tapi ya dengan dia karena pemain veteran dia udah mengerti dari hero-nya, dari gameplaynya juga. Jadi lebih main Florin itu jadi bagus di 2 game gitu. Walaupun game pertama memang kayak masih belum panas lah gitu.
Masih belum panas, tapi ini jadi panas banget karena udah 1-1 dan ngelihat dari kedua tim ini dan mungkin kita ngelihat dari tim-tim yang beradu kayak hero-heronya kadang bisa unik banget, kadang bisa nyentrik, kadang ya itu lagi. Tapi gimana sih ngaruh hero itu terhadap satu kemenangan?
Kalau dari pemilihan hero ya draft, menurut aku lumayan sangat berimpact lah ya. Buat aku sekitar 60% bisa dibilang. Karena bisa dilihat tadi contohnya di game 1 sama game 2 ini sebenarnya mirip-mirip. Cuma di draft game kedua ini kan kita bisa lihat kalau GeekFam ini bawa healer, ada Florin dan juga bawa Faramis. Dimana kalau di tim Rebellion itu cuma bawa 1 healer doang tanpa ada hero yang bisa dibilang mecahin ultinya Faramis. Jadi itu benar-benar impactnya lumayan berasa lah gitu.
Dan pastinya menarik karena di 2 game tadi kita ngelihat tuh GeekFam mereka udah berapa match nih ya, mereka menangnya kalau kemarin-kemarin tuh reverse sweep. Kita nggak akan tahu ya, mereka selalu kalah di game yang pertama. Kenapa ya bisa itu terjadi ya? Ada what happened itu?
Kalau menurut aku pribadi itu biasanya mungkin belum panas ya. Kayak apalagi kan ini udah habis lama libur ya. Jadi mungkin di awal-awal masih belum panas gitu kan. Terus yang kedua ya mungkin belum nemu ritme mainnya lah. Walaupun kita udah sering scrim bareng, pasti adalah di mana di stage tuh ritmenya belum dapet aja in sync gitu.
Oke, ngomong-ngomong tentang libur, kan mantan coach juga ya. Jadi pasti tahu dong. Biasanya kalau libur kayak gitu, habis liburan tuh ya, apa yang mungkin, kita habis liburan kita harus bisa nunjukin nih, something kah, ada sesuatu yang kalian kejar setelah break gitu biasanya kalau di sebuah tim?
pastinya evaluasi dari sebelum break ya, kan pasti kan ada yang menang, ada yang kalah juga. Nah dari situ apa yang mistake itu pasti dikejar juga untuk diperbaiki. Dan juga yang terakhir biasanya improve gameplay lagi, karena kan libur pun meta tetap berubah kan gitu.
Yes, jadi terus berimprove ya. Dan tim-tim pun improve. Dan ada satu pertanyaan terakhir, apakah Coach Mozia akan balik ke atas panggung?
Semoga aja.
Semoga aja, oke. Dan thank you banget ilmunya, banyak banget insight-insight langsung nge-refresh otak kita yang ada di sini. Dan melihat kepanasan dari dua tim ini untuk mencari siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di match pembukaan minggu kelima. Kita akan sambut bersama-sama di match ini di game ketiga. So caster, let's go to Land of Down.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. I actually learned so much from that interview. Arashi, what was it about?
You know, I can't focus because I'm worried about this fun fact we were promised.
Okay, nice.
It's time to pay your dues, man.
Nice.
It's time to pay your dues. What is it? What is it?
The fun fact is...
I know what you're gonna say.
what am I gonna say?
Fun fact is, there's a new promo for GoPay.
Oh my god, how did you know that?
It's almost like I heard something too.
What?
It's like we're in sync, bro.
That's crazy. How did you know?
I mean, because I have GoPay, you have GoPay.
I have GoPay as well.
Everybody has
Exactly.
GoPay. We're in sync. We know of these things. And during the matches, you can actually get, what can they get?
They can get a 20k cashback for diamond top-ups directly in-game and the cheapest credit top-ups.
Top-ups.
And then what else can they get?
They can guess the winners of the matches for each match in MPL Indonesia Season 13 in the GoPay app and win total prizes of hundreds of millions and join various special activities.
To be honest, I think it's really difficult to like predict this season.
Oh, this season? Oh yeah, dude.
That's why you get like crazy rewards.
So, right. So don't forget to also vote for your champion in every match because voting opens half an hour before the match starts only in the GoPay app. If you answer the daily quizzes starting at 10 a.m. in the GoPay app, you guys can collect points and then you can win a million, gajillion, bazillion total prizes.
Quadrillion. Okay, how much is bazillion?
It's like more than billions. What's more? Is trillion bigger than a billion?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. More than trillions.
More than trillions?
Yeah.
What's above a trillion?
Is a gazillion more than a bazillion, or is a...
I think bazillion is smaller than a gazillion.
Yeah. We'll have to fact check that later. Maybe that is the real fun fact that she wanted to bring up earlier. But I have another fun fact.
Oh.
Well,
what's the fun
it,
fact?
I'm waiting for the question, man. Ooh, what's the fun fact?
I just said it. Well, what's the fun fact?
Well, if you guys bring your Samsung phone in the building here, you guys can sit in the Galaxy Zone. Hashtag Team Galaxy Zone. You can see right here the W human beings with their Samsungs. Because awesome. It's not limited to just them. It's for everyone.
Fun fact, Sheffen's actually not casting here.
Wait, you're not Sheffen?
No. Surprising, right?
Imposter.
Sheffen is actually not casting today here because he's actually
CITV.
sitting. Yes, he's sitting in the front with his Samsung with the ladies.
Of course.
Always the Galaxy Zone.
Yes.
Number one ladies man among all the casters, Shevin.
CITV.
Shout out, bro. Let's go back to the previous game recap though. Chidera, as you mentioned, Mirko, he was performing really, really well, showing again why Cloudera is a thing. He was just so good at mitigating the dangers, but also outputting the damage again and again. In game number 1, a big factor on why GeekFam were struggling is that they were lacking the damage to really threaten Rebellion in that back and forth. But in game number 2, you overstep by just a little bit and you get taken out completely. I think that is something the Rebellion have to address, and they have to really consider how they want these fights to play out. Do they want to have Pryo in the roaming position for Audi to get some pickoffs? Or do they really want to put Cars in a position to really win out in Impact against Luke, right? Because I think some bans and some picks need to be shifted around here.
What did you think about Cars Yuzong? It was a debut pick for him this season.
I think Cars is a lot more well known for playing something that's a bit more mobile, like a Paquito, like a Benadetta, that usually comes to mind. A Yutong has some mobility, but in essence, it's a very all-in kind of hero, coming in with a Petrify, with a Furious Dive, full-in combo, and trying to regen your way out. I feel like it's not quite his identity. He's been able to perform on something like that before, but I feel like it's just not his main thing. Exactly. Maybe there are better fits here that Coach Chico can try and find in Game 3.
Okay, we'll see. As we're heading into the de-rafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy. The exact same bands come through, albeit in different orders, but one thing has changed. The Faramis has finally been taken off the board. A boy can no longer utilize his comfortable hero. And I'm wondering, with the Minotaur being opened up, will Geek instantly go for it?
I think so. There's no real reason to let it go towards Rebellion, right? Because if Rebellion get their hands on it too, Audi is very, very comfortable on the Minotaur as well. We've seen Rebellion get wins just with that Minotaur pick straight up, but for GeekFam, it actually has more value to them. They have a 100% win rate, 6 total games for Beloy on the Minotaur. If it's not the Minotaur, it'll probably be the Minotaur. That's how likely it is to be first picked by GeekFam.
Fun facts.
I think that's something that Rebellion for sure have in mind, right? They leave the Minotaur open, they must be expecting it to be picked up. So what is the counter right here? And I wonder if they're going to put any emphasis on the mid lane now. They've been showing a bit of a flex here, picking up the Angela and putting it in the hands of potentially Audi and Sway Low. But I feel like with how the games have been going, it's almost a given. It's going to be given to Sway Low because they want Audi TZ to be a bit more aggressive right here. And this game is no different. I think that is something that Geek will be expecting, unless Rebellion now will pull the switcheroo and put it in the hands of Audi unexpectedly.
That's a good point, but Audi TZ on a non-pickoff hero feels kind of weird to me.
Exactly, it's almost like a self-inflicted nerf in the situation. But with the Blaxian, that's going to be already a big change. Vincent not going for the Fredrin, less crowd control in favor of healing reduction, technically. So now GeekFam pick it up, and they do get the X-Borg. It's also a very high impact hero, and that means Cars is going to struggle a lot in that laning phase.
And the last time Luke played the X-Borg, he dismantled his opponent. I honestly forgot. I don't have the memory like you do, Mirko. Maybe you remember?
Yeah, I remember the X-Borg.
Like, okay. I got you.
I remember the X-Borg. I remember the X-Borg.
Okay, that's the most important part.
Yeah, you remember the X-Borg too, right?
Yeah.
It's the same
just the
X-Borg.
X-Borg.
So, okay, still Yuzong. The thing is, this is the big concern for Rebellion, right? The X-Borg has been banned 2 games in a row by Rebellion in the second half. So, for GeekFam to pick it up in the first phase here, having a Minotaur and the Fredrin really denies the pick over, and it's going to be a great pick up against a composition that relies on that sustainability.
And I guess the pickoff, right? Having the Fioraka armor as a second chance will be so beneficial. But now Rebellion has a chance to really push GeekFam away now that there is no Nether Realm to really counter the potential Black Dragon form hard guard combo. So I think Geek will try and find some kind of solution here. Maybe more damage to really try and shred down the Black Dragon before everyone is just forced to retreat.
I was about to say, Roger for Geek right now would be so gross. But Rebellion instantly take it away, take it off the board, ban it out. Yes, I had to use the hand gestures.
Emphasis.
Emphasis, exactly.
You guys can't see it.
Arlet gets taken off the board by Geek. Rebellion, do they want to go for an Atan ban here? Or are they going to leave it open? I mean, I guess it's weak against the Yuzong, but there's so much cover from Geek that they can actually potentially go for a counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, for Rebellion now,
Come on, Dexter.
I'm still a fan of okay, they the Claude, which is an interesting one. I don't know if this is just pure respect or this is a pick that will be good for them because they want to get a better matchup in the gold lane. That's the Moscow ban, though. That was what I was trying to hint at. I feel like for Rebellion, if they really wanted to, they could still pick up the Moscow. Not anymore, though. GeekFam have kind of read that. We'll see if Rebellion have another cheese pick in their arsenal. Nope, it's just a Novaria 4. still flex, actually. We don't know. Yeah.
It should be for Suelo, no?
Should be, but we have seen the
Aldi.
Novaria roam from Rebellion too.
Now, usually you see the Novaria matched with a Vexana, which is still open. And with this composition, I feel like the Vexana isn't bad for Geek at all. It allows you to really deny the Yu Zhong from just going in out of control without being knocked up, without being terrified. So Geek can go for that.
Valentina too?
Exactly, I was going to say Valentina also is an option.
Honestly, for a boy, I would definitely say Valentina.
Time to take the
Just
wheel.
because of that flexibility that he can also take the hard guard as well. But they're gonna start with the gold lane first. Bruno.
Oh
What?
my god.
Okay, Odette gets picked up for the first time for a boy.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a great pick against a dive comp. We completely forgot about the presence of an Odette, especially up against a dive comp like this, especially with a Minotaur. So much CC to combo together to Swan Song with.
But against the Novaria, Odette?
I think it can still work here, because for the most part, Rebellion wants to dive.
Can work, although I guess Chidera will be left to his own devices. If everyone's diving in together, the Bruno is going to be the one vulnerable member that Cars can target. I feel like GeekFam for sure has a plan around that, and maybe they're just banking on being able to really nuke down the dragon before anything can happen. Now for Rebellion though, the last pick here to really expose their whole vision for the final game, it's going to be an Ixia. Going for a lot of range here against a lot of AoE damage.
They've gotta do something against that. They can't pick up the carry, they can't pick up short range, because the Odette and the Minotaur, even the X-Borg, will eat that gold lane up. Ixchia's the best choice, honestly. Like, it looks weird, because obviously it's not something that you would expect to be comboed with a dive comp, but against an Odette, against an X-Borg, against all these members, even the Bruno in lane, Ixchia's not bad.
Oof. Gonna be a weird situation here for both teams. There's gonna be two moving parts here. The main diving front line and the back line that really wants to try and maneuver around. For Rebellion, I feel like the back line has a bit more leeway due to the range. Whereas for Geek, I think Chidera has a lot of issues later on in the big team fight. But before that, maybe they can try and get him a lead in the laning phase using the threat, using the Minotaur presence.
I mean, it's do or die. You can see both of these teams making
5
risks,
seconds till the
especially for
enemy
Rebellion, as we're entering the final chapter of this best-of-3 series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between
Welcome
GeekFam
to
and
Mobile
Rebellion
Legends.
Esports.
All of GeekFam victories have been through reverse sweeps in Season 13. For Rebellion, it's D or die.
D or die. I like that. And with the final game at hand, actually, they have answered the question of, are they going to try and play some mind games and finally put that Angela in the hands of Audi? So it's going to be a Auditizi Angela with the focusing mark, going still for that aggressive playstyle. And you have to see, what can Suelo do right here? Because a boy is a great Novaria player. He knows for sure how to really mitigate the impact that the Novaria can have in the early game as well. Especially for the early to mid game, I feel like there's a chance that Rebellion can try and pressure Geek before it gets to those bigger team fights.
We'll see. If we're taking a look at this right now, Auditi's already roaming in towards the bottom side, looking to give Kars more of a fighting chance in this particular lane. He's going to be able to clear, but not able to get anything more just yet.
D is going with a tenacity on top of the Swift here. So he respects the dive potential, the damage output. Chidera is going for that 1v1 domination with the Master Assassin right here. Trying to get the best out of the laning phase before that teamfight situation really puts him behind. So we'll have to see, especially with the first turtle. I feel like now GeekFam has a lot more ways to really play it out, unless Rebellion set up some kind of trap, some kind of ambush before the setup even begins.
Now it looks like both these teams are rotating on the next neutral objective. Hazel already opening it up. There's not much follow-up. Are they just going to go for a 1v1 in the jungle here?
Ooh. And Hazel picks it up on the Fredrin. That 50-50. Obviously going to be favoring the Fredrin. And he picks it up just like that. Rebellion now backing away. The Turtle, even though it went to GeekFam, Still very, very even in the goal department.
It's a great play by GeekFam there to really not rush it. Right, they're really willing to just stand there. They left a boy and Luke just sitting near the EXP lane to completely deny Rebellion any kind of maneuver, any kind of information to even begin some kind of setup for the contest. That can be something they can keep doing all the way to the mid game. And Vincent just barreling through though.
The shield unity below him. Able to just jump away. Gets chunked as well by Suelo on that Novaria. But no real kill threat as of yet.
Yeah, it's still too early in the game. Novaria needs a little bit more items in order to deal that damage, and so far only boots.
Well, the boots itself will give penetration. Novaria has a lot of base damage, but look at that. Whoa.
Good prediction over to the back. Predicting the flicker from Onic, but now it's a full dive even to the back right there with a Swan Song. And also the last Insanity. Hazel will fall. It's a 2 for 2 though. The gold lane traded in for the roam and the jungle. I think that's pretty worth it for GeekFam. They're trying to shut the Ixia down.
It's a big play out of nowhere, a huge dive. With the expert, by the way, so Cars will be left alone for now. But you're seeing again that how it's going to be so difficult for the backline to really have any kind of impact. Later on, you have to remember that Rebellion has some poke damage in the hands of Suelo, and Geek, they're going to have to rely on some flashy play like that to really engage a fight.
No Swan Song to help a boy. ODTZ picks the kill up. A good decision to go for that by Vincent. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Hazel trying to look for a possible trade back, but for Rebellion, they're just munching on that turret gold in the mid lane.
It looks like they're trying to supplement the lack of crowd control that Audi TZ has because he's being placed on the Angela with Vincent. And that's the trio combo that we're going to see looking for the pickoffs across the board. But let's see here.
Oh, Vincent with a retry win and into the full barrage. Baloyski pops Minion's Fury, but in the end will still fall to the Astral Meteor, which just placed down Hazel as well. Shot down by Suelo, a boy with a Swan Song, but now it's a full re-engage from Cars, who just tears a boy into pieces. Audi running away. That's another re-engage and another shot from Suelo.
Suelo on the Novaria. That's a triple kill. Give it to him right here, right now. What in the world was that performance?
Those are 3 kills, one after the other, man. It's boom, headshot, again and again. Suelo picking up 3 kills right there. GeekFam showing again that they are all in now, and Rebellion are the exact opposite. They have no requirement to really just go all in at a signal of attack from GeekFam. They can just wait it out, and they have so many more ways to force some of these ultimates out of GeekFam.
2 games in a row, he was given a support hero. He was given Angela. Not much of a kill threat, not much of kill presence, but now on the Novaria, it's a different story. We were talking about underdogs, we were talking about underrated, and Suelo here showing exactly what that word means to a boy of all people. A 5k gold lead now for the Blue Bulls.
You have to really love how Vincent was able to really use the damage coming in from the Astrosphere. We were talking earlier about how Novaria goes for some penetration because the base damage is so high off the base kit with the distance, with the Astro Recall Astrosphere, multiplying damage based on distance. I think it's just so good that they were able to go for a steal using that, because usually it seems kind of almost accidental, right? The Novaria goes for a steal or like a pickoff and then coincidentally gets it. But there, it seems like Vincent really planned it out.
It really does. Now Vincent, he is at level 9. Hazel is at level 8, so he's a level below at the moment. He should be able to catch up. Oh wait, no, Vincent's level 10. This is a problem.
2 levels ahead with Minion's Fury. Oh, it's D with a full barrage who takes it away. Good distraction in the back by Cars. Baloyski caught in a bad spot. Now Hazel tries to dash across from the wall, but gets caught by the big dragon in his way. Rebellion now feeling it. 5.7k gold lead. Vincent's just recalling in between the 2 turrets. Now the shield unity to zone a boy as well. A boy not able to get into the vicinity of those minion waves. Luke is doing a good job of giving him space, but D is just such a menace. Oh, mobility. This might actually be a Swan Song flicker from D.
Wow. D just walking up again and again right there, almost greeting for the turret. But Cars is doing the exact same thing in the bottom side. It's a difference in damage output, man. Geek, they can't really go and decide. Again, Beloyski can't really engage unless he goes for a flicker. And they can't really match the damage output just yet. They need more items in the hands of a boy, in the hands of Luke as well, to really be able to push the whole squad of Rebellion away with a big Last Insanity or Swan Song. Looking at some of the items here, Genius 1 completed for a boy, not nearly enough. And Suelo, already with the Enchanted Talisman, will be spamming a lot more spells, and the Glowing One means that the X-Bor, the Fredrin, the Minotaur, they're going to be taking a lot more damage over time from the Glowing One.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem in these team fights, and it's starting to show. Wait, Luke actually uses the Last Insanity defensively here just to get out of that tough spot. This is a 7k gold lead built by Rebellion. In game number 1 and game number 2, they wanted to stick with the pick-off, but now it seems like in game number 3, they're like, you know what, GeekFam, you want to go for team fights? Let's go for team fights. Let's show you that we can also do it. And this is the results that we're given. Is there a turning point in this game where Geek find their power spike, perhaps?
If they can equalize the gold disparity, then of course they have a big combo. But the question is, can they force Rebellion to just group as 5? Look at the positioning right here. Suelo alone, D all the way in the back. And if anyone overextends, like Beloyski right there, maybe to half HP, before you know it, Astral Sphere, full barrage will take you out. So you can see that Geek, even though there isn't anyone really zoning, threatening with crowd control, they are forced to play so far back, fearing for the damage potential as Cars pops the Black Dragon form already.
Yeah, knows that the Lord is going to be very low, and Rebellion try to just go for it right now with a 2-level lead on Vincent 2. It's free for RBL. First Lord of the game here for RBL, 9-2, 7.6k gold lead. I think the poke is just too much for GeekFam to handle right now.
It's just a lot of damage, and you have to remember, no Netherrealm, the MVP for game 2. The person that allows, the hero that really allows Geek to really be so decisive in those fights is the Faramis. So without the Faramis, they went for the Minotaur. They can go for the crowd control, the AoE healing, but it's not really enough, and it's not spammable enough to match this harassment, this damage coming in from the side of Rebellion. And look at the positioning. Again, fearing for damage, fearing for long distance pickoff, GeekFam are forced to play so far back that Rebellion can walk up and slowly but surely just take down these turrets without contest.
And the fact that they're never just grouping as one, I think is so brilliant by Rebellion. It's really denying that kill pressure that Geek was supposed to have. And to make it all worse, now Rebellion, Suelo already has Divine Glaive. So on top of that damage from Ixia, you have to be careful of Suelo.
Chidera has to walk all the way back to get HP. They do clear out the Lord. RBL will just deal with the tier 2s. They've already dealt with a few of the base turret passives as well.
Like we predicted, man, you have to really feel for Chidera in this game. No one is really on bodyguard duty because X-Bro can't do it. The only person that can really do it maybe is a Fredrin, who needs to be near the neutral objective. And Beloyski is stuck trying to find a pickoff, find an engage, and find information. So no one's really protecting him, and he's always at risk for an Astral Sphere, from a Black Dragon form. And you can see from how he's positioning, he isn't really at liberty to walk up and do damage.
Exactly. So, you know, we've been hyping this man up, right? The triple B, big boy, big brain Beloyski. Either way, he's now put into a corner. He's now being put to the ultimate test. Okay, we had a game plan earlier on with this composition. It's not working out now. We're receiving too much damage from the poke coming in from Rebellion. Now what? What do we do? What is the adjustment that we need to make? And mostly, we're known to think that Beloyski is the one to make these calls.
Yeah, 6-game win rate, 100%. That's at risk of being taken out here. The 100% win rate for Beloy on the Minotaur, Rashi.
Might be shattered right here. There's not a single scenario where Rebellion will be even allowing any kind of combo. If you look at the items, already a Flash of the Oasis built for all the TZ. So for once, the lack of aggression from the roaming position doesn't even matter. They can just keep dishing out some damage and keep sustaining back up. And now, GeekFam, you don't even have like a Florian to really heal up. They're relying only on the Minotaur, and with the Lord up, with the map so in control of Rebellion, no turrets for GeekFam to retreat to safety to. This might once again be a forced free Lord for Rebellion.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, Hazel's still behind the 3 levels of Vincent. They're not really in a position to go for the contest. Now Rebellion know exactly where they are.
That's it. Just like that.
Free.
Clean execution, man. Black Dragon form pushes everyone back. Now there's no Lapu Lapu to try and do the same. The X-Borg is too far back to really threaten the rest. No one's grouping up for the last Insanity anyways. No one can really hold the front line. So just like that, the Black Dragon form that was so lackluster in the previous game now looks to be such a good playmaking tool to zone everyone away.
And now the question is, right, like, what are GeekFam waiting for? Even if they wait, let's say 20 minutes, they're able to prolong the game. Do they have what it takes to actually outscale RBL?
Outscale? I think they will have damage for sure. I think the only real possibility right here is for them to wait for Rebellion to overextend and get a huge combo when they are trying to defend the base, right? Because Rebellion will be grouping up when they're trying to crack the base open. That's the only potential. Look at Beloyski. What is he doing?
BBB. This might be the play to look for a D. Flickers out the safety. The minions. Fury doesn't connect. He doesn't go for the flicker as well. That was the one chance for them to maybe turn this game around. They'll be able to get more chances if they defend this one. But it doesn't look like they want to give it that full barrage! Over to a boy! Melts him down. Hazel also falls to the same full barrage. 2 members down. Chidera trying to defend for the team. Cars just walks up the passive ticket on him. Chidera still surviving for now. Deep gets the hard guard. Berloy trying to delay the mini waves from crashing into the base as Chidera tries to clear it away, but Chidera burns down. Take it again. Flickers to the base. Gets a little bit more of that sustain. He goes to the wave clear once again, but Chidera once again in the back will not be able to defend this game because RBL will just end it, targeting the base down and stopping the 100% win rate for the Minotaur, stopping a reverse sweep from GeekFam.
Talk about shattering momentum. I mean, Geek was coming off a win against RRQ, and now they have to swallow a loss, albeit 2-1, but a loss is still a loss. And you can't even say that Geek is quote-unquote safe on the standings either. So Rebellion, they're slowly creeping their way back to safety.
They just look in such good form right here. More flexible, more dynamic, great problem-solving skills in between games in a single series. That is what you expect from an MPL level team, and boy, Rebellion are looking so good right now. With these stepping up, performing better than ever, that was a great message to send to all the other teams after the long 2-week break.
And remember, right, the history between both of these teams, ever since Beloyski entered the lineup for Geek, they've mostly lost all those matches. A 5-1. 5 wins for Geek, 1 win for Rebellion. And now they are able to break their 3-lose streak against Geek. It must feel good to break that. It must feel good to break the barrier and to achieve more heights. Let's just wish and hope for consistency from Rebellion, and hopefully they can do whatever they did again in the future.
I mean, this team is so inconsistent, it makes them kind of good. You know what I mean? Like, it makes it so that a lot of teams, they look at them and they underestimate them, and then when you do, they rise up to the level of their competition. They won against RRQ, they won against Onic, and now they did it against Geek. They're doing it up against the top dogs, but for some reason, they can't keep it consistent. This was a great performance for Rebellion, and I guess we'll only have questions for them.
So we'll take to the interview. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Tim Rebellion Esports, dan saatnya kita ini memberikan di interview nih. Interview kepada Di. Halo Di.
Halo.
Ini semuanya akan dipakai nih untuk di banyak banget ya. Tapi Di, ini berapa kali mainmu ya?
3 match.
Match ketigamu?
RRQ, Aura, sama
sekarang ini kamu disiapin untuk dilawan GeekFam?
Enggak, kita bagi-bagi per weeknya sih.
Bagi-bagi. Tapi untuk hasil kali ini, gimana kamu ngelihat tim Rebellion di minggu kelima nih, Di?
Solid.
Wih, solid. Solid sekali ya. Namun Di, ini kan 2 minggu akhirnya bermain kembali. Apa yang Rebellion lakuin nih pas 2 minggu? Mungkin khususnya kamu, Di?
Ngaji sih kita.
Oh, oke. Lalu?
Ngaji, salawatan, kan lebaran kan, taraweh. Ya.
Terawih, segala macam sudah dilakukan. Tapi kalian tuh bisa dibilang 5 pertemuan, 7 pertemuan kalian tuh baru memenangkan 1. Ngelawan GeekFam 2 minggu ini dihabisin buat ngebahas GeekFam kah?
Enggak terlalu sih, cuman kita fokus ke tim kita buat semuanya. Dan ke GeekFam itu kita fokusnya di minggu pas kita mau latihan aja, minggu terakhir.
Minggu terakhir, kalau kamu fokusnya sama siapa tadi kalau di GeekFam?
Cadera dong, soalnya dia kan landing phase.
Cadera, gimana match up-nya tuh tadi?
War sih dia kena solo kill gua.
Waduh, bakal
Solo kill gua.
Gimana responmu?
Kaget sih, soalnya sakit banget Roger kan. Cuman gak apa-apa lah, gamenya juga menang.
Gamenya juga menang. Dan kita juga mungkin akan bertanya langsung kepada Audi. Dimana Audi sih, kamu melawan sang veteran Baloy di match kali ini. Gimana sih kamu melihatnya?
Seneng banget sih, soalnya semua tank di MPL Indo udah dikalahin semua sih. Jadi lebih seneng juga sih bisa nambah 1 lagi, yaitu Baloy.
Wow, checklist berarti ya? Kamu ngechecklist tank-tank di
Ngechecklist
MPL?
semuanya sih, betul.
Ini udah semua?
Siapa yang belum nggak tahu?
Oh nanti ya coba kalian coba cari ya. Yang belum dikalahin sama Audi siapa nih? Udah checklist dan akhirnya bisa. Bagaimana kamu caramu untuk ngechecklist Baloy itu gimana sih?
Gimana ya tadi? Kasih Mino kali ya. Soalnya Mino dia kan sebelumnya menang mulu. Nah tadi kalah dia.
Oke, ini tentu saja menarik ya. Baloy sang veteran. Kali ini kamu ngelawan Baloy. Nextnya masih ada veteran lagi yang mungkin bisa saja diturunkan untuk melawan tim Alter Ego. Ada RKT, sebenarnya beda nggak sih ngelawan veteran atau pemain baru seperti mungkin yang masih baru-baru muncul darah muda gitu?
Mana?
Kalau ngelawan yang bisa dibilang veteran sama yang tidak, ada bedanya nggak sih Audi?
Nggak ada bedanya sih, sama-sama aja.
Sama-sama aja?
Iya.
Kalau untuk esok nih, nextnya kan bakal ngelawan Rek kan. Histori cukup panjang bersama dengan Rek. Kamu ngarepin gak sih bakal ngelawan Rek untuk nextnya?
Enggak sih, kami udah siapin semuanya, itu kasih Angela sih.
Mau dikasih?
Mau dikasih sih.
Serius?
Iya.
Gak bohong?
Nggak bohong.
Kalau tadi kan kalian terus yang pakai. Kalau tadi kalian pakai terus nih. Untuk ketika lawan Alter Ego mau dilepas?
Mau lepas sih.
Jadi ingin melihat full potensial dari RKT kalau bermain?
Iya sih.
Oh, ini menarik dari Audi. Dan dari veteran atau tidak, Audi juga kayaknya nggak gentar ya Audi ya. Apa yang paling kamu bikin gentar Audi nih kalau di season ini?
Nggak ada sih, paling tim saya sih. Mungkin ya nggak tim lawan, tim saya tapi.
Tim sendiri ya, memang ya.
Itu ya.
Ini suka menarik dan serem nggak ini? Swallow tadi kamu Loyimu di ban. Respect ban terhadapmu itu bukan jawaban ya?
Kayaknya bukan kunci jawaban sih.
Lalu?
Main aja.
Main aja?
Iya.
Ngelawan tim GeekFam minggu ini menjadi pembukaan. Apakah ini sesuai dengan improvement dari timmu dan tim lawan seperti yang kamu prediksikan kah?
Kalau dari aku pribadi nggak ada pernah berekspektasi apapun sih tentang match mau menang mau kalah. Yang penting do the best aja, lakuin yang terbaik.
Do the best aja, lakuin yang terbaik tanpa Loyi, no problem. Namun ngomong tentang Loyi lagi tenar banget nih kayaknya. Di region lain pun dipakai loh Swelo. Gimana kamu ngelihat Loyi yang makin populer?
Seneng sih, soalnya itu benar-benar hero yang grab fast abis gitu loh, nge-grab. Jadi kan ya kemana-mana asik gitu.
Oh diversion bisa, rotation, dispersion buat ultinya.
Yes.
Jadi kamu seneng semuanya pada pakai.
Iya, apalagi yin dan yang-nya itu jedak-jeduk gitu loh. Jadi kan slow mo gitu loh.
Jedak-jeduk. Berarti kamu dong yang mempopulerkan Loyi dong?
Enggak sih, sebelumnya ada dari MDL, Rainbow. Itu yang rekomen gitu, coba dong gitu.
Coba dong.
Iya, asik nih gitu.
Lalu kamu lakuin?
Iya, kita mah sok weh gitu.
Sok weh. Dan ternyata terbukti sangat baik dan ya bisa dibilang dia juga ya pionir untuk menaikkan nama Loyi kembali. Tapi kalau nggak dapat Loyi untuk next-nextnya?
Masih ada Yves kok.
Masih ada Yves?
Iya, CBY itu.
CBY.
Iya.
Kita kangen sih sama CBY ini ya.
Ditunggu aja.
Ditunggu aja. Tapi yang dinantikan pastinya tentu pertempuran kalian untuk next-nya. Dengan posisi kalian yang sekarang bisa dibilang bontot banget. Respon kalian gimana nih? 2 minggu ini ada yang galau kah? Ada yang sampai bagaimana kah? Mungkin Vincent atau Kars? Panik gak sih posisi kalian tuh bontot banget?
Enggak, biasa aja.
Nggak biasa aja?
Santai aja.
Santai aja. Dan apa yang kalian mungkin akan lakukan nih untuk kita nantikan dari tim Rebellion? Silahkan, ada yang mau disampaikan? Audi boleh.
Buat AE sih, mainin high sih buat besok minggu.
Ditunggu mainin Hais. Dan Vincent kata-kata terakhir dong buat para Rebels yang udah datang ke sini.
Makasih Rebels yang udah datang. Kemenangan ini buat kalian.
Wow, terima kasih semuanya dan Rebels. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim Rebellion Esports. So caster 2-1 akhirnya mereka memecahkan dari listrik mereka terhadap GeekFam. Silakan caster.
What the heck? Bulls don't make that noise, Eterna.
Really?
They don't roar.
It wasn't a roar. It was like
They don't growl.
It was a.
They don't growl. What is
They
that?
don't. I've never seen a bull in real life.
That sounds carnivore. That sounds carnivorous, man. They, you know, bulls. You know what bulls are, right? Meow. That's what they do. Go, or something. You know, like that's the sound of a cat. What?
Why is
What
there
kind
a
of-
meow?
That's what bulls sound like. Do that
Really?
moo?
So like,
They moo, no? Like not. They,
oh, there you go, guys.
that's why they're menacing.
Okay, yeah.
What kind
okay.
of bull you guys have been seeing?
Okay. Okay, this bull. This is the bull we've been seeing,
This
Arashi.
is the bull.
This is the bull.
The bull. The Ixia.
Di-
The D Ixia
Okay.
was so good in this game.
Okay.
You know, I'll be real. Some people might think, oh well, he's, you know, he didn't do too much. And to be fair, in game 1 and game 3, he was kind of set up by the draft to just have a great time, to have great impact. But there were moments of brilliance here, like how he was able to react against a surprise play from Beloyski that we might see later on in the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. But we start in the early game, where early on, GeekFam going with the same idea, right? Go for a full-on team fight, full-on dive even, and we can get a lead that way, and then we can go for these neutral objectives. But Rebellion did a great job avoiding a lot of those early fights they don't think they're gonna win, and afterwards, look at how they're playing these fights. Even when they are going for the fights, they don't stick together, and that's great spacing. I guess because Rebellion are also used to playing this team fight style. And when GeekFam can't get a full-on proper 5v5, look at what happens, man. When they're using the ultimates one by one, Rebellion can keep adapting and keep outputting the damage. When they go in, they don't go for a full 5v5, it technically also allows Suelo on the Novaria to have so much more value because there's time for him to wait for those spell cooldowns.
Yeah, and you can see them just being steamrolled when they're able to get the winning conditions they wanted. I don't know, does it just so happen that in this series, Geek keeps going for the same strategy? Or is it like a recurring thing? Because if it's a recurring thing, that's a big question for Geek for the future.
I think it's just how they've been playing, right? It's a very team fight heavy strategy. And even when... Oh, what's going on? He's carrying the camera. Does that mean he's the cameraman? What does that mean?
What? I thought you were going to say something along the lines like he was carrying his team.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going to go with it.
Not the cameraman.
Because the cameraman carries more than just the team. What does he carry? He carries a production too.
That's true. W cameraman.
W cameraman. All love to our cameraman here in Indo. The best. To the cameraman in the world, actually, not just Indo, right? I mean, shout outs to all the cameramen all the people who
Yes.
merged with cameras. I don't know how that happened.
We
to
love
become a
cameraman.
cameraman.
Yeah.
But hey, shout outs.
Big.
Real quick,
we love you.
Back to the item builds for just a while though. Look at Chidera's items, right? He has damage. But the thing is, he can't get close, right? Rebellion's like, I can't let you get close. Zones him with everything.
Complete Kelsonen moment.
If you look, I want to look at the damage dealt, right? Because with all these items, I think he might be one of the lowest damage heroes in this game. But aside from that, 2 Necklace of Durances from the set of Rebellion, they really want to shut down all this regeneration and healing coming in from GeekFam, because they know part of their win condition is going for the poke, right? If they don't mitigate the healing, then the poke can be dealt with, kind of. But without any real secondary healer, just the Minotaur, well, slowly but surely, they get too low to really go for a fight. And then, like I said, the only real time I think they have to try and make a play happen is during that final base defense, 5v5. And even that wasn't really granted to them by Rebellion Esports.
Wait, I didn't realize. 0 damage to turret?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get
Ouch.
outranged completely, right? I mean, the only guy who would... Well, not the only guy, but the guy you would think can actually siege down a turret is the Bruno. And in lane, you're never... technically never able to shove the lane against an Ixia. Like, the Ixia will either trade and zone you away from the wave, or she outshoves you.
I mean, imagine even in the mid game, right? Hey, turret's exposure, bro, walk up and hit the turret, right? Before you know it, full barrage, Astral Sphere.
Baxia.
Right? If you add a Baxia
Black
to
Dragon.
it, to lock you in for all those spells, you're done. There's nothing he can do right here.
And a peep peep bop beep boom, hard guard, Angela.
Oh, it's insane. Let's take a look at the comms as we take a look at the golden moment by Ubes Gold.
Aman.
Mau lagi nggak guys? Gua lihat.
Ayo sih, boleh sih. Join boleh.
Nih gue ikat.
Tuh boleh BKB. Boleh lagi ya, Baxia dulu aja.
Gue masuk lu, Di.
Ya. Langsung Lord ya? Ya, langsung bawa aja gua mid guys. Yang ada dulu,
Gue tutupin boxnya.
Ya, MM guys.
Boxnya Faramis nggak?
Gua
udah masuk ini, Cok.
Ya.
Gua bisa stun.
Benar guys ya.
Lagi. Nih, Faramis. Clear atas, gue ikat.
Boleh masuk ya? Masuk.
Kelas, Di.
Mau lagi? Atas dulu guys, objektif.
Ayo, bisa.
Bisa.
Mid aja.
Gua masuk. Gua ton.
Gua
Aja.
Oh, it's over?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Who went with that battle cry in the end there?
I don't know.
Was that Cars?
It
Someone
was...
went...
I think it was Chico.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
Randomly just with the players there at the end, maybe Eterna. But yeah, I mean they were really just calm throughout the game.
Focused.
And then yeah, obviously towards the end they did yell out, some words, but it even got Eterna super engaged,
Wow.
like in the comms.
I loved it. I loved it.
But you love it more than Indomart.
Tough question, bro.
Oh, I can't say. I can't. I don't think
Does Rebellion have that popcorn you really like from Indomart?
they don't.
Exactly. So, you want a 15,000 discount on top of that?
Yeah, I do.
You want to know the discount code?
What?
Discount MPL or discount click 15. KLIQ. 15.
And anyone can use this discount code, or is it just for me?
Anyone.
Anyone.
Yeah, I can. Okay, I'll give you the one that you can use. It's click on Indomart 15. Now you have to use it now though, because
No.
they're gonna claim it.
I didn't
for
bring
you.
my Samsung phone.
Unfortunate. Now it's all for you guys.
You gotta keep it with you, man.
It's nasty.
What's nasty?
No, because I was thinking that Geek are still the Kingslayers.
Okay.
So if you don't have like the King identity related to your team, like they don't beat you,
Oh, is that how it works?
Right? Because
Oh.
Kings of Kings
They're Kingslayers,
are
not
cute.
Bull Slayers.
Exactly.
Exactly. They love animals. They're geeks. Wait. Yeah.
I love animals too.
And you're a geek.
But I also love Point Coffee. You might wonder why. Point Coffee. This is the part where you get the coffee.
There's no coffee here, Eterna.
There-
It's with Arashi.
It's with you. I saw it when I took water.
What did I tell you?
See?
Eterna, it's right there. What are you talking about?
No, I was about to say there's
What?
no. I was about to say there's no coffee because you got tea usually, but then I forgot you're chefing today.
How did they do that? What?
It just dropped. You didn't see it? They
See?
airdropped it.
Even more reason it
came
can
from
magically appear in front of you. Other than the fact it is a freshly made coffee made with 100% authentic Indonesian beans by amazing baristas as well. It's just amazing. And like you mentioned, there's even non-coffee options for those of you who can't enjoy coffee like me.
Hey, Turna, we put these point coffees on the desk. This is also a good reason for everybody watching. If you don't want to hallucinate when you're super tired, you can drink coffee to help you out, you know? Because she didn't see it, and maybe you'll see the battle emotes in game.
Santai, bro.
Yes! That's an emote! Which team?
GeekFam.
She got it.
Really?
Yeah. Arashi, what's... Okay, I'm gonna test you, alright?
Dang.
Next level, bro! What's that?
Stop cheating!
You can't see, you can't...
You're cheating!
You're looking at the screen. You're looking at the screen.
I still can't.
Okay, then say it. Say it. What? Guess.
Is it Rebellion?
It's Bigatron.
Dude. Alright, test me. It's alter ego. Test me. Test
Oh,
me. Test
man.
me. Test me. I
Okay,
know. I'm gonna close my eyes, bro.
It's gone.
They don't even know. They don't
It's-
even know.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's over. You know what's not gone though?
Oh, what is that?
I want to register, Eterna. I
Okay.
want to win. I'm a
Okay.
caster. I'm not a
Okay.
pro player. I don't
Okay.
have an opportunity to trial and play with the gods of the game here, but I still want to play. I still want to, me and Arashi, the casters, me and everybody.
Santai, bro.
Okay.
Santai, bro.
Why Santai?
Calm down.
Why?
Because we have SPS.
Oh.
Okay.
Ryan?
Yes, with Ryan. So if you guys
name
are
dropping the
wondering
guy.
what you guys can do during the break, you guys can actually watch the Snapdragon Pro Series 5 that will be starting again for the Open Qualifier stage, which apparently you guys can also qualify for.
Open qualifier?
Wow.
Yes.
Does that mean it's actually open?
It's open for public.
Who would have? What?
So, you know, grab your 5-man team or plus. How many?
You grab your team.
Like you grab them.
Tell them to
and then-
register together.
Yes.
And then join. You guys can try to beat these teams. If you guys think, you know, they're bots, a lot of people
Exactly.
have been leaving hate comments. Well, try to beat them yourselves, you know, because yes,
Do it.
do it.
Just do it.
We want to see you do it. We want to see how competitive the MLBB world can be. Open to everyone.
Actually,
That's why
like,
it's
why
called
don't you?
Open Qualifier.
Why don't you enroll?
Dude, I don't want to take the careers, you know?
Oh.
Like,
Whoa.
you know?
Yeah.
If Super Mirko plays, you already know my twin, Super Marco. You know how good he is. I'm like at least a billion times worse, to be fair. But hey.
Just a billion.
Just a
I mean,
billion.
you can play with your Yves.
Really?
Yeah, and
With
if
who?
Yves gets banned, you can play Yves.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if that gets banned, there's always the Yves.
It's always the Yves, man. It's only
Always
the
the
Yves.
It's okay. Maybe he could learn another hero during the break.
Yeah.
Because we are gonna have a longer break than before, but it's still very small. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into game number 2 between Onic and Evos Glory. So we'll see you after the break. You're watching the MPL ID Season 13 English broadcast. We'll see you after the break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja wishlist di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
같이 간다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Kawan kita.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja wish week di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
시간 온다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Winner.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 같이 가는다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awas, kita.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 같지가 않다요. Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 나와. 게이다.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win-streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko. 이거 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. 오케이. 파워 게이다.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world. Wow.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua.
MPL Arena dipenuhi oleh super fans yang ingin menyaksikan seperti apa performa dari dua tim yang akan bertemu di match penutupan untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama kita sudah melihat dengan adanya 2-1 di tangan tim Rebellion. Namun di match kedua siapakah yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan mereka di minggu kelima ini? Apakah akan Evos ataukah akan Onic? Semua yang ingin memberikan dukungan untuk kedua tim yang akan berjuang kembali, bertemu kembali, menunjukkan seperti apa setelah 2 minggu break kembalinya mereka di panggung ini. Sebelum kita melihat pertarungan yang begitu mendebarkan, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua yang udah dari tadi nungguin dan juga bersorak-sorai demi tim favorit kalian yang ada di rumah juga. Dan kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga partner ini sports kita, ada Telkomsel, ada Dunia Games, Ora Imo, dan juga...
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Rumble in the Jungle for our closing match of the day here in week number 5, day number 1. As you are watching, ladies and gentlemen, the MPL ID Season 13 English broadcast brought to you by me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. Hopefully they don't get their names swapped this time around because last week they swapped their names and then the viewers noticed and they're like, no, Mirko, you're Mirko, not Arashi.
But I want to be Arashi. I want to be Mirko though.
Okay, whatever. Okay, Arashi, how are we feeling about this match?
I'm feeling great. RQ not playing though, so honestly, I don't know.
Okay, what about you, Mirko?
Well, you know, Bigatron ain't playing, so I have to say this match just ain't all that, bro.
So what about you, Eternal? Oh, Yowie! Oh, yeah. Is that accurate?
What are these impersonations?
I like how you have to adjust the seat as well. It's such
Okay, I'll do a Shepard
it's such a
impersonation.
subtle thing.
Shepard, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh. Is that a Shepard?
Because he's looking at the girls.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Well, anyway, MPL ID this time around, right? We have Evos at number 9 in the standings. Meanwhile, Onic at number 2. So there's a stark contrast, a stark difference in the standings for both of these teams. So when you talk about it, it's like, how do you talk about it? Do you think that Evos have a chance against Onic?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say that they have a chance. Obviously, every team have a chance, right? But realistically, looking at the way that they've been playing, looking at how Onic have kind of gone out of the slump that they were in the first 3 weeks, even in the week 4 in their first match against Dewa, up against BTR, it seemed as if we are seeing the Onic that we are used to knowing again. Like the Onic that we saw in Season 11, Season 12, SPS, and also MSC. So with Onic being back to their tip-top form and Evo's kind of still looking for their form, I think it might just be like a one-sided match here.
I mean, even if it isn't, we're lucky that it's here, right? We're lucky, and we do want to thank our sponsors because of it. Because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Thank you so much to our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partner in esports, Dune Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBESI. I think in a moment, we are going to throw it to our beautiful and wonderful host, Bude Clara Mongstar. But before we do, last thoughts.
I think I have to agree, man. It's going to be almost one-sided, but there's always a chance in the Land of Dawn. Always.
Okay, always a chance in the Land of Dawn. Anything can happen. And with that, let's throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar.
Kak, Evosam selanjutnya. Hai, siapa nih? Santa. Santa. Santa, ada yang mau kamu coblos? Loh, Natko. Natko? Wah. Kenapa Natko nih?
Karena jago dan bisa ngasih Evos menang kemarin.
Jago dan bisa ngasih Evos menang. Oke, jadi ini menarik banget ya. Thank you banget ya untuk kalian semua yang udah menebak-nebak pula. Selanjutnya kita akan cari lagi. Siapa ini? Ada Delet kah? Delet? Delet kamu mau menebak?
Boleh.
Tebak-tebakan, kalau salah nanti kita hukum ya.
Jangan dong.
Nggak gitu ya Maya. Nggak gitu. Kita akan menebak-nebak nih kira-kira siapa sih yang akan main untuk melawan Sang Raja Langit. Onic, Raja Hutan lawan Raja Langit nih.
Tadi kan Bude kan nanya orang lain. Aku nanya Bude deh. Bude mau yang mana?
Waduh, saya sih sudah tahu ya. Kayaknya tadi ngintip ya.
Orang dalam.
Siapa nih Dalet?
Aku pilih Brans.
Ada apa dengan Brans?
Soalnya dia nyumbang piala paling banyak di ITF. Lumayan kita lagi GB piala.
Penyumbang piala di ITF. Oke. Nah, Delet sendiri sebagai talent juga dari Evos. Coba dong kasih dua patah kata. Mungkin mau nyanyi juga?
Oh nggak usah sih, makasih ya. Kita dari Evos Glory, keinginannya sih victory ya.
Victory iya. Berarti dengan datangnya Branska akan menjawab itu. Tapi terima kasih Delet. Terima kasih. Dan jawabannya ternyata 1 Jiro Lupat Papat. 4 suara kepada Brans. 1 ke Natko, 1 ke Super Red. Memang Brans sendiri adalah salah satu veteran di Evos yang tentunya punya jam terbang yang sangat luas. Akankah Brans yang bermain? Menurut kalian siapa sih yang bakal main? Tulis di kolom komentar. Dan para caster, siapa yang akan bermain untuk gold laner dari Evos dan seperti apa permainan di match kedua? Let's go caster!
That was actually a very interesting topic that they spoke about, right? That's true. Evos, they have 3 different lineups in the gold lane. We have Natko, we have Brands, and we have, who else do we have? Super Red. There you go. So With that being said, let's talk about it here on the caster desk. Who do you think is going to be playing, and who would you prefer?
I think Brands will be playing. I think based on the performances, I will have to say Brands.
Brands. Okay, what about you?
Same. I mean, King Brands has been almost the most solid performer.
King Brands? KB?
KB? Well, yes, he's been the more consistent one, and his experience, I think, is so important in the current meta. So I think he will perform the best, and he has the best track record as well.
Interesting.
What about you?
I would also agree. I think I would have to agree with Brands. I think there is a certain layer that a veteran can give to the team that is really required for stability and moral support.
If I could, though, merge these players, I would get the personality of Natco, the aggressiveness of Brands, and the safety of Super Red. Then we'll have CW. Actually, without the personality part. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, he has a personality, just a very quiet one.
Backstage he does, just not on cam.
Because apparently he's talkative. But anyway, let's take a look at the standings so far. I think we mentioned this, right? Evos Glory sitting at number 9, so they definitely want to secure this win if they still want to have a chance to make it to the playoffs. Meanwhile, this is also something that we can talk about. Onic at number 2. This is not something that we've seen too often. I think it's been 2 seasons that we've seen them at number 1, especially in the half season point. We're nearing it. I think it's tomorrow should be the half season. So seeing Bigatron Alpha, a team that we don't normally see up there, is in fact quite a big change.
It's a very surprising change, but you know, call me superstitious. So Onic is number 2, and Evos is number 9.
Yes.
What's 9 minus 2?
8, 7.
What?
What? Hang on.
7, okay.
7, and Evos, and you know, it seems like the number just keeps popping out, man. I'm just saying, it's kind of freaky. But hey, 3 gold laners from different generations. That's what's important right here. Usually, multiple players, we've seen that before. But multiple generations, that's something that's a bit different. So you have to wonder right now, you know, is it just an age thing? Is it a different time, right? Is this time just catered specifically more for Super Red? Or is it just, you know, the skill level?
That's a good question. Now, I'm comparing their stats, but it looks like Brands still holds a little bit more dominance on all 3 categories. I think the bottom one wasn't, though. I forget. I have bad memory.
What bottom one?
Was it kill participation?
Yeah, kill participation is
Natco. But only by like a sliver, by like 0.
And it's fewer games, so you know the stats.
True, he does have fewer games. And honestly, I mean, like when we're talking about all these 3 players, sure, when it comes to the veterancy, it has to be Brands.
Yeah.
Bigatron Alpha, he was playing there before. Season 3, he made his debut, and all the way to Season 12, still playing. But Super Red is actually more of a veteran when it comes down to playing in different regions, A-Turn.
That's true. So which lineup will we see today? And there it is. It's Fluffy, Annabelle, Clocken, Dreams, as well as Brands. Meanwhile, for Onic, we see Lutfi,
again,
Kyrie,
Albert.
Sans, Keyboy, and Albert. So no CW nor Boots this time around for Onic.
It seems like aggression is what they're trying to go for. Or maybe they're thinking, okay, let's go with not the main lineup. We'll have to see if that pays out.
An experimental choice by the Sky King, still trying to dissect, to figure out what their best lineup truly is. Is it going to be Albert with Lutfi, together with the trio mid that has never changed in Season 13? Ladies and gentlemen, the Sky Kings, the defending champions, Onic!
The Porcupines are really shaking things up once again. I don't know about you, but I'm nervous about my guest coins, in particular for this match. How are you feeling about no CW and no Boots?
It's certainly a foreign sight to behold. You would expect at least one of them to still be in here, but it's been 2 weeks. This could be part of their whole strategy, part of their whole mind game. So whenever it's a team like Onic, you just never really know what is going on, right? Sometimes nothing is what it seems.
A team loaded with potential newcomers up on MPL Indonesia in Season 13, looking for glory. It's the White Tigers who are trying to tear down the Sky Kings. Evos Glory!
Evos Glory there, led by Fluffy. And here it is. They have to find whatever it takes to take back their title, to take back their reputation, to come back from being number 9. That's literally the bottom of the standings. No one's below them at this point.
And we said it before, we'll say it again. Once you're all the way in the bottom, you can only go up. That is a big mental advantage in a way for Evos. They've been through it all, and now we'll see if they can find something. Because against Coach Jeb, pardon me, and assistant coach Adi, coach Strategy and Tio, we have to try and solve this puzzle, find a new strategy. Is 2 weeks enough though to start the journey of recovery for the White Tigers?
Now, this is where I want to throw the question over to Mirko. You had a podcast with Theo.
Did I?
I think a couple weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We were talking about
weeks ago?
mistakes or issues currently at Evos. What did you learn?
He told me that there is one piece of the puzzle that they have found. Brands.
And here we are. Let's take a look at the video.
Tidak akan ada di babak playoff untuk MPL ID season 10.
Grand Finalist kita yang kedua di MPL Indonesia season 11. Evos Legends mampu melakukan reverse sweep.
Kalau Brand sih orangnya yang pasti udah paling dewasa. Terus kalau soal skill dia yang paling konsisten sih di antara yang lain.
Ninonya ada crossboarding yang keluar tapi itu tepat berada di depan dari Brand. Evos Legends berhasil membalikkan keadaan. Grand Final MLBB untuk mereka.
Brand sih paling dia sharing soal mentalitas sih. Kayak dia kan udah lama di MPL. Dia kayak boost mental mereka lah intinya. Kayak sosok dewasa dia itu di-share juga ke mereka biar mereka itu ngerasain mental boost dari Brands-nya itu.
Jujur dalam hati kalian, apakah mental kalian lupa jadi kuat? Bukannya mau nakut-nakutin gue ya, cuman realitanya kayak gitu.
Dan paksa dia hero fight semua guys, Nino tuh. Awas kari guys, awas ya.
Putih ya?
Gak apa udah, tinggal aja.
Pasti kita sebagai senior di tim pasti kayak membimbing yang lain lah. Gimana caranya ya, jangan terpressure aja. Kayak lebih dewasa lah istilahnya. Bukan beban ya, jadi lebih ke arah tanggung jawab lah.
Evos Legends membalaskan dendamnya dan memulangkan Hararjo.
Dia itu nggak ragu buat ngasih masukan ke player lain gitu, ke god lane lainnya juga sama.
Jadi kalau misalkan dapat draft kayak yang memang harus main sendiri-sendiri, lebih ngerti juga si winning condition positioning kita.
Misalkan di landing kayak gimana, pokoknya tentang in-game lah. Kita saling sharing satu sama lain lah. Dan juga, gue juga kalau misalkan gue lihat gerakan mereka bagus nih, ya gue tanya. Jadi gak cuman mereka yang nanya ke gue pun juga ikut nanya ke mereka.
Kemarin kan gara-gara timnya lagi non perform aja, jadi kan kita nggak bisa nilai dia bagus apa jelek. Cuman yang gue nilai di dia itu pasti konsisten orangnya.
Sang macan putih yang sudah menurunkan Think Brands untuk pertandingan di laga terakhir teman-teman dari Evos Glory. Dimiliki oleh Prevalent Esports 1 base tanda tapi yang berhasil dapatkan tapi Vincent terkikis dengan damage yang diberikan oleh seorang Brands. Bakal coba untuk follow di follow up lagi dan satu pemain down unstoppable untuk seorang Brands. Bagaimana sang macan putih menggabung double kill. Diamankan begitu saja oleh seorang Brands. Master Response bahkan triple kill. Menjadi penutup yang manis dari seorang Brands dan reverse sweep dari Evos Glory.
Ya harapannya semoga roster yang sekarang ini kayak chemistry-nya lebih dapet, terus jadi satu sama lain antar player makin deket lah. Jadi kita in game-nya pun bakal enak.
Being a veteran takes many forms, and Brands takes the form of a leadership, motivation, and inspiration. And that is the role that he is able to bring to the team.
For making his debut in Season 3 of MPL Indonesia, we don't really see a whole lot of veterans who are still in the game playing today. Most of them have retired, but we still see Brands from his days in Bigatron Alpha as the Alpha himself, as the team leader, the shot caller, to then moving over to Evos Legends And to this day, now in Evos Glory, he's been through the high highs, ISF World Champion, the low lows in SEA Games and MSC when the entire world seemed to be against him, but he's fought against that with his mentality. And now he's here once again up against tough opponents.
And you have to, admire the whole mindset, the whole perspective. The fact that he is such a veteran and yet he's still open to learning from the others, he's still open to criticism, and he just has that mental game down on lockdown. Let's look at the team head-to-head though, against Onic today. Looking at the most pick and ban heroes, Onic really seems to be a bit more similar to Geek in a way. Like they have a bit of a team fight kind of style. They've always played in a more objective style. But just earlier today, we've seen that, hey, team fighting around the objective is great, but it's not foolproof. There are ways to play around it, and this is the issue. After 2 weeks without information, I guess there has been scrims for sure, there's been data and rumors, but that's not enough to really try and predict what exactly is going to be the game plan all the way from the drafting phase.
So that actually brings me to a topic that I really wanted to talk about when we talk about Onic. With Lutpi coming in, with Albert also stepping in the gold lane, there have been rumors that Onic are experimenting with the double fighter combo. And perhaps we'll see something like the Granger or whatever in the jungle to kind of balance that MM presence out. Do you think that's something that we might see in this match?
I mean, again, right? I mean, if we do want to see the Grangers come back, the Yisun Shins as well, we have to ask not just the gold laners if they are able to adapt to the fighters in the gold lane, but the junglers especially, are they able to adapt with the marksmen, Grangers, the Yisun Shins in the jungle? Because for Annabelle, for the most part, from what we've seen from him, yes, he does play the assassins, he does play the utility, but we've never seen him on a marksman before. For Kyrie, on the other hand, we have seen him on the marksman.
Exactly.
M3, Onic PH, back in the Onic PH days, the Yisun Shin was phenomenal, the Granger as well, and even in the ton, back in season 8, in MPL PH and at M3, he was able to execute that game plan, and CW was able to just go for the fighters, mages, whatever was necessary to fill in those shoes.
Because in case, let's say, CW isn't comfortable, there's got to be a reason why Albert has been stepping in as well. Maybe they're fixing up chemistry to ultimately bring out something like a double fighter combination in the side lanes, because obviously we know Albert has the history of being in the jungle, so he's used to these utility heroes as well.
It's also a bit more aggressive, and so if they are expecting Evos to play with the age-old strategy, protect brands, get brands ahead, get brands a winning lane, picking up Albert right here and putting him against brands to try and maybe shut him down in the laning phase. Not really the wildest of ideas we've seen from Coach Yip for now, but just like that, we're into the drafting phase, and the audience already going wild, starting early for this match.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone is Samsung Galaxy. Baxia, Barat, Fredrin are taken off board by Onic. Evos respond with a lot of respect as well. The Nolan, the Joy, as well as that Matilda taken out, and that's a first pick Roger by Onic.
Crazy prio on this Roger, first pick. After banning out the Baxia, the Barats, and the Fredrin, they're expecting the game to have squishy members. They want to execute these members. And technically, Arashi, I do have to ask you this. We have seen in multiple different leagues, MPL Malaysia as well, the Roger being used as a jungler. Is this perhaps because of the flexibility of the Roger that it has become so prio?
I was about to say that as well. It's almost like the best of both worlds. Good tankiness, good damage as well. And I mean, personally, even in a lot of our own personal games, I believe we've seen the Roger being used quite a bit. Even if they go with what Eternal was talking about, that aggressive fighter in the side lane strategy, having a Roger, this allows you to be able to follow up on that as well. But for Evos right now, picking up the Nathan very, very early right here, along with a Ruby, a more, I think, let's say, unorthodox way to really protect your backline. We'll see if that will be enough against Onic's composition.
And because of that Ruby that you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, and they forced all these fighter, tank, junglers out, could it possibly be anticipating that maybe Roger is going in the gold lane and maybe Kyrie's going to pick up something like an assassin?
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, there's flex here too for Evos Glory. the Ruby can be used in the gold lane. That's usually what we see comboed in if you want the Natan to go in the jungle. But obviously, if they cancel that plan, the Natan can always just go gold. The Ruby can just be flexed towards roam or XP. So there are a lot of options for both Onic and Evos right now. So last pick in the first phase. Do they want to go for another flex pick? Because it seems like for Onic, the flex is the way to go. Another choice, maybe a mid laner to give Clockun some solid grounds in the mid lane to hold Sans off.
Sans, especially with the Valentina, can really match whichever hero technically, especially with that IMU later on once they reach level 4. But as you mentioned, Mirko, for Onic, flexibility is definitely key right here. If they really do find juicy targets to assassinate the backline like the Natan, like the Novaria, can very easily pivot here into an assassin in the jungle, and Evos at this point looking quite vulnerable. Even if they do secure 2 big massive front lines, they're gonna have to be concerned about the crowd control that they'll have, especially against an Arlet and a Roger for now.
So with that being said, we should be expecting a Masha ban, do you not think? There you go.
Yeah, we have to see that Masha ban, right? I mean, they have a Novaria and a Natan. Yep, 2 very vulnerable targets, 2 targets that can just be mauled off. But it's a Guinevere ban for Onic, an interesting one. We haven't seen this pick in a long time. They have 4 utility jungle bans right now. This is the new Onic strat. They want it to be an assassin battle.
And maybe with an assassin in the hands of Evos, they want to use a Roger that's a bit more flexible, best of both worlds, to go for that early clear and go for an early invasion. I mean, I've personally fell victim to that strategy, and I must say, without the right adjustment, without the right preparations, it's so difficult to recover from if you do fall behind.
I gotta say, this has been a very exciting drafting phase. Evos now take away the Harris, so there's absolutely no assassin respect coming through from Evos. But Onic, what's their plan here?
More utility junglers, maybe. Ban out the Akai now. If they really want to force an assassin battle. No, they don't. It seems they want to ban the Angela instead. They want to have some more power around these fights as well. The Angela grants you a lot of sustain. Comment from Mr. Boy.
This is kind of spicy. Many PH players play in MPL ID, but they don't shine much. When it comes to Kyrie and Coach Jeb, they are special. Ooh, it's an interesting take.
I think it's a pretty good take, right? I mean, not every single player will shine. You need the right team. You need the players and the coach that comes here to also be really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeb and Kyrie Onic kind of got the jackpot on those 2.
I guess Bigatron did too. I mean, Aman.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Bigatron Alpha.
Yes.
To the Alpha pick of Annabelle.
Yes.
It's a signature pick. I mean, it was so good that some teams do opt to ban it away. Now for Onic though, going for a Terizla and immediately,
oh my god, it is
Florin.
It's Roger Jungle!
Roger Jungle with a lot of backup, a lot of durability, CC tools and sustainability. Up against an Alpha, he'll be able to sustain kind of, but with the burst damage that Onic has at their disposal, might be too vulnerable. What will they have here to really stay in the front and take the brunt of Onic's aggression?
See? What did I tell you? I had a feeling we would see the fighters in the side lanes.
That's a weird accent to go with. It's a very weird victory accent, but we'll take it for now. Onic, phenomenal stuff. They have taken away all of the heroes that we have been criticizing that has made this meta so slow. They want to go all in. The export pick in the end. Onic with the Roger in the jungle versus a more normal draft from Evos Glory.
I mean, personally, I really enjoyed that strategy, the 1-3-1 split, the fighters in the sides with the roaming Descot in the middle. It's very dangerous and very aggressive, but it takes great execution in order to get full value out of it. And if you fall behind, it can be dangerous. So I think I like the high risk, high reward strategy here coming in from Onic. I'd love to see, man. Evos, they have the tools available to really slow down the game. They have the scouting from the Novaria as well. It's not technically a done deal just from the drafts.
The question is, do they have enough bully potential to try and shut down Onic's plan from the early game? Because that's going to be key in order for them to find a win. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of the Rumble in the Jungle. Onic versus Evos Glory and the Roger in the jungle. We'll see if it works out this time around as we get straight into it.
Instant retry from Kyrie to go and clear this out. Interesting choice.
I think he's banking on being able to clear a lot faster right here and go immediately with the backup of his allies to the opposite side. But no, he's going for a normal clear for now. So already kind of a different start from what we're expecting. But if you look at the lanes, of course, when it comes to wave clear, Onic has a huge advantage. But Evos, they have a Novaria. They can clear fast and more importantly, clear safely. So that is something that Evos do have at their disposal. Clockwood with the Rupture as well, having good penetration. We've already explained why it's so good on a Novaria with such high base damage early on in the game.
There's a possibility that he was also like anticipating an invade that was to come, and therefore he wanted to get out as fast as possible. He was also able to get a jungle out of the enemy as well, but it seems like it has been mirrored by Annabelle. Keyboy does see it though, so that's information given for his team.
Yeah, for the most part, I think the retry start was because he's level 1. You do struggle quite a bit with just level 1, clearing it out. Albert, though, going to be engaged on, has the Vengeance to reset, but will fall to the hands of Annabelle with a great gank up top.
That was very well timed by Annabelle, knowing that Albert will try and abuse the power spike to try and get a lead early on, to try and bully Brands, but it gets countered by that gank. So already a great start for Evos. We'll see what they can do with it, though. Especially with the first turtle coming up. Usually, this is where the fighters just really want to be active.
Okay. It doesn't look like any of the teams are approaching it just yet. We can see some play coming through from Suns here in the bottom side of the map, looking to regain control over the neutral objective. Both jungles are on the same level at the moment. Annabelle is a level ahead now, though. Does it seem like Onic want to go for a contest?
It's very risky if they do. Now, it's Evos Glory who hold the turtle around. A penalty zone onto the back. Annabelle going to be shredded down. Sans with the last Insanity stolen away. Now Kyrie jumps in with a Lycan form. Lupi going to blow up. Flickers out the safeties. Kyrie finds the retreat, and now Dreams will also be chased down by an X-Borg, but it's not the X-Borg that is on their team. It is Sans with the IMU. 2 for 1. Sans, the recall cancelled. Dreams gets out.
And look at the asset right here. 3 debut picks for Onic, coming out with a completely unprecedented strategy, and they're making great work of it. Knowing that they have to try and pull the trigger, make the first move, they destroy Annabelle in that turtle contest. And on the other hand, a debut pick for Brands as well. We'll see. If the game gets long enough, he will have the damage available to really shred down all of these fighters from the side of Onic. But they need to reach that late game first before they can even attempt it.
See, here's the thing. Many people have speculated that they have utilized Onic as a guinea pig, quote unquote. So they've been trying new strategies against Onic with the assumption that, hey, if it works with Onic, then it should work with every other team because, quote unquote, Onic has been the strongest team. But it looks like now Onic have completely turned it around. They're utilizing the White Tigers now as their guinea pigs, trying to figure out whether or not this particular strategy works. And so far, they do have a little bit of a gold lead. If this can stay consistent or not, we'll still have to see. But Dreams right now, he's getting chunked quite low already as we take a look at the in-game equipment.
The feather completed for Brands will spike his output for by quite a bit, but not enough to really be the deciding factor here in the fights, especially because we saw earlier, even Annabelle, with all his healing, all his sustain and his tankiness, is unable to really survive for longer than a few seconds, let alone Brands. So he'll have to still stay patient for a bit. And Kyrie now with the War Axe means that the chase potential is becoming more and more of a concern for Evos. They have to try and make sure they slow the game down as much as possible and maintain control, maintain their turrets available so they have safe zones to run back to.
No, for Evos Glory, it's just difficult for them to even enter the vicinity of the turtle. They cannot enter the top side river. And now it's a free turtle once again for Onic.
But remember, this is a ticking time bomb for Onic. Do you not agree? I mean, they have the Novaria. They also have brands on the Natan. So I would say that Onic would want to push the gas as fast as they can.
I would assume that they're trying to go for some more dives, some more turrets. This kind of strategy is very strong in the early game, but that's where they need to be active. That's where they have to try and get someone, shut someone down on the opposing team and go for these turrets, man. Because, like you mentioned, Eterna, let's say this goes to 13, 14 minutes. A Novaria and a Natan, how are you supposed to siege turrets when your longest basic attack comes from a Roger, right? So this is where they have to try and be active. And generally, I think the tempo really gets pushed at 7 to 8 minutes. For my opinion, I think that's where Onic will really start pushing Evos around, forcing them into engagements.
They have to. They have to at this point. Here in the bottom lane, though.
He gets the healing. Kyrie's chasing him down. Dreams. Whoa. I'm offended. Over to him. Oh my god, the combos. Albert picks up the kill. And the Thunder Belt too.
Well, we'll see, man. That's Evos losing one member, but in the end, it's still just Dreams, right? It's still not really a difficult situation for Evos to bounce back from. Their main carries are relatively safe right now, but look at this dive.
Full-on dive, the reset spreads, gets splashed by Sans' damage. And Onic picks another kill up, another pick on the map.
Slowly but surely, this is Onic. They're looking to try and inhibit that late game presence that brands can offer on the Natan. A good pick off here in the 6th minute of the game. Looks like Evos want to look for something similar.
Wow, last Insanity now with the Bloom. Lippy gets enough HP, but Annabelle goes in with the triples. What the heck? Lippy just flickers out of it. Perfectly done. Evos a bit hesitant on that dive. Dreams dashing forward, looking for the I'm offended on Sans, but he is able to get up for now. Flickers out the safety, steals away the entropy. And they reset the turtle.
Bit slow, slowing back down right here. Evos are doing a great job of trying to go for exchanges instead of meeting Onic in a full-on fight, but now that might change.
Annabelle, no. Spear of Alpha uses it defensively. Sense. The big splash once again to zoom them away, and it's another no! Clocken! All the way from the orange buff, steals it away.
The Novaria, man. You can never let your guard down in these particular cases. Glocken was able to steal it away. Kyrie didn't use his retribution there. Very interesting. But they do get a trade. They do get a turret in the top side to try and find something down. But Natan, Brands already looking for the next one here in the bottom side of the map.
Ooh.
They know Lutpi's coming. They can't go for it.
Penalty zone, not connecting. Annabelle still has the Spear of Alpha to escape. A good Astral Echo. Annabelle decides to go with the Sans. That's a combo right there with Dreams getting a 4-man. I'm offended, but a final slash will be dodged away from Brands. Has the entropy, kiting back. 1-for-1, the mid lane for the jungle. Traded.
Uncharacteristically, that's Onic trying to move to adjust to Evos. And Evos have full control over the mid lane. They might get the turret as well. What a disaster. A bad sequence of events for Onic. And now, the goal advantage has been equalized, and Evos are actually equalizing in the map control as well. Without the vision, without areas where Evos can be punished, Onic will struggle to really find winning fights the longer this goes.
Yeah, it's looking risky at best here for Onic. If it keeps coming down like this, Brand's going to be able to get another turret in the top side unpunished.
Looking at the player's gold by Ube's gold, Brands is still all the way on top, and Albert is matching him, but of course it's a fighter up against a marksman. So Onic, you have to really wonder what's the idea right here. They've tried to rotate around, but they're losing in mobility due to how Evos are just cutting their angles, knowing that they do have information, they do have Astrospheres and Astro Echoes to try and scout for dangers, so that allows them to move around the map a lot more confidently compared to Onic.
The thing is Brands ready for a team fight at this point of the game? 9 minutes, right? We're 9 minutes. When we talk about Natan, it's always quote-unquote late game hero, needs items to scale. Is he there yet?
I think right now, with one more item, I think he would be a real threat. But now, even if they go for a fight, as long as Brands doesn't get picked off first, if he can stay in the back and free hit, I think they have a good chance of really coming out on top here.
There you go. That's the Holy Crystal that he needs. That's the power spike that Arashi was saying. Albert gets pulled back. A 3-man penalty zone. That's 4-man. Brands Entropy back, but Ludpi gets shredded down before. Kyrie, he goes back to the Lycan but gets pulled back by the X-Borg. Annabelle slices him down. Keyboy flickers defensively. Klokken is chasing them down. Throws out a shot, and Evos Glory. We've taken the Lord, first Lord in the game, to the White Tigers.
Beautiful, beautiful timing there. Beautiful collapse as well. Brad's gonna be able to steal the blue, the purple away as well as the Dreams goes in.
Whoa! Now we'll resound the Vengeance. Spear of Alpha not connecting. Brands Entropy looking to go for that turret, but the final slash from Albert will send him back to the Entropy that he placed back. We finally have a few moments here to talk about the game, how it's going. It's not going too well for Onic, is it?
It's a 3K gold lead for Evos right now.
And it's on a scaling Natan.
Yep.
And a scaling Novaria, keep in mind.
Yep.
I think this is the problem right here. It was a big, quite the massive penalty zone, but unless they can find it in the right moment to really shut Brands down, I feel like that's the win condition. That is the main weakness of this composition, the lack of a quote-unquote proper marksman in exchange for a fighter. So even if Onic sends one member, sends the Arlet, let's say, to try and dive the Natan, if he can trade 1-for-1, then Onic still comes out on top. Bottom line, Brands needs to be taken out, period. If he stays alive, regardless of how low he is HP-wise, then Evos will slowly but surely win out the fight. So that is where Onic now will have to try and figure it out. How do they want to approach these fights? Front to back doesn't really work. Can we go for flanks? Can we go for weird maneuvers? Because that's what they have to try and force onto Evos.
And the great thing is, Brands is on the Purify, so it's not as straightforward if they do want to go for a pick. I mean, technically, Onic has the Arlet and the Terizla, so they kind of can use the timing on the Purify if they do want to go for that engage, but there was a fun fact earlier on, right? For Annabelle, he's the only person to utilize the Alpha in the jungle, and he's still holding a 100% win rate in the 2 games that he has played it. Is it gonna crack today? Is he gonna keep on going?
The 3,000 gold lead says otherwise.
Right?
But you'll never know.
We never
It's
know.
a lot of dawn.
6,000 gold behind against BTR Game 2. They came back from that. You can never really say you've won until you've destroyed that base when you're up against Onic.
Well, regardless, for now, I think for Onic, they have to really look at Sans for an answer. Every single time they've been able to get a decisive victory in a fight, it's because Sans on the Valentina has been able to get on top of their main target. Whether it's Annabelle, whether it's Brands on the Natan, if Sans can get on top of him and do the damage, that's the win condition, I feel like. And I think that's why Evos are putting a lot of emphasis in locating Sans and making sure that they don't let him get close.
Don't let him get close, man.
Can't let him get close.
Nowhere near.
What is this accent?
I don't know. What is with me in accents today?
Well, we have to take a look at the items, right? I mean, for the people back at home, you can't see it, but luckily us on the desk here, we can still see the items. So the Roger, an interesting build. Usually in the jungle, in the gold lane, you would go for the Windtalker into the Endless Battle. Kyrie has actually went for Windtalker to the War Axe first, and then now on the way to the Endless Battle.
I think he wants the extra chase potential, like we were mentioning. And against this composition, the Endless Battle is great burst damage, great sustain as well as a great source of mana if it's required. But technically against this composition, he's going to be trying to really chase down the backline members, because of course Brands on the Natan will be trying to kite away with the Entropy, and so will Klokken on the Novaria. So movement speed is definitely something very valuable in this game for Kyrie. So I think that itemization is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, aside from that, I'm looking at the Alpha, at Annabelle, War Axe and a Hunter Strike on top of the Brute Force Breastplate. So you see his HP bar, you think he's going full tank. Turns out he's doing so much damage with that War Axe, with the Hunter Strike. And he has chase potential too, Arashi. The Brute Force helping him.
And he does have a great deal of sustain, a great deal of true damage, mind you. Alpha, his passive does true damage that scales with his attack damage. So if he builds aggressively like this, that means that Lutpi and Albert, they are not as tanky as they would expect with the true damage. Having a bit of a Q&A session here with the audience, it seems like, our Indonesian counterparts.
We got Ranger, Amas, Momo-chan, and KB on the Indo desk here interacting with the fans. M1 ting ting ting! That's something that right now is still a flex. That's a flex. That's an Evos only flex. Because they're the only team that has the world title in Indo.
That's true.
Like, I mean, in the world, except for PH, right? Like, PH has 4. All right, we get it. We get it, guys.
understand,
Okay,
we
you guys
understand.
have 4. But Evos have 1.
And nobody can get the M1 again.
It's the first one. I'm just saying, you know, that first one is extra special, man.
Exactly, right? You never forget your first, right, Arashi?
Yes.
We're talking about trophies.
Yes.
Trophies.
Trophies.
That's absolutely what
Alright.
we're talking about.
And you know, it's so strange, but we may have to talk about this.
What?
At first, maybe it's just a bit of copium, right? A bit of the Evos fam copium. For the most part, when they didn't make it to playoffs, everybody would still just be saying, it doesn't matter if we don't make it to playoffs. This is the only team that can actually win international titles, world championship titles for Indo. ISF, they did it. WCG, they did it.
Wait a minute, you're
And then
right.
The M1 World Championship, obviously. We got the roars, though! No, this is an Onic fan. It's an imposter!
What? Mind games in the audience right now.
But is it a coincidence then? Or
Is
it just an Evos thing?
was SPS Southeast Asia, or was it a world championship?
I think it's a world, technically, right?
Technically, but there's no NA. There's no Brazil.
Was there? No, was there? No?
I don't know.
It's been a while, to be fair.
Okay, so still a flex or Evos?
It's still a flex.
Okay, okay.
It's valid. I think it's still
Evos
valid.
fams
VF,
are going
valid
to
flex.
love you
Valid
all
flex.
around. I hope they're watching the English broadcast.
Whoa.
As we get into the land of dawn. Take us in.
Oh my god.
Here we are. 11 minutes have passed. The Lord's already marching in the bottom side. Still a 4K gold lead held in by Evos as they're looking for the siege from the mid lane. Already gets that turret. We'll see what else they can get. Can they get an inhibitor this time?
Let's see if they can. It's going to be tough still. Onic have a lot of frontliners. Claims, oh, Seal. Looking for a play with the Astral Echo, enhancing the hitboxes. A good shot down, but will still be cleared out. They dealt a lot of damage though to these base turrets, half in the bottom lane and a little bit in the mid lane.
I mean, for now, the poke damage from Clawgoon, it's definitely relevant, but he only has the Necklace of Durance and a Lightning Truncheon. It's a great option, especially against these fighters. They do want to regenerate most of their HP. And look at the positioning, man. The backline is just so far back. They are not taking any chances at all.
How do they maneuver around this?
Ooh.
That damage is starting to hurt now for Onic. And like you mentioned earlier on, Divine Glaive already secured in by Brand. So on top of the Holy Crystal, already with the Divine Glaive, there's got to be a way for Onic to take him down.
I guess they need to out-sustain them. They have Brave Smites, they have a Florin, but it's going to be tough, real tough, because even if Onic build the match defense, right, it's still not going to be enough to hold down the Natan. And on top of that, it's not just a Natan, right? There's that physical damage from this Alpha. And it's going to do a lot. It's actually kind of, I mean, Alpha does true damage.
Exactly. So it's a great mix of damage, actually, coming in from Evos. I don't think they can out-sustain. I feel like we're going to see something crazy, like a 4-man flicker or something from Onic. I think that's the only real way they can really get something decisive.
But if they want to go for that, they need proper setup, right? But the Novaria usually is able to deny that, either with vision or with just really good poke. Because let's say 5v5 team fight during the Lord exchange. Novaria opens up the map, figures out where Onyx setups are, and then they get out-traded in terms of poke like this. And then Onyx can't go in for that all-in because they're already too low to commit to a team fight.
It's almost unfortunate for Onic that they have the Florin in the hands of Keyboy, because what they need right now is a Keyboy-esque play to try and get the backline. They're getting shredded.
Yeah, Keyboy too. Now two-man I'm offended in the back. Shots goes for the flight. Brand's gonna be locked down, and there you go! They found Brands in the midst of a team
fight. Kyrie looking to shred them down. Annabelle gonna be chased down as Kyrie goes back to the gun form. Now guns them down under the turret. Now the light can bounce. It's Kyrie with the triple kill.
Is he back? Is it safe to say that he's back? He doesn't get Fluffy, doesn't get that Maniac in, but he does get the job done. 4 members taken out from the side of Evos Glory on the back foot of that play, that decisive shotgun play. And here it is, Onic going to be able to get that Lord away, taking it away from Evos Glory.
It was going so well for Evos, man. But you lose Brand, you lose the fight. That's the rule they're playing with right now. And Sans just strolled in from the side, out of nowhere.
Man, yeah.
I thought he was going to go for something crazy, a big flicker. He just walks in from the side, and the rest of the team were able to take the attention away from Evo so well. With the Lord coming in right now, this is the win condition for Onic. When Brands walks up to clear the Lord, you're going to jump on him, and that's usually how it plays out. That's how you want to usually end the game with this composition.
Albert nearly gets a pick there. But there it was, the fun fact in coming through by GoPay.
First Arlet gold lane that we've seen in MPL Indonesia Scene 3rd. I think in all the MPL IDs.
Yep, the last time it was seen was by Chiku guys from Todak in MSC 2023. But that's a Lord taken off the board here. You can see that Evos Glory were able to defend it. They have to lose a mid turret though. And Onic, they're slowly creeping back. They're slowly building their gold lead again. 1K. The question is, can they replicate that success in the opposite side, right? Because when it comes down to defense, Evos Glory, they have Natan. It's going to be so much more difficult for them to pick off Brands if they go for a team fight.
Back when this meta was really in full swing, the issue with this composition is actually ending the game. Now against a Natan and a Novaria
and an X-board,
it's even harder, even more difficult. That's why I thought Onic was going to try and push the tempo, trying to go for it a bit more, but now Fluffy gets stunned up.
The final slash used up, and Sans again with the creativity, creating a bit more space for the team, isolating this back line. The creativity of this man in the mid lane, Sans, man, has really been able to enable this Roger to execute.
It's just so good. Onic knows that the front to back, again, there's no way they'll win a front to back. So they keep going for these setups where the main front line, the main body of the group is in front, but there's always someone in the wings. And it's either, I think it's either Lutby or Sans. Someone that can go for a huge amount of burst damage, or someone that can just go for a huge card control to start off the team fight. But if you look at the items, Brands is sitting on a full item build with a Winter this time. So the pickoff won't be as easy to execute for Onic.
Sans is so, I don't want to say the Chefin word, but I'll say courageous with his build, right? I mean, he's going full damage, but he's that brave to go into the front line, make the play happen when he could just easily get picked off.
And it's going to be Albert who will be picked off. A lot of resources used up though. That's 4 ultimates for Evos Glory. Good timing by Evos though, still. 40 seconds on the death timers for Albert. Lord up in 3.
With a man disadvantage, Evos will try and go for it. Now Brands is still exposed on the bottom side though. I feel like Onic might see that and try and attempt something, but the control over the Lord Pit. This is what Evos have always been kind of well known for. Onic, they're keeping Sans on the side, almost behind them. Oh, Brands goes for it though.
An assassination attempt from Brands and Clockun. The final shot will not connect, but Brands has used the entropy. Might be an opening. Penalty zone onto the back. Brands using the purify. Sans again finds the angle, and it's gonna be the red tree from Annabelle to still keep Evos in this game. Kyrie jumping in the front onto Dreams, who loses the immortality. Going to scratch onto Fluffy again with a Lycan pounce. Now gets Slash Insanity to the ground. Fluffy still trying to kite back. Sans again with a splash of damage, dealing with the immortality of Fluffy.
What is he on actually? Like
that's Sans.
What in the world was that? Sans making it happen. Okay, granted that Onic weren't able to secure it, but there it goes again.
The Battle of Astral echoes. Clockun spotted, Sans as well, but Sans is back to full HP.
It's a group effort from Onic, man. The fact that they were able to burn the Purify and allow Sans to find a window of opportunity. He's getting low though.
A bit too risky, the winner truncheon. Can they save him? The bloom comes in. Sans will get blown up by Fluffy. A bit too much that he went for there, and Evos Glory look to capitalize. A charge down in the bottom lane. One more swing of that trident to take the base turret down. And Evos Glory will be looking for more.
They'll be taking a fight without Sans. This is 28 seconds here with minion waves that Evos can try to go for an end. Will they try and risk it? Will they go for it, or will they go for the more calculated play?
Final slash, Dreams brought back to the team. I'm offended, dodged away from his Albert. Is still in the front, tanking a whole lot. The healing grants some safety. There's a photo proc earlier. Not a wave in the mid lane. Still there, cleared out by Kyrie. Looking to play it slow as they can. Evos Glory have gotten 3 base turrets. They'll be happy with that.
Wow. Is what? Keyboy Holy Crystal?
He's trying to go for even more healing. His spells do scale with magical power, so that is a valid build, but what a game we're having right here, man. Onic hanging on, despite the fact that it's a 20-minute game. They've passed that early mid-game fighter power spike so long ago, and yet through execution, they're able to stay relevant in this game. But without base towers available, you have to wonder if it's only a matter of time.
That's the thing, right? Because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about the composition that Evos have brought and the risky nature of what Onic has brought. And the fact that we're already in the 20th minute of the game is a big deal right now. But if we take a look at the damage dealt, Sans #1, despite the damage coming through from Brands as well, he's #5 on the charts. Can you imagine?
#5 on the charts. You would expect him to be somewhere else right there. But hey, again, at this point, he's already farmed up and he's still going to be the main guy. In a way, it's almost good that they went with Brands here because there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders here. Again, if he gets taken out, that's Onic basically winning a fight. So I think Evos can play this slow, but they still have to worry about Onic doing those sneaky maneuvers, man. They can't keep falling for them.
I think they're sniffing it out, right? Because we saw Klokken throw a meteor into the bush. They're afraid of Sans. He's usually the one to be able to find that opening, to find that groundbreaking play. And they're sniffing for him right now. He does show on the map. And so, do Evos want to just punch the gas here?
Yeah, they do. They have the mini waves. They might have to come down to this. Onic needs to tip for the fight. 3-man. Brands with entropy backwards. Now it's retreat battle. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Kai! Walks back. Lippy loses the immortality. That's done with I'm offended. He steals it away. Now entropy to be used up. But Brands buys the immortality as well. No entropy to be used up. Onic in the midst of it all. Brands taken down. And Onic look to collapse into the enemy side of the map. Albert all alone, shot down, but they have won the gamble. Sans with another splash. Fluffy has the immortality. Onic decide to disengage. How have they done it?
It's a 2-0 trade in for Onic, but unfortunately they couldn't push the gas further and have to wait for this Lord push because of the minion waves that were pushing into their base. They're buying some time for themselves, but this is Onic on the offense this time around. Can they do it?
20 seconds without Brands. Without Brands, you don't win the fights. Onic noticed, and they are just scrambling to try and get something. Without base turrets, there's just so much more that Onic can do. 8-second window right here. If they can get pickoff even, that can be even better for Onic.
There's a charge down up top. Evos Glory still have that wave clear potential with the Navari, and Brands now spawning back in, but Fluffy gets pushed back into enemy lines with the final slash, loses the Faraga armor, but is able to defend. Sans in the midst of it all, jumps in onto Dreams. He gets out, and my goodness! What a game!
He gets out! I'm still so gobsmacked with how Sans is able to perform this way on the Valentina. He has absolutely no defense items, right? Other than the Immortal? It's all damage, right?
He bought the Immortality while he was in Last Insanity.
That's
insanity.
That's insanity. Okay, sorry.
Oh my god. Gila Sans.
Bottom line, Gila Sans. But I think Evos at this point, they're just, you know, racking their brains. How do we deal with this? Whenever Onic, what they're doing right now, because they can't go for a flank or a pickoff, they're just swarming over Brands, and with Brands not having any, you know, gap closing tools to really escape from the situation, Onic just stand on top of Brands and say, we can take some damage. You know, if Brands isn't there, the mid lane isn't really doing quote-unquote DPS, right? He's Clockwind on a Novaria is doing burst damage on quite the significant cooldown. So they only have to be worried about Fluffy and Annabelle's damage, and with the front lines they have, they can absolutely do that. They're brute forcing the take onto Brands.
Which is why they went in for the Florin, right? To give them a little bit more sustainability when they want to go for these commits. I mean, let's say Keyboy was on a earth-shattering hero. Do you think they can find the same success in the team fights?
I think if Keyboy was on a playmaking hero, an engager, they would approach the fights differently for sure. Looking at the, hang on a minute, the in-game equipment and the gold difference as well though. Wow, for Onic, it's pretty, you can see a pretty, what do you call it, like deliberate allocation of gold here. They know who they want the gold, whose pockets they want the golds to flow to. Now with the Lord available though, Evos once again trying to go for this Lord, and if they get it, they can very possibly end.
Evos definitely have an advantage though, right? Because of that bottom lane. The far lane with no inhibitor turret on Onic, it is going to push in favor of Evos, and we can already see it. It looks like Albert is trying to manipulate that wave. And it looks like they've opted to go for a reset. Annabelle's still in the vicinity though, and the clock is ticking. It's the calm before the storm now from Onic.
We're going to play it slow, but honestly, we have to give props to Lutpi as well, this rookie. That initiation, right after the call, he got a 3-man penalty zone, and he got Brands there. That was the reason Onic were able to collapse on him.
I think he's been doing really well right here, knowing his role in this game as well. He's not merely just standing around, doing what seems to be the case. He seems to be planning out his positioning and his movement. That is what you need to do against a composition like this. But now Sans just struggling to clear fast enough. Fight breaks out though.
Fluffy chunk, that Faraga armor, Keyboy. Out of range, Sans is still dealing with the minion waves here. Onic, what did he say? Evos Glory, reset the Lord! And now it's an all-out battle, and I'm offended by Dreams to catch Kyrie. Lutpi with the penalty zone, not able to connect. Now Flicker defensively, back Fluffy though, chasing down with the last Insanity. As Sans goes in and the final slash connects again, and it's going to be Brands who's locked down there in the midst of it all. He does buy the immortality in time, but that's about it. Sans takes him out of the land of Dawn. Now his Dreams is running for his life. Annabelle going to be stunned down. Albert looking for the reset on the Vengeance. Kyrie back to the Lycan form. Sans recalling to clear out the wave in the bottom lane as Fluffy pops in the last Insanity. One last play from Evos Glory. It's a flicker backwards, and that means Onic have a man's advantage to go for the Lord.
Here it is, the Dreams already opening up the map. Do they want to go for a contest? They've relied on the retribution from Annabelle before. Will they do it again? It looks like he's still clearing that top lane. No, they're not going to go for it. They actually still might. Dreams.
3-man, I'm offended, onto the Lord knockup, but now it's going to be Sans with the last Insanity to the back once again, onto Dreams, pulls him up, Annabelle, very, very low, and Annabelle will be slain by Sans! Fluffy is next on the chopping block, and it's Keyboy who gets it. Lord won't be an option right now. Onic, do they want to go for the end? No, they just want to deal with the waves first.
I mean, Brands 10 seconds in. Should they not go in for the Lord? Can they not do it? Can't they send one member instead?
They'll do it now. No jungle.
I think it's a great choice for them to manage the waves first in order to eliminate the possibility of Evos going for a sneaky play. They know that even though Brands is available, there is no way they're going to be fighting without Annabelle, without Fluffy, the main frontline tools for Evos to be able to even check the bushes. It's going to be a free Lord taken by Onic.
Only one shot at stealing this. It's Clockwind, shoots the Astral Spear, and it is too early. Onic will claim the Lord. Evolve, 28th minute.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a number 2 and number 9 team going against one another. If you think that it should and would have been one-sided, we are entering the 29th minute in this particular game. No clear winner just yet. But what we do know is now Onic is holding on to that gold lead. But at this point, does it really matter? The Lord is already marching in the top lane. And it looks like this might be the final push from Onic if Evos cannot defend. But again, they have the high ground. They have so much clear potential. They have Brands. They have Klokken again. If Sans, if Lutfi can't find an opening, we might look at a reset.
Look at the wave manipulation for Onic though. They know that Evos has the clear. They're trying to make sure that everything crashes at once. If they can just allow the Lord to just hit the base, the crystal of Evos, and just deny Brands by deterring him with all the damage they have at their disposal, that could be a way for them to secure the victory. Brands makes his move with the entropy though.
They're looking to siege down in the mid lane right now with the bottom wave also crashing down to the turret, but they are not able to touch it. Evos Glory defend like it's nothing. No siege potential for this comp. They have built enough waves, but it was still not enough. Up against this wave clear, they have a second chance though. At a siege with another minion wave in the mid lane spawning in. Kyrie looking for it. Lutfi with the penalty zone. And Zong on them away. Sun, he plays the immortality! Just in time flickers out as well! And that has bought enough space for Onic to take the base turret in the mid lane. Lutfi, very low. Has to respect the damage. Wow!
I thought the siege was over. But Sans, how does this man do it? He has gone for the flanks, the assassinations, and now he distracted Brands long enough that Onic has claimed yet another base turret. Unfortunately for them, the base turret on the far side of the map is still standing, but man, both teams right now just squeezing every single competitive edge they have in this game.
It's jungler mechanics in the mid lane. Those last minute item swaps, those last minute item purchases have been impeccable and immense to the success that Onic have been able to get so far. A 12k, 13k gold lead still.
13k, wow.
What is this game?
The 13k that honestly doesn't even like play a crazy factor anymore, right?
No.
Not anymore, no.
31 minutes. Is this the longest game?
We'll have to recheck on that. Maybe production can help us with a lower third. Dreams though. Oh, there's an attempt right now. Onic have dealt with the wave up top. It is slow pushing towards Evos Glory. And now they're going for clear in the mid lane. Bottom lane though, still clearing, slow pushing back to Onic.
And how good is that healing coming in from Keyboy on the Florin though? All these fighters, it takes so much for Evos to really chunk anyone down, and afterwards, it's very easily healed up by the Florin. That is definitely something that's so frustrating, especially for Klokken, who knows that every single bit of poke damage he can output right now is just so important for his team.
This could go 50-50. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord Dance, this could sway either way. Annabelle and Kyrie are both already in position. It depends on how this goes. You're right, the minion waves are pushing in the bottom lane. Sans has to deal with it. Sans is going to be shown in the map, and that's when usually Evos Glory go for the push. But they don't.
No, they don't. Evos have been very hesitant to go for the 50-50. To go for even a 5v4 team fight with Sans spotted down below.
Oof, man, I feel like they're just confused on, even if they want to try and go for a fight when Sans isn't in the area, I don't think they are that confident in deciding what ultimate, what skill to use to really get the catch, get the fight started. Because Onic have ways to disengage from a big fight technically. Flickers are still up, and they have a very limited amount of crowd control.
To a stalemate.
This is so dangerous though for Evos. They need to make a decision, do they not?
For both teams, they kind of have to make a decision here. Technically for Evos, they have control of the forced error. They have a wave slow pushing in the far lane constantly, so they can play the slow game. They can wait, they can be patient. Onic though, they need to be the ones to look for something. Dreams is looking for, and I'm offended. Wow, win truncheon by Sans still going forward. Dreams gets baited in. Last Insanity used up. Dreams still gonna blow up there, buys the immortality in time, has it, walks away. Lutfi very low, loses the immortality. Brand still has the entropy, looking for the last few hits on the Lutfi, but he does buy the winner truncheon in time. Kyrie blocks the Astro Spear from hitting Lutpi. And we are back to where we started.
Oh, wow.
Immortalities have been spent though. And again, the wave is just so annoying for Onic in the bottom side. Evo started that fight with Brands already expanding the entropy, and yet they're still able to put up a great fight. Now back to the slow waiting game. Both teams know that one single mistake will decide what has been 34 minutes.
The base.
Two waves crashing down.
The base.
Sun's still dealing with the Dreams. Gets chunked, dashes forward, two-man rather. Final slash. Albert's tanky, goes in again, now Lutpi. Looking for an initiation, Evos Glory have been chunked. Dreams with the Brave Smite proc, getting a bit more HP. Sans needs to recall again, that wave in the bottom lane is still coming down and the base is down to half. Sans cancelled. Klokun able to cancel it away, but Evos Glory do not have their hands on the Lord. The Lord is still at full HP, Roger set back. This has to be the green light for Evos Glory to hold on to the Lord, but they still are resetting it. Wants Fluffy to get more of that Faraga armor before they actually go for it.
I mean, he already has it now. This is a little bit more. But this must be so exhausting for Onic because they are the ones who have to constantly keep pushing in the bottom lane, constantly look for the perfect timing, constantly think about who should be the one that they send down there. Because one small mistake, one minor error can be capitalized by the White Tigers at this point. You can already see some movement coming through from Evos. Brands is already in a very different position. Are they looking to try and catch Sans off guard?
Perhaps they are. They don't know where Sans is though. Fluffy. That's a vengeance. That's a final splash on the Fluffy. A full commit onto Fluffy. He has the immortality though. Sans dodges away from the MFN. Now pops into last insanity. Brands is able to free hit for now. Dodges away from the penalty zone. It's Brands again who's free hitting in the back. Sans does damage, but it's not going to be enough. It's a winner dungeon by Sans, and now he shall fall! Evos Glory clawing their way back into the game as Kyrie deals with Dreams, but it's only the immortality. Brands has been left untouched. Fluffy buys the winner dungeon, but Dreams falls. Now it's an entropy once again by Brands. 2 for 1 for Evos Glory this time.
Yes, it's going to be Sans and Lutpi taken in for Dreams, but at this point, Evos have the man advantage. They're going to start to clear, and do you think that they're going to go for the neutral objective next? You can see Albert opening up the map, opening up vision. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a 36-minute game here at MPL ID. And again, this is not an outcome that we would have expected between these two teams. I mean, there's a distinct disparity. Just shows how competitive MPL ID is, no matter where you are in the standings. And here we go again, onto the Lord.
Zalbert, two-man final slash. Annabelle brought around Brands! Finds a pickup that might have just won them the game! Now it's Annabelle with the Spear of Alpha! Onto Albert he goes! Keyboy is down! The Sky Kings fall one by one through the skies, clawed down by the Tigers! Game 1 to Evos Glory!
Wow! What is most likely the longest game in the season so far? The 9th place team has toppled over number 2. Welcome to season 13.
Welcome to season 13. I mean, even from the drafts, it was a joy to watch, to witness, to predict, and then we get that much action in the game. 37 minutes should be the official number there. That was an intense game, but Evos do and will be able to take that first game. I'm still like at a loss for words.
It's such a throwback. We haven't seen a game like this in a long time. The fighters up against the late game marksman. That used to be what the game was all about. A bit of a nostalgia trip just for a while. But Evos starts the matchup strong right here, showing again that the veteran will make a big difference.
But this also shows that the two-fighter meta that has found success, if I'm not mistaken, in the Philippines, Miracle, correct me if I'm wrong,
yeah, the Natan
has not found success here.
Not yet. Not yet. Not to Evos Glory. They deny that away from Onic. And it only took one moment for Brands to free hit to stay alive for them to end the game because Brands was picked off always. It was just Onic were looking for Brands. If they get Brands, they win the fight.
Yep.
One fight that Brands did not die, they won.
And I mean, Evos did a great job kind of, baiting out a lot of the spells. I mean, in the end there, Lutpi went for Brands, Sans went for Brands, and yet he was able to just dodge away from all of it, and the team's follow-up was great. I mean, I think both these teams were performing really, really well. The fact that Onic was able to bring that composition with only a Roger as their main wave clear all the way to 36, 37 minutes, that's also a feat in its own right.
I agree.
Against a Novaria Nathan.
I agree.
Man.
Like, it shouldn't have gone that long, but it did. So that it reflects Evos' adaptability and skill, and it also shows Onic's adaptability and skill. More so for Onic because of the composition, but whew, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Did you like it?
Of course. I mean, like, 37 minutes, I think that is the longest game. We can confirm it in MPL Indo Season 13 so far. Shout out to Renmar, because he told me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's watching, so shout out to Renmar who's watching back at home. Let's give the MVP over, man.
Let's
be
do it.
Rands.
Rands, 458 KDA on the Natan. Had an entire VT about him, actually, before we entered this matchup.
Foreshadowing.
It's the foreshadowing. Exactly.
And he went with the tenacity as well. He knows he has a target on his back. And he played this whole game knowing that. Playing passively, trying to lead his teammates to try and stall the game as long as possible. And in the end, like we mentioned, I think a newer player, a player with less experience, will crumble under this kind of pressure, man. Expectations from the fans. The game going as long as it does. The fact that when you get taken out, your team loses. All that, and he just delivers like it's another Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about that game, man.
Yeah.
Because in the early game, it didn't look too great. Onic had a particular advantage, but instantly with the momentum shift coming through, I remember that Holy Crystal that was bought before the team fight. That's when things started to get a little bit shaky for Onic.
For the most part, you can see that Brands isn't really under a lot of threat. If he's allowed to hit, it never works out. But from 13 minutes onwards, Onic always had something in store for Brands, whether it's a flank, whether it's a surprise flicker play. And that's the difficulty of a composition that is quote-unquote one-dimensional, right? The fact that without Brands, they just can't really edge out a fight, even with Clockun outputting damage. So that way, in that sense, Onic also had a quote-unquote pretty straightforward game. But the changes in the items, the changes not just from Winter to Immortal usually, by the way, we saw changes in Malefic Roars and all that. Different heroes just trying to balance out. I need more damage, but also more survivability. This is the last fight though, and unfortunately, losing 2 members on an 80-second death timer, that was just what sealed the deal for Onic.
In the late game burst of Brands, we get to see it in full display here. And yeah, I mean, throughout the game, he was picked off. Onic were just looking to tunnel vision on Brands at every single opportunity they were given. But in the end, it really just had to come down to how Brands and the team technically play around him, right? Because this is the key to ultimately ending the game. If they wanted to win that team fight, they had to bank on Brands. They had to protect Mr. President.
That was basically
He was Mr. President that game. Everybody was a bodyguard. They had to protect him.
I mean, you saw it. Everyone was just diving towards him. Like, get down! Mr. Brands!
Mr. Brands, get down!
Get out of here! Get to the chopper!
Oh my god. Oh, that was a game though. That was
do we even talk about the goal difference?
100
about the itemization?
Both at 100K. By the way, we have further confirmation. Thank you to production here. The longest game in MPL Indonesia. Season 12, BTR versus Rebellion.
For all time.
All time.
All time was season 12. It was 43 minutes and 37 seconds. But this season,
I think this is definitely it.
Yeah, 37 minutes and 1 second.
Oh man.
Shame on them. We should have gotten another 20 minutes.
You know, why would you go for 37 if you're not going to go and break the record?
Yeah.
Right? Go all the way.
I don't know. I'd be worried about Mirko's voice.
Now we good.
If he's okay, then it's okay. Anyway, we have to. Oh man, what do we even talk about here?
What, you not want to talk about the 385,684 damage taken?
The 1
by
million,
Fluffy?
the 1 million damage taken by Onic as a team. Have we seen 1 million?
It's been a while.
We broke through 1 million.
We broke through 1 million damage taken.
Oh,
there were
boy.
2 base turrets left in this game.
Unreal.
Was it 2 in the end? Yeah, it was 1. It was 1. There was only 1 base turret left in this game.
Evos' bottom lane turret, I think, was the only thing left standing. Everything else was just destroyed by the chaos, by the war. Oh man.
That was
You gotta
insane.
take a breath.
It was. But of course, for both of the teams, the stakes are a little bit different. People would argue that Onic is number 2, so they do have a little bit more points to play with as compared to, you know, Evos, who direly need these wins. But I also direly need some investment points, man. I don't know what to do with, like, I know it's a small amount of money compared to you, but even so, like, I don't know what to do with my money.
You mean compared to that game?
Yeah, okay.
You mean compared to Ulf? Well, if you guys want to be as rich
as Mirko,
as Eterna, Ulf as well, you guys can go and invest in UBS Gold X MPL Indonesia Season 13. Stay tuned, May 2024 on at ubs.gold and on at ubs.lifestyle. Also available at ubslifestyle.com and ubs lifestyle e-commerce. Go and check it out because there's going to be a lot of different things. Not just investments. I mean, technically it's also an investment, but you can invest in style too, right? You can get the necklace, you can get the bracelets. Arashi, I believe, got one.
Necklace and bracelet.
Or did you get one, Eternal?
I got the box.
You got the box.
Yeah, but the box was for just gold. So no accessories. But I wish I did.
Box of gold?
That's drip.
I want a box of gold. But I also want to not lag in my games. I was playing yesterday.
That's more important.
I haven't reached Mythic because I keep lagging. My MS is like
Nice
a million.
excuse. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Nice excuse. That's why you haven't hit Mythic?
Yeah. It's a lag, bro.
Well, Arashi has hit Mythic. Arashi, how did you do it?
By applying the Games Max booster, man.
You hear that? No more excuses after that.
Games Max Booster.
The lag is that's so like 2020, bro. Lag? Really? Prices start from 25k IDR and you can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. Right? 36 gigabytes. How many Mobile Legends games can you play with 36 gigabytes, man? Way more to get to Mythic. So hurry up and buy the package and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app. And again, don't get stuck in 2020, bro. This is the future. It's a different time.
Don't get stuck in Legend as well. You don't want that.
Are you stuck in Legend?
Yes.
You know what? Here. I know it's not actually your internet. I know it's not the MS.
It's because you don't listen.
I know you just don't listen. Maybe the bangs are in the way, but now you can put Oraimo the earbuds inside of your ears so the bangs don't get in the way of the speakers so that you can hear what's going on in the game.
That's how you do it.
This time it comes with an exclusive Edith edition too. You want it, Eterna?
I want it.
You want to unlock or unleash unstoppable sound? Use the promo code Oraimo MPL before checkout.
That was Roger unleashing.
But Roger died that game.
We don't talk about that. Don't forget to use the code, okay? Oraimo MPL. Super simple. Super nice. But for some reason, another word pops in my head. Not super, but awesome.
Yeah, awesome. If you want to catch...
See, Sheffen's there.
Wait, what?
Hi,
What?
Sheffen.
Where?
There.
I
Oh,
see
you missed him.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
missed
yeah,
him. You
yeah,
missed
yeah.
him.
I saw him earlier. Well, W-Man's there. Let's go back to this, though. Gold laner, dibongkar pasang. Ooh. What does that mean?
Continual changes.
among
gold laners. On cue. That is advanced stuff right there.
MPLID, baby.
Yeah, objective turret of the Tigers continue to fill in the resistance. Well, you have to see, man. I mean, they have been changing it up. And it's because they haven't really been finding success. I mean, looking at... They have #1 lowest average turret secured. They have 4.44 on average turrets secured per game. That's a difficult stat to try and face. But hey, they've shown a great start in this match right here. So maybe some teams are going to be looking over, going like, hey, having 3 gold laners, that seems kind of nice.
I mean, you know, like...
It's like Legos.
I don't think it's that nice.
It's confusing.
It's a bit confusing if you don't know which is which, right? And I think Evos had to go through that. They had 3 gold laners. They had to, well, just like this, they had to continually...
Is that their excuse every season?
Not every season.
I mean,
right?
like
season 11,
3 seasons in a row?
Season 11, they made it to MSC, it turned out.
Season 11.
Season 10, 12,
Wait,
and
now
then
it's season 13, 12, 11, did they not make it to playoffs?
No, it was 10. 10
Oh,
they
that
didn't
was
make it to playoffs.
10.
Yeah, 11 they made it to playoffs. They made it to MSC. They made it to grand finals. They reverse swept Alter Ego and GeekFam, remember?
Honestly, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. I was about to say if you don't remember, you know, maybe the bangs are in the way.
What's with the bangs?
I think that's a question to you.
Oh yeah.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Guys,
it does
I
make you younger though.
I'm like too nice of a person to find like comebacks for Miracle. So
no, you're not.
Anyone
don't pull that. Don't pull that.
Can you please help me find comebacks to burn Miracle with? Like,
Ladies and gentlemen, any person who has to say I'm a nice person is no nice person.
That is true.
Don't expose me like that.
Charles Dance.
Well, let's just expose both of these teams' damage dealt in total gold, though, because my goodness, 100,000 total gold for both the teams.
Oh boy, Sans and Fluffy. It's just the fact that the Evos had the X-Borg though was quite valuable. It allows them to really, again, add a layer of damage, get a bit more, you know, utility, and the fact that like all these fighters, they have to jump at one person behind the guy that's the most front. One guy behind the front line, because the X-Borg can just stay there, and if they spend too much time hitting on the X-Borg, that sounds weird, trying to focus down the X-Borg, then Brands can just output that damage. But here, ladies and gentlemen, officially, the new record for the longest game on MPL ID Season 13. 37 minutes, almost on the dot, but they had to go one more second, you know, Evos.
You know, just in case. just in case someone goes 37 minutes too. They have 1 second on top of that game.
It's a plan B.
It does beat the match between a Bigatron as well as Onic with 30 minutes.
So 2 Onic matches are the longest matches. That's not what we're used to seeing, right, for Onic?
Like, you can argue, like, people can argue that Onic aren't the same this season, which obviously it shows from, like, statistic and data. But I would argue that Onic are using this time to find more strategies. And, yeah. And that's why they're kind of, like, up and down.
Oh, wow!
He's streaming?
Welcome back to MPL Idea. Legend in MPL and Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Just no limit.
The limit man.
No limit, Arashi.
Oh, the no limit man.
If he's limited, then limit man means he's limited.
So just unlimited.
There you go. Right, Eterna?
Why are we renaming him live, bro? But yes, Eterna, on that point, finding new strategies, I think that's a luxury that being on top of the standings really allow you. And Onic is known to do that. And with that game being so long and so grueling, right? There's just so many decisions, so many split-second moments. You have to wonder. Evos have won the battle, but will they win the war? Right? It's a best of 3, and reverse sweeps are very, very common in MPL Season 13 right now. So their battle is not over just yet.
So I'm wondering, do you think they might go for a similar strategy, Onic, refine it here and there? Or do you think they're just gonna, you know what, let's just go back to default. Let's win this.
Interesting. I think the safe play is to go back to default, right, to what works. But to be fair, they used 5 bans towards utility jungle.
Yeah, they did.
Right? You can kind of understand. They want to make sure that the Roger in the jungle doesn't really get bullied around by the beefier, tankier members, tankier heroes in the meta right now. But if they adjust just a bit, there's a possibility that they can try and maybe go for the same thing. At this point, we have to see if Coach Yeb thinks it's, you know, it's something that they want to do, because you never know what that guy's thinking about, man.
Yeah. I think if there was one person, right, Arashi, who looked a bit too chill, it was Coach Chip during that game. I mean,
Yeah, I was about
the
to
camera
say.
pans to him every single time, and he's just leaning on that couch.
He's having a good
backstage.
time.
He's having a good time. Oh, again, this time they actually swapped a little bit. Onic banned out the Mathilda and the Fredrin. So not the Baksha Barats Fredrin start that we expect from Onic.
Ooh. Ooh, a Fanny ban from Evos, as well as a Joy and a Novaria. And a Tan ban does come through in for Onic as well. Because Evos knows that they can't let the Fanny go, just in case Kyrie wants to pick it up. But they also can't utilize it. Or they might risk, dying in the mid lane with an Angela. Nolan first pick though. Now this is something interesting. And a Roger comes through. And a Barrett. So
this is dangerous.
It's still Flex. Technically, could it be Flex Barrett?
It can be technically, but having a Roger gold lane against a Nolan, not the worst of ideas. But I believe Annabelle, when he first showed up in MPL Season 13, I believe he did just flex out on that Nolan. Was able to do a lot of great plays. So we'll see now with the Harriet as well. It seems like Evos are the ones trying to go for something more aggressive. The foot is on the other shoe.
I think if we take a scroll back to the first week of MPL ID, when Evos Glory decided to leave two of these heroes to Alter Ego, the Nolan and the Harith, that was the game that went to Alter Ego's favor. They were able to dominate the first Evos Glory lineup that we don't see here today. It's a mix. But they get the Nolan and the Harith. We've seen some teams, like Aura, utilize the Nolan as a bait. They will not ban it, just to bait it out, and this might be it. I've also spoken to Theo about this in the podcast that we were talking about.
Yeah, talk about it.
He said that the reason he didn't ban out the Nolan and the Harith in week 1 against Alter Ego was because they already had counters to it. The Phobius, the Odette. And now Odette has been picked up by Onic.
Phobius, huh? I mean, if they do go with the Phobius, it's definitely a big problem for Evos. But I do feel like when it comes to control, Onic they will have to try and spread out a bit more and make sure that they do due diligence in clearing out the bushes, because having a Harith and especially that Nolan, all these mages are kind of vulnerable, but I guess that's where the Odette comes into play. Having a built-in shield that scales with magical power as well, you're not as easily deleted as, let's say, as compared to a Vexana or maybe something like a Novaria.
But like, if that's the case, then obviously Evos can just ban the Phobius away now. Because that was their idea for a counter, right?
Unless
it's
a mind game.
Unless Onic are already happy with just the Odette, right? Do they want to go all the way with the Odette and the Phobius? Or is one enough? The Masha, though, will be banned out here by Evos Glory. Still a big problem for them, a big threat to them. The Masha, I think right now, I hate the Masha as much as they do, seriously.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm a mage player, and you
Aw,
already know, against a
it's
Masha,
gross.
all you do is just let go of your phone. You see the Masha pop up in the bush, you're like, I can't. You hear the, the music, the death music just starts playing, and you just see black and white, like, bro.
But the funny thing is, Chip has been untouched in the
Loyi
series.
To
Loyi,
is
Chip.
to trick the Reaper.
You know,
Is this not their flavor? Not their style?
It may be for now, but in this kind of game, against an Odette, against a clumped up kind of composition, the Loyi has a lot more value, so that is something that Evos can maybe kind of consider, potentially.
Maybe, but here as well, I think it's very confusing for Evos right now because the Barats can be flexed, jungle XP, Roger can be flexed, jungle gold. What do you think would be safe here? Like in this situation against Evos Glory, do they want to put the Roger in the gold lane? I think.
Your team is
Well, that's the Ruby ban. They take away another flex pick that Onic can utilize. I think this time the Roger should be going to gold, right? The Barat should be going to jungle. They want to try to nail down the Nolan because the Roger versus Nolan, clear speed. Nolan's crazy with that clear speed, man.
Yeah, and we have to see what the mid lane is gonna be. What's gonna be put up against the Odette? Because quick clear speed with the Nolan, if you combine that with a quick mid wave clear speed and early game power, that could be the key to just shutting down Onic's jungler. So we'll have to see. The fact that they brought out that fighter strategy in game 1, now it means that they gave they gave Evos one more thing to really consider, to start thinking about. And now we're seeing the Florian again. With the Barats, a healer and a Barats is usually very, very annoying.
But it's still flex, is it not?
What is? Barats, Roger?
Both, no?
Yeah. Yeah, it is still flex. That's why.
Like, we still don't know. They just need to take a look at what Evos want to go for the next 2 picks, and then find the best lineup to match, to overcome the next 2 picks that Evos have in mind.
Yeah, Kaja's pretty good, right?
The who?
Kaja. They want to pick off Onic members.
Kaja. They want some front line as well, because otherwise the Barats will just stomp around. Oh, it's gonna be a Minotaur and an Angela. Oh man.
Oh, this is a
assassin with an Angela. That's also quite the fearsome opponent. Man, Onic, what solution will they have? Paquito.
Wait, so what does that mean?
That means they want to have a way to actually split them up, right? Split push could be an option for Onic, with the Paquito having that lane pressure, that mobility as well. But the team fighting, what do you think, Arashi? Evos, Onic, team fighting, neutral objectives?
Team fighting, you have to give it to Evos. There's just so much sustain right there. And even with a Necklace of Durance or a Sea Halberd, you're still gonna struggle to really shut people down, especially because your main DPS, once again, is gonna be... Oh, hang on, wait a minute.
Kyrie's still Roger.
Oh, it's
Albert.
It's Gold Lane Paquito.
Yeah, it's a Gold Lane Paquito.
I thought it would be a Barats and the... Yeah, okay.
Wow, so they did flex it out. It's a
turned out
fighter strategy
genius.
once again.
You got it again.
Again, right? Dude, it's uncanny, man. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Expect the unexpected, apparently, now when we see an Onic lineup. Because here we go with Paquito in the gold lane and Roger back in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
Now it's quite the big problem. In the previous game, eventually, Brent has enough damage and he shreds through multiple people at the same time. Now he won't have that liberty even if the game goes longer. He will have, kite ability, but in the proper fight, I think it's kind of evenly matched, and it's more on the side of Evos to really make a mistake.
Whoa, what? Way too aggressive by Clockhood. I think he thought he would be able to sustain a bit more. First blood this time to Onic. Annabelle, though, with the red tree advantage, picks the Lethal Wanderer, takes it away from Kyrie.
Can't underestimate that Odette passive, man. The bounces, especially when there's only 2 of you in the lane like earlier, it's an insane amount of damage. Already a very quick first blood, but we'll see what Onic can do with it. Again, the side lanes are going to be fighters and Albert. We haven't seen an Albert Paquito in such a long time. It's a bit of a throwback once again.
Yeah.
It really is. And the thing is, in game number 2 here, it's sort of a different story, do you not think? With brands on a Harris instead of something like a Natan. Does it give Onic a little bit more of an edge this time around? Not much of a small window like we saw in game number 1.
I think it's better chances in the late game, but a bit more difficult to try and maybe shut down in the early game, right? That's the whole trade-off. What I'm concerned about is Annabelle. On that Nolan, who is he supposed to target right here? I think the only realistic target is Keyboy, technically, and if you use all of your spells and all of your damage on the Roamer, that's still not the most ideal situation. 3 debut picks for Onic once more.
Again, it's insane. They've been utilizing like the same heroes for the entire 4 weeks, and then suddenly, boom, we get debut picks all around in from the Porcupines. Well, the teams are now going to start collapsing, so it's already a different flavor of a Florin that we saw from Beloyski. Onic want to go for the contest from the get-go on the first turtle of the game.
I don't know if they're trying to contest, they're trying to go for a fight. If they get a turtle, it's almost a given, and Evos won't really be expecting anything else, but they want to try and get kills here, try and start snowballing. Dreams jumps in with a His Fury, flickers forward, finds 3 members. Fluffy gets the turtle. And now it's going to be Sans who pops in his Swan Song, but in the back it's going to be Keyboy, who gets assassinated. Lethal Ignition ticking down, gets him down. Annabelle running away. Sans unable to find that last pickup, but Fluffy will fall as well to trade.
Fluffy for Keyboy. Up until this point, who is it worth it for?
I gotta say, it's a bit more worth it for Evos. With Onic having so much more quote-unquote power in the side lanes, they should be the ones winning it out. Even trades favor the team with better late game.
Oh, Annabelle, look at Dreams, tanks up the turret for Annabelle to chase down, and they are able to force a flicker out from Sans.
We'll have to see. Evo is doing a great job of trying to find just find ways to really stall the game out once more. The fact that now they have 2 healers means that their damage dealers are gonna be a lot more secure in the late game. Won't be as susceptible to being dogpiled the same way that Bronze was, experiencing in game 1. So maybe now that, along with the fact that he's on a Harith, he's gonna be doing a bit of true damage. Maybe this is the anti-fighter strategy.
Could be. There isn't too much of a start difference just yet, but what we do understand is Annabelle hasn't really been able to find the pickoffs or the assassinations in the first 4 minutes of the game. He was able to get 1, but other than that, nothing just yet. What's the plan for Evos Glory with this lineup?
I think to scale and try and abuse Annabelle's clear speed. Like Mirko mentioned, it's just really, really fast. And for now, with having strong frontliners and ways to really get safety for their own members, Evos can be a lot more aggressive right here, and Annabelle can be a lot more bold moving in to try and steal resources away from Onic. And not to mention the side lanes right here really isn't winning out as much as I think Onic would like. We saw earlier the head-to-head between Ludpi and Fluffy, and Fluffy is just a lot more experienced in this aggressive playstyle to try and dominate in the laning phase.
I mean, technically, is there not more data on Fluffy as compared to Ludpi?
I think there is, based on his time in Aura, based on his time in Evos as well. There's more data on him, but he's drastically changed his style. Ooh, Ludpi, Destiny's welcome, spits him out onto Dreams. 2-man stun, His Fury, flicker forward. Oh, Onic are able to space out of that one. Kyrie jumps in with a Lycan pounce, and now it's his Swan Song. They catch Brands too. Ludpi falls as well to Annabelle. Kyrie in the midst of it all jumps in again. Doesn't have the Lycan form and falls to Clockun.
That's a 2-4-1 trade, ladies and gentlemen, for the White Tiger in the 5th minute of the game. And they should have the luxury of being able to take this turtle without any contest whatsoever from Onic. And that's another advantage given to Evos Glory.
Man, this early game just isn't going in favor of Onic. I mean, even Albert on the Paquito. Last time we saw a golden Paquito going up against a marksman. Oh, wow!
That is tough.
They usually delete marksmen. They don't get deleted. And just like that, a turret in the hands of Evos.
That is tough. I mean, Albert back in the day on the Paquito, he was a monster. I mean, granted, last time he was a jungle, but you'd think these kinds of things still stay true, but the fact that he got deleted there, what in the world?
I love this build from Annabelle. This guy is really, he's actually really intelligent. Goes for the Hunter Strike instead of the Heptaseas and right onto the Sea Halberd. He's gonna shred these frontliners too.
Yeah, the extra max HP damage from the Sea Halberd will definitely help out, especially against something like a Barats. And negating the healing for the Florin is great, but also the shielding coming in from the Paquito and the Odette, that is definitely a huge value pickup for the side of Evos. With the Flash of the Oasis completed though, I felt like Onic was planning on going for more dives and such, but now they've lost 2 of their outer turrets on the top and bottom lane. So now Evos are the ones just controlling. The fact that they have a Minotaur, I think that really just ruined any kind of dive plan that Onic was kind of cooking up.
Yeah, it seems very difficult for them. They're banking on that fact, and now they don't have as much space as they do already. I mean, technically, what can they be waiting for? A mid-power spike, right? I mean, that's the beauty of fighters.
Mid-power spike, and the fact that in the mid lane they have an actual carry that does damage instead of an Angela. That's the only real thing they have, so they need to make sure that Annabelle or Brands don't start snowballing. Because later on, even though there's going to be AoE damage, if Evos have enough resources to keep Annabelle or Brands alive to just slowly but surely just chunk everyone down and take them out, then that advantage gets negated.
Getting a bit of healing. Getting to the Drago Armor, but Fluffy pops the last Insanity first. Keyboy still holding onto the Bloom. And it's all just a zone. Annabelle picks up the Lord, and he is 2 levels up on Kyrie right now.
That's a 1v1.
Annabelle wants to go for the burst, jumps onto Albert. Misses the fracture, but now just basic attacking Albert to death. Has the Bloom, luckily, from Keyboy. A cross-map heal, that global heal, coming in handy to save Albert. Dreams, Venus Fury, and the Flicker on the stance. Now on the knock-up is Brands. Jumps over to Zaman Force, Keyboy is down. Clocken picks up the kill, and Brands is just wreaking havoc, dodging away and getting a few more shots to zone Onic away from this turret, looking for it now. No P. No distance, welcome, fracture, miss again. Annabelle looking for the turret, Brands is hitting on it now. Albert jumps in, but will lose his life again. It's Clockhood who's on a killing spree, and Brands takes the mid lane tier 1 down.
So unfortunate for Onic, but so well played by Evos. Earlier on in that team fight, that was a 1v1 situation between Clockhood and Albert. That's an Angela and a Paquito, and with a follow-up coming through from Evos Glory, they were able to turn that entire thing around. What Albert thought would be a little bit of an advantage for them ended in really just them at a disadvantage. This is a almost 5k gold lead for Evos Glory in the 9th minute of the game.
You're seeing just small miscalculations, small mistakes from Onic. I think a lot of people are going to be starting to question, like, is this a mental thing? Are they just lost right now, confused on how to deal with Evos? Albert tried to weave in and out, but he gets stopped by Dreams. So Evos are the ones that have, I guess, the mental luxury to be looking and setting up towards the future. You know, they're planning out ahead how they want to play these fights out.
Even if we take a look at the player's goal,
Annabelle,
right?
Annabelle with the burst down. Albert has been taken down again. It's another solo.
2 times.
Wow. The Nolan pick. I mean, Annabelle, relatively new name in the MPL, but he's been able to make this Nolan such a fearsome pick. We were wishing for Assassins to show up again. I don't think this is how we were expecting it to go, though.
Definitely not, and it's really truly him also and his redemption arc from the last time he was able to pick up an Assassin here. 4-0-2 so far. Definitely what you would call quote-unquote snowballing at this point. And he's, what, a level ahead of Kyrie at this point?
Yeah, a whole level ahead on this Nolan. And 4 levels ahead of Albert, so yeah, Albert's not... Brands is 2 levels ahead of Albert too. Brands, the gold lane.
Albert just not having a good time at all. He was, every single time, he's trying to really flex that aggressive style, you know, that kind of sets him apart from CW, but it's really not working out. Evos kept countering it, and it seems like he's the one that's kind of baited, manipulated by Brands. And now with him winning in the lane, it's a complete different situation compared to the previous game. He's not waiting for that late game. He is just out for blood here along with Annabelle.
And this time Kyrie is a bit more sustainable. Annabelle still gets it though. He used his retribution, that is information for Onic, but can they even capitalize on that?
I don't think so. Annabelle certainly doesn't think so either. Moving all the way to the bottom side right here, not even concerned that Onic can go for the contest. If they go for the Lord here, Evos will just immediately just jump on the members and go for a fight instead.
So what should they do at this point, right? Because the point of the Paquito is you can go for that far lane push in these neutral objectives, but if he gets caught in a 1v1 with Annabelle, he gets deleted, he gets obliterated, so that far lane prowess that he's supposed to have is currently negated with how far behind he is right now, and you can see him being unable to do that. What do Onic work with here?
In a way, a blessing in disguise is the fact that, well, again, Brands is on a Harriet and not in a Tan, so he'll still have a very healthy amount of damage and sustainability in the late game, but it's more limited. So we'll see.
Oh my
if
god.
Onic can just stall towards the late game, they have a better chance at going for an ultra late game approach again. It's not ideal, but I feel like at this point, it's all they got.
Would this work? Sands and Albert 2v1ing Annabelle. Would that work?
It better work, right? Because if he still somehow gets a 1-for-1, and it'll be beneficial for Evos because they are certainly winning up top. Lutpi is so low. Keyboy can help him sustain back up. But look at Fluffy! Trading them down, now brought back to the team. Has the last insanity. Nope. Frog armor down already. Death to this welcome. Onto Fluffy. Fluffy loses his life. The Swan Song popped in. Kyrie in the midst of it all. Stream jumps into the back line as well, knocking him up. Albert now with a knockout strike on the Brands, but he has them on force. And the hard guard too. Kyrie shutting them down as Annabelle deals with Sans. Kyrie can't even go for it. The healing from the hard guard is doing too much. 2-for-1. And Sans was going for the big play right there, but he gets his ultimate cancelled out. He went for the flicker for, I guess, a more surprising way to really output some more damage. But man, the lack of a Purify just means that there's just so many ways that Evos can deal with the Swan Song. And Dream has been saving a lot of his crowd control for specific moments just like that. That's what I meant. Evos are pre-planning their skill usage, and Onic just seems to be the one scrambling to try and find something, which is like the opposite of what we were expecting.
Yeah, that's why in those team fights, that was brutal for Sans. He thought that perhaps it was already popped in, but it wasn't, and it got cancelled. A 7K gold lead right now for the White Tigers. Don't forget that Just No Limit is streaming. You guys can catch that for the remaining minutes that this may end up. Not really sure if Onic can go in for the clear this time around. I mean, they do still have Odette technically. But other than that, no high ground. I guess other than maybe Kyrie on the Roger?
I think Sun is the only real quote-unquote high ground that they have here.
Not really, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He can get the ultimate stop. Oh, engage!
So charge, a 3-man Venus Fury. Lutpi dodges away from it just because that's his welcome. Keyboy gets melted down, gets bursted down. Fluffy still chunking them. No, Lutpi's low, and that is again another base turn up top. Evos are looking for a Swan Song, already cancelled out by the knockup from Dreams. Now another Annabelle on the back, now chased out by Kyrie, but the base is open. Brands with his on force, goes straight forward, goes for the kill instead.
Oh,
Kyrie desperately trying to save the game, but the Sky Kings get clean swept by Evos Glory.
I started the day with saying anything can happen. Are we on the brink of change? And this is the closing ending result that we are given today. This is only day 1 of week number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Evos number 9 on the standings, 2-0ing our defending champions, the Sky Kings. Kyrie and the team. Number 2 right now.
It doesn't matter.
Come on.
Evo says we don't care about standings. We are higher on top in the food chain, and we're here to stay. And if you count us out, you will pay. Evo's with a clean sweep.
A clean sweep.
Who would have thought? What in the world is going on? The caster curse strikes again?
Every time Onic plays, be careful of your guest coins. I mean, it's true for this season. I do still believe that Coach Yeb and Coach Adi are cooking something. They haven't found the right success just yet. But despite that, Evos Glory made a great performance today, and it's huge props. I mean, what else can you say?
We ended the first half of MPL Indo Season 13 with the 2 blue teams at the bottom. We're starting it with the 2 blue teams getting a win.
Cheers to change.
Rebellion 2-1, Evos 2-0.
And with that, let's take to their interview. Bude Clara Mongstar, Paso.
Evos di minggu kelima meraung dengan sangat hebatnya. Inilah dia dengan kemenangan yang mungkin semua orang buset 2-0. Bude aja kaget, pada kaget semua kan? Pada angguk-angguk. Ini Evos. Permisi, halo Brans.
This is Evos kalau kata Regi mah.
This is Evos. ya. Kok serem kali, kalian habis ngapain 2 minggu break ini?
Apa?
Habis ngapain 2 minggu break ini?
Makan lontong doang sih sebenarnya Bude. Lebaran soalnya kan, makan lontong doang.
Oh jadi kenyang perut langsung juga jadi galak? Oke, ini menarik ya. Apa yang kalian bawa di minggu kelima ini sih? Flavi, ini minggu kelima ini apa yang kalian bawa? Ngelawan Raja Langit? Raja Hutan bisa juga loh.
Sponsor baru sih, kita bawa sponsor baru.
Naik gaji. Oh gitu ya? Oh semangat baru.
Semangat baru.
Semangat.
Naik gaji kan soalnya.
Oke. Nah ini menarik ya. Dari tim Evos sendiri. Kalian tuh berada di buncit bawah. Lawannya adalah Onic. Gimana kalian ngebaca untuk kali ini nih. Untuk match pembukaan di minggu yang kelima. Lawannya Onic loh di atas. Kalian kan lagi agak dibontot nih ya. Gak ada panik-paniknya, gak ada.
Brans mau jawab?
Oh iya Brans, boleh Brans. Gimana Brans?
Kalau kita mandang Onic tetap kayak semua tim sama sih. Terus juga kalau dari persiapan pasti dari coaching staff segalanya pasti disiapin semua. Terus disampaikan ke player, dari draft, strategi semua pasti udah dipersiapin lah.
Ngomong-ngomong tentang draft, tadi kita ngelihat dari Onic, apakah sesuai dengan Onic yang kalian tahu?
Menurutku mereka mungkin masih untuk coba meta juga ya. Dia main dual fighter di gold lane, terus main support, Roger jungle. Jadi mungkin mereka belum maksimal lah secara untuk nyoba strategi baru ini.
Oh dan kalian merasa, kalian bisa ngebaca ya. 2 kali ngelihat Albert main fighter.
Ya.
Apa tanggapanmu tadi?
Ya itu mungkin mereka masih kurang maksimal lah untuk, apalagi untuk late gamenya kayak tadi kan yang clear lane gak ada selain Valentina, jadi mungkin ribet di situ juga lah.
Dan kamu pakai Harit di game yang kedua. Kok skinnya polosan? Mana skin M1 kalian? Kenapa nggak dipakai itu?
Gak apa-apa, pengen aja Bude.
Pengen humble aja ya? Biar nggak ke bawah yang dulu?
Enggak juga.
Enggak juga?
Enggak juga. Di main biasa juga pakai skin itu terus soalnya.
Oh, warna yang berbeda aja. Pada nunggu-nungguin pasti kan skinnya Evos 1 dari Harit. Dan ngelihat dari permainan tim Evos sendiri. Nextnya mungkin banyak juga yang mempertanyakan, waduh Evos bisa nggak nih ke playoff? Waduh minggu 5 makin berat karena lawan kalian adalah top 2. Hari ini Onic nextnya akan melawan Bigetron, mantan tim Brans dan juga mantan timnya Dreams. Dreams lawan Bigetron untuk nextnya. Bagaimana kamu melihat pertarungan next melawan mantanmu?
Lawan mantan ya? Buat luck Evan aja dah, gak usah repot-repot.
Simple aja ya. Minggu ini percayaan diri Evos kayaknya berbeda ya?
Ya.
Gimana bedanya tuh sama mungkin minggu lalu? Apa sih yang di minggu keempat nggak ada terus di minggu sekarang tuh ada gitu?
Nah, gara-gara ada liburan kali ya?
Refreshing.
Ya.
Refreshing, nge-refresh, makin bonding kah, makin apakah?
Enggak juga sih, kayak biasa aja udah ngelakuin yang kayak hal kayak main bareng, mau ngapain, mau makan bareng, udah sih udah.
Terus-terusan aja bareng ya. Dan NFL kamu melawan Kairi di hari ini. Bagaimana pertarunganmu hari ini, puas nggak sih?
Puas gak puas sih.
Puasnya kenapa, nggak puasnya kenapa tuh?
Game 1 saya banyak blunder soalnya.
Blunder?
Banyak blunder.
Blunder? Banyak blunder? Lalu?
Ya udah kurang puas karena sering blunder aja.
Karena keblunderan sendiri, puasnya?
Puasnya menang 2-0.
Menang 2-0, fakta ya, fakta itu. Dan memang ngelihat ini, kalau nextnya sendiri, dari Kelakun, mungkin dari NFL banyak banget nih yang kayak, aduh ini Evos gimana nih, Evos gimana? Apa tanggapan kalian tentang orang-orang yang meragukan kalian nih? Meragukan Kelakun dan juga Evos.
Apa Bude?
Pada teriak-teriak di sini lucu banget. Dan gimana kalian menanggapi orang-orang atau netizen atau siapapun itu yang meragukan Evos?
Meragukan Evos?
Iya, meragukan gitu kayak, emang bisa?
Yaudah biarin aja.
Diledek-ledekin gak apa-apa?
Gak apa-apa, kita buktiin aja.
Dibuktikan saja. Mic-nya langsung dilempar loh. Ini nggak alergi pada mic semua kah, Brans? Kenapa ini?
Ya masih pada grogi lah di depan kamera atau mungkin ngomong di depan orang banyak.
Jangan grogi ya, kalau menang terus kita bakal ngobrol terus loh. Kepengen menang terus gak sih kalian?
Pengen.
Pengen. Untuk nextnya biar bisa menang tentu saja semuanya juga menantikan dari Evos. Ada yang mau disampaikan untuk pembukaan di minggu ini dan penutupan hari ini?
Ya terima kasih buat Evos fans yang udah datang dukung, terus yang dukung online juga. Terima kasih udah selalu support di saat kita di atas maupun di bawah. Untuk kedepannya semoga kita bisa kasih yang terbaik.
Kasih yang terbaik dan katanya apa? This is Evos. Dan inilah dia Evos dengan kemenangan 2-0. Papan bawah bukan berarti tidak bisa mengalahkan papan atas. Jadi caster, what happened in the game? Let's go.
Guys, hear me
I
out.
was expecting the hand.
I've been preparing this for so long, but they never won, so I couldn't say it. But I want to say one team, one voice, one family. Evos Glory, that's our tagline.
Why did you like fade away during the end of the?
Because I got shy.
Why?
Evos Roar. Isn't it Evos Roar?
That's their tagline, Evos Glory.
Oh.
Blah, 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 blah. One team, one voice, one family, Evos Glory.
I mean,
Fun fact.
Where's Evo's mom? That's what I want to know.
Unfortunately, she's not here.
Yeah, if she's here, this is such a moment.
This is a moment, right?
True.
One of the moments of all time.
For sure. I mean, beating Onic, still considered by many the top team despite them being second place in the standings. We've still, given them a lot of benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're still experimenting, but it doesn't matter. You can't take anything away from Evos' victory tonight, man. That was phenomenal stuff from Evos. I think completely outclassing Onic in Game 2.
And we do want to crown our player of the match. And it's going to be King Brands, our MVP, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. On the Harith, on the Natan, he's always been able to pull through 2 games in a row, despite him having the red bullseye target on his back. 208 KDA in this particular game, and on the Harith, he seemed untouchable.
The grizzled veteran, just weathering the storm again and again. You can tell the experience definitely pays, man. There's a lot of, obviously, when you're up against Evos, there's going to be a lot of aggression towards the gold lane, but like you mentioned, it doesn't even matter that he has a target. He's, at this point, used to it. Whenever he's whenever we've seen him in MPL ID, a lot of teams really play him that way, right? Like, protect Mr. President and, like, he'll carry the game. I mean, I've gotten used to seeing that for a long time now. Like, on this Harriet today, I mean, he was just finding the right time to go in. And, of course, his whole team as a whole, I think Evos have just improved so much in the span of the last 2 weeks. Everything just seems to be a lot more calculated. And even in the drafts, everything seems to be a lot more concise. Here's a player of the match highlights, though, by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. And early on, there was Sans with the kill, but afterwards, in these fights, the fact that they have a lot more AoE and the crowd control, the fact that Sans just isn't allowed to really output his damage, here he gets the full channel off, and that's why the fight was a bit closer. And Kyrie a bit, overextended quite a bit, but afterwards, moments like this where they're able to just, trap the members of Onic, that's so uncharacteristic from Onic, and, great credit to Evos.
Dreams too, man. You gotta give him credit here with the Minotaur every single time. He gets 3-man, 4-man every time. Well, Onic wants to clump up, but still good capitalization. Even here, right? I believe he gets 3 or even 4. Actually, yeah, he gets 3. Luke P just has that to his welcome.
He just saves the Minion Fury, and even if he does go for the Minion Fury Flicker engage, he always makes sure that there's something left in the chamber, just in case Sans tries and make the crazy plays. And as you can see, every single time is just completely denied, and that's because the rest of the team, there's just no real need for them to expend that knockup for Dream. So shows again that in the drafting phase, there's a clear, definite plan. And again, it's a definite showing, especially against Onic, that usually somehow finds a way to equalize, finds a way to go for a winning fight in the late game. The fact that they're able to just slowly but surely deny so many things. I think, again, it's a great showing. If you look at the information here, 15-minute game, 8 turrets, only 1 taken by Onic. It's definitely a foreign sight, especially in the past few seasons.
No neutral objective secured.
Yeah.
Zero.
Zero.
It's
Zero. They gave away Nolan the Harith and they paid a very expensive price for it. The Nolan and the Harith and the Angela and the Minotaur. It's like, I mean, obviously Onic are trying their own thing, but Evos Glory got what the meta is.
So it's new against the old. And honestly, for Onic, it seems like it's a tad bit over-engineered. I do wonder if initially, right, it was like a flex thing and they're trying to just catch Evos completely off guard. We did mention that there's a chance that they were going to adjust the bans a bit and then go for a bit of a similar strategy. I guess that's what they went with.
Right?
Exactly, but it just wasn't good enough. And even, individually in the matchups, wasn't exactly as value, right? And even in the whole team fight composition, they didn't really win as 5 either. So there wasn't really a lot of moments in this game where Onic can say like, okay, we have to go for moments like this where we can come out on top.
It really puts Onic in the spotlight right now.
It does.
Right? Because even before the entire season even begun, people were saying, if Onic still stay the same, if Onic stays stagnant, there is going to be a big chance that other teams might catch up to them. And maybe this is their way of trying to do something different, trying to go beyond, trying to think out of the box. So far, it hasn't worked out, but it also doesn't say that maybe in the future, they'll find a formula that works finally, and they'll be the ones ahead again.
Right. I mean, it's a common saying that good things do take time. And if Onic are trying to, experiment, right, and find something new, it's almost like it's a responsibility of the ones on top. Because if you're in the bottom, you're busy just trying to catch up and keep up with the rest. But now that you're ahead of the pack, it's almost like it's a privilege granted to the ones who are ahead in the standing.
Let's take a look at Evos Glory's comms. I'm actually quite concerned, and no, not concerned. Curious, that's the word. To Mr. Brands. Let's see the golden moments by UBS Gold.
Belum dapat momennya.
Udah cepetin ya. Sabar, agak mundur. Crash. Itu mau 3 tuh. Aman, gua ada. Ghost kan. Aman boy. Hitting boy. Ulti Teris, nice.
Tuh.
Flicker Teris.
Aman. Menang fight nih.
Mati Teris. Sabar, paling dulu. Aja. Gue depanin. Yo, Roger di atas tuh boy. Ya, sabar gue isi darah.
Sabar, bawahnya sekalian gue naikin biar dia makin buyang.
Bisa. Ini Roger. Lihat Roger, sikat orang dulu ya.
Ya.
Arot dari sini.
Tarik dia ke sini, kelot aja.
Nih. Kalau ada scan aja Kun. Roger sana. Sikat orang boy. Tuh Roger tuh sekarat banget Roger. Mati Roger. Orang. Bisa. Orang aja. Kejar guys. Dahin aja boy. Nice boy. Kalem aja. Kalem aja. Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Alhamdulillah, cok. Sorry guys. Aman. Santai, reset.
Very calm. It's very calculated.
They're locked in.
So Dreams is primary shot caller.
I think so.
From that?
Yeah.
And then I think maybe like if Brands has something else in mind, he'll say it, and then they'll be like, okay, let's Brands. But like, he's still like Dreams still holds that role.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
I think it'll be very tough if the gold lane is the one that makes the calls, right? Because he has to be focusing on the mechanics, and we certainly did see that from Brands. We have a fun fact though.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
The Tigers start to get out from the emergency room. The last time Evos won against Onic was during MPL ID Season 10 Leg 1. Exactly 602 days ago. That's
almost a full year.
Yeah.
Almost 2 years.
Oh yeah, almost 2 years.
Wait, is it?
How many days is a year, Rashi?
360?
Exactly. It's almost 2 years.
Oh, 600.
Yeah.
My bad, I brain farted there.
It's okay, Rashi. After that kind of chaotic game, everybody's kind of speechless.
That was such an Eterna moment.
Yeah. But it happened to Rashi.
I was so surprised.
Are you Eterna, Rashi?
Am I rubbing off on you?
I learned from the best.
Okay.
We're
Talking
curious to
about
see
learning
this.
from the
Are
best.
we concerned or curious to see this?
Concerned. No,
Yeah.
curious.
Concerned or
For me,
curious?
curious. For me, curious. For Arashi, concerned. We are
That's
going to take a
true.
look at the standings real soon.
Oh,
and
yeah.
remember, it was 7, 8, 9, RQ, Rebellion, and then Evos. We'll
Drum
see
roll.
if anything changes, or is RQ still okay? So that's the answer.
All
So because still
right.
3-4, RQ still at number 7, but this does pull Evos Glory on top of Rebellion because of Alphabet?
Yeah, I guess.
Right?
Yeah. Alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Alphabetical order.
The alphabet gap. Now the
Alphabet
royal,
gap.
the royal besties are.
Oh, it's also a
together once
matchup.
again.
The head-to-head. Evos
Oh, you're right.
has a win over Rebellion, so I think it's head-to-head before. That's
Yeah.
the last thing, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, and just like that, we were talking about this earlier, by the way. It's so close that you can't, of course you're ahead and you have the privilege of experimenting, but one loss.
Welcome
and
to the top.
Everything can shift. Just like that, Onic is number 4.
And Aura are number 2. Alter Ego make their way in the top 3.
Eterna is grinning ear to ear, man.
No,
That's
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm a
grinning too.
professional caster.
I'm grinning too.
You've been grinning.
I've been smirking, smirko.
I mean, technically, you would earn the. Okay, not you, sorry. What was that? That's not professional. Technically, Bigatron Alpha would be the half-season champion.
Yeah. I think they've technically, with the week 4 results,
Yeah.
they've already taken the title of half-season champion. That's
'Cause
why,
it's so far.
for the first time in 3 seasons, we're seeing a new half-season champ. It's been Onic,
Evos.
yeah, it's Evos in season 10. Season 11 and
Onic.
12, it's Onic. And then now it's Bigatron Alpha. Let's hope Bigatron Alpha don't, pull off the season 10 Evos. Let's hopefully they pull off more of a season 11, 12 Onic,
Yeah, I think the bigger troopers will definitely feel like that's the way to go.
I think so. That's pretty spot on. I didn't know how you know that.
No, I'm friends with a pretty bigger trooper, but tomorrow's schedule though. Whoa, the spice.
Wow, that's fighting for a second on the standings.
And
Aura and
fighting
Alter
for
Ego.
their spot still on number 1 if they want to stay up, and Evo's fighting to get out of the red zone.
I mean, they're going closer. And if RQ lose
they're
against
gonna be ninth.
Dewa, yeah.
Well, no.
All our
Maybe
teams are
eight.
playing
Rate of
tomorrow.
Rebellion is still worse.
Guys, all our teams are playing tomorrow, but not against each other. Hey,
That's true. That's true.
Gang, gang.
gang.
Me and our scriptwriter, Mr. Dika, though.
What's up with Mr. Dika?
DTR vs. Evos. Last match tomorrow.
Ooh, spicy. I mean, earlier on, he came all the way here
Yeah,
from
he's
the
like, thanks
back.
for the mere bless, nerd.
They just stood there menacingly, like.
I thought he was like feeding us information of
No, I was
something
like-
that we needed to
He just
talk
stood
about
there.
during
He
broadcast.
just walked up and said, thanks for the mere bless.
and then he
walked away.
left.
He walked away.
Enough said, bro.
I mean, coincidentally, I got the scores and the matches right. I don't know anymore, man. 2-1, 2-0. What the heck? That was unintentional.
6 cents.
6 cents. Yeah, we can always just claim it, That's the easy
Amazing.
way.
So proud.
Thank you, man. No coincidence whatsoever. No luck whatsoever. I am just that good.
You are. I have a present for you.
Oh.
Are you ready for your present? Because
Yes.
you got all your predictions right. Here's your present.
Is this the prize?
Yes.
I was the only one who predicted Evos.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do I get a pink one? Is Evos not blue?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with pink?
The blue teams won today, man.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, you just take what you can get,
It is what it is, bro. Come on, be grateful
Okay,
for once.
Let's see.
Kids these days, man.
All right.
All right, Grandpa, calm down. We got it, okay? Look, these are the glasses.
Ooh, those are pretty fly, actually.
That's really cute.
It kind of
Wait,
works.
can I see it on screen? Oh. Yeah, it's kind of cute. What do you guys think?
You guys should think that it's amazing too, because you guys probably want to get it. MVP collection. Go ahead and check it out. Available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. For more info, follow at saturdays.lifestyle or actually on Instagram and TikTok.
And remember, for those of you who have a phone, you guys can scan the QR code.
I have a phone.
Exactly.
Where's the QR code?
There you go. It's
this
right
one.
below
Right there.
Arashi. Because for those of you who are studying right now, you guys can actually
Okay, got it.
register. Sorry, I'm trying to translate it.
Mm-hmm.
Register now for
How
the
do I be a
MPL
caster?
CSR program 2024 because you guys can get mentored.
Which one?
This one.
Ah, okay.
There you go. And it's just super cool.
Whoa. I can intern?
Yep, there's internships available with partners of the MLBB Esports Indonesia.
Oh my god.
And all you guys need to do is scan the QR code because
Turn the
remember,
software
Moonton cares.
Yeah, it's not just for players, it's for anyone who wants to be involved in the industry, because I think it's a lot bigger than some people can imagine. A lot of people come together to make MPL happen, guys. We're very grateful to everyone that made this possible.
Yes, we love you. We support you. You special. You important.
We appreciate you.
They're really special. And you know what? You guys will get a special treat too.
Ooh.
Moonton cares. You mentioned that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how Moonton has been caring?
How?
Well, they and Hope Cup together will be organizing a fundraising event. Remember earlier we got 100K goal for both these teams? Okay, so here, listen. There's an event for the Garudaku Academy.
Okay.
The funds will be calculated based on the in-game goal. 100K for both achievement during all matches, week 4 to 6. I'm glad that happened earlier for the regular season MPL Indonesia Season 13, and the goal earned by MPL professional teams will be accumulated and then multiplied by 30 for the donation amount. So let's witness Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution to the development of the Esports Academy in Indonesia. Just in that one game alone, we saw, I think, 210,000 total gold earned by both Onic and Evos.
Wait,
multiplied by 30 as well? I mean, there's going to be more calculations on top of that.
Times 30.
Is 6.3?
6.3 million idea.
And that's just one game.
That's one game. And it's all games, all matches from week 4 to 6.
So that's why they cared, bro.
Yeah.
They knew.
They're also trying to win, though.
Yeah,
that's true. That's
true. But like, they could have won like
That's
in
why.
10 minutes.
Shame on them. I said it. They should have added another 20 minutes.
Now I understand.
You know, to get the record, to also hashtag Moonton Care more.
Okay, I understand now. I understand why you said that. Wow.
You didn't understand earlier?
I'm hashtag respect now.
Respect.
For Onic and
How do you spell it,
Evos.
Arashi? Respect?
RESTECP. Respect. If you know, you know.
Respect P.
I don't think it spells respect.
I think it does.
If you believe it does, it will.
Listen, Eterna, you need to conceive, then believe, and then you shall achieve.
Exactly.
Don't be an average bloke, man.
But I can't perceive.
Be a samurai.
Oh, okay. okay.
That's
It
about
looks like-
the exact reaction we would expect.
I don't know what to do. But I know what this is now.
Oh. What is this? What is it? Wait, I'm getting confused.
This is the end of the day.
Oh, okay. That I know
Already?
too.
Already.
Don't we have, like-
Unfortunately, on Fridays, it's only 2 matches. Because we're used to like 3 matches.
We need like 9 more teams, MPL. Come on, we need to have 1 billion matches every day. Come on, man.
Yes, I'm also waiting for the day. But I have to say, today has been very eventful. I personally really enjoyed casting both of today's matches. It was very far from boring. What did you feel?
Yeah, very far.
Very far? Okay, what did you feel?
It's
I
exciting.
feel, bro. I'm very feel.
Okay.
The opposite.
Very feel. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the English broadcast here for MPL ID Season 13, week number 5, day number 1. We still have 2 more days ahead of us to close out week number 5. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be on tomorrow. Me, Eterna, we want to say thank you. On behalf of... Who are you today? You can choose your identity.
LaFell.
Okay, what about you?
Coach Eb.
Okay. On behalf of Eterna, LaFell, and Coach Yeb, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Sobat Legend, para super fans dimanapun kalian berada. Tentunya juga untuk kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia begitu meriah karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, Gamesmax, Ora Imo dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan partner in esports, kita punya Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Last but not least, government partner kita PBSI. Hari ini 2 match setelah usai, ada yang 2-1, ada yang 2-0. Dan kita pula memecahkan game terpanjang di hari ini antara tim Onic dan juga tim Evos. Akan seperti apa? Akankah ada yang dipecahkan lagi esok hari? Karena 3 match menanti kita semua untuk malam minggu, malam yang panjang. Jangan merindu karena kita akan kembali di hari Sabtu. Di sini Bude Clara Mongsan mengucapkan see you tomorrow dan selamat beristirahat. Sampai jumpa lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 13. We on this.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi
jalani